Futures a little bit softer here this morning. Downside for the NASDAQ and the S&P to get going ahead of more jobs data this morning at 8:30. We'll talk a little bit about initial jobless claims in a moment here. But the narrative once again shifting from late in the afternoon yesterday to after the close. A couple of hours makes with defense stocks initially downside into the afternoon session. And then we get all of that back and more. We'll talk about that coming up in a few moments here. Nvidia back on the table here this morning as well. More China-related headlines, very strong out of the gate yesterday for not only Nvidia, but the AI trade in general. Worth mentioning, we're back higher here versus, again, a red market to start things off. That's how the calendar's setting up right now. Again, 8:30. The time to focus on this morning, import-export data coming up for October. Initial jobless claims going to be closely watched by the overall market. Continuing claims as well, the week-over-week number. And then if you scroll down here, 10:30, I guess it is, we'll get natural gas. But the big one on the employment front going to be tomorrow morning, or Friday, I should say. Friday morning, 8:30. Non-farm payrolls going to be the biggest headline of the week, I imagine, as far, unless Trump says something else today. As far as the market is concerned, but what a morning.
Yeah, good morning. It's been quite the day yesterday. I was very active, from the housing stocks to the defense stocks. Trump was posting, I was going to say talking, but technically speaking, he was posting on Truth. And I think Raytheon, I have the Raytheon chart up here because I think this was the one that was maybe the most interesting of those defense plays that dropped right after the bell. And it's interesting the timing of this because I think it came out at like 4:03 or 4:04 or something. Right after the bell, Trump comes out here and says, yeah, RTX has not been cooperating with the Department of Defense. And so with that in mind, we're basically, maybe going to have to change some deals, build some contracts. So bad look here. Then immediately afterwards, again, announcing that he wants to expand this defense budget for 2027 to $1.5 trillion. So yeah, interesting, I guess, dump and pump there for these defense stocks. But again, RTX being named directly does make it a little bit more interesting here. Calling out the housing names as well. APLD with its earnings, and CES 2026 is still happening. So it's a big day, guys. Yeah, APLD, an interesting one. I want to get to that coming up here this morning, but it's just a matter of moments. We get, the complete reversal on all of these, including this one. Palantir was an absolute rocket ship all morning long. We get all the way up to 187 and a half at the high. We get the LMT related headline into the afternoon, and then this one even popped right back to almost the highs where it was late in the day yesterday. Nowhere near as significant as RTX and LMT, as you were mentioning. Still pretty impressive right across the board for Palantir. Obviously, a lot of government-related revenue coming through for Palantir. So defense taking over as the main headline here possibly today, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. Better morning for those defense stocks here. It's like, I picture a bunch of CEOs that just got on the phone and were like, bro, what did you just do? It's like, okay, fine, watch this. And then now they're all up a bunch. So like things like that probably happen. You just didn't really think it would be. I thought we'd get a chance to dip high. Like, this is the second time this has happened. It was Eli Lilly when that Novo thing. I'm like, okay, fine, Novo pill. You get a few days out of that bouncing, and then you'll get a great long. I thought the same thing was going to happen to some of these defense names, where you could just get a little overreaction for a couple of days and then be able to get a bounce. Instead, Raytheon has this ridiculous candle, which is real, all the way down to 175, and now it's 95, like $20, just like that. And Lockheed, kind of the same thing. I mean, these things have been rocket ships, for lack of a better term, but these wicks are all real. From 500 now to like 537, so 7% their round trip. But it does put them in play. It puts Palantir in play for me here today. The other side of the coin, not everyone's talking about the housing note yesterday, which was the bigger at the moment. That was really moving some stocks. BlackRock to the downside. We'll have some open door in mind as well. But yeah, like you can't even get dips that last longer than a few hours at this point with that shock. Seemed like it was going to be a great opportunity, and now it's gone.
I mean, that's just another reason to watch the show. As soon as it happened, I said immediately on the show that his base isn't going to like this. He's going to get some phone calls and scale that a little bit back. And not only did he scale it back, he went full out. Let's increase things, not But you know what? I mean, the main idea is still there, right? Let's get production up on the defense companies and stop the buybacks, and let's just, start making. It takes now. I think one of the quotes that Trump had, by the way, silver down 4%, another ugly day for silver, it looks like. He was mentioning that it takes longer to make one airplane right now than it did to win World War II. So that's part of what's bothering him, obviously, and upside we go there on LMP. And I just think that's the reason why you need to be, tuned in every single day. Here we have to say, and boom, there goes the upside. Even Obi yesterday sent me a message at around 5 o'clock and goes, boom, guy, like you nailed that one all the way back to the upside. And I was like, well, I didn't get long, but still LMT. Yeah, look, I'm loving Palantir's the number one stock on the list today. This will be the number one stock for me to trade here. This and Google. Google with a big upgrade. Google looking to take out levels again here today. Palantir goes down on that news, up on that news, and now it looks like it wants to take out 187. And these aren't the good thing about this level for Palantir is it's not even anywhere near the top, really. I mean, we'd like to get to 200. I don't think it gets there today, but that would be maybe another pullback zone. You have one day above $200 there, the earnings, and then straight to the downside. So I really like Palantir here today. I think that continues to work. Gold not suffering the same fate as silver today, which is good for my portfolio, but I do want to buy more dips in all of this space. So the metal names getting to the downside today, and can't go up every day, although it seems like it can. Copper also a little down, but it's silver that's down that 4%. And then Bitcoin bleeding as well, man. Like Bitcoin down to 89.9, not much going on there. We got to 94, and now I was looking at the chart, like we are a little worried here that, you start to break a little lower here through these levels. I mean, this is a 15-minute chart. Let's just go a little bit larger. Let's go to 30. And then you're going to see you're just right now back into a little bit of support. So this is what we're basically worried about. Like if you lose this 89 area, then I think you kind of have to look a little lower, 87, maybe I'll write this down on the sheet today. Maybe we get to 87 or so for Bitcoin, 87.2, 87.5, like in this area to dip by. It's not like we haven't been here before. I mean, this goes all the way back to basically the first of the month and 87,000 coming into play. So we went from 87 up to 95, back to 87 again. Kind of makes sense. That's the roller coaster ride that Bitcoin has us on. But yeah, I was just looking at silver. It was just 68.15 there when we came on the air, and then boom to the downside. Remember, you're going to get a lot of these crazy wicks here that happen at 8 o'clock. I was saying that to Neil, like we're not... I don't actually like sitting down here and seeing all these dark pools go off because it just goes crazy right there at 8 o'clock. But yeah, welcome one more time to everybody that's here with us. And we are very, very close, man. 549,000 subscribers. So if you are one of the 1,200 watching right now, you haven't hit the subscribe button, make sure you do it like now so we can get to that 550. Let's see what happens when we get there. Maybe it triggers a blast out from YouTube. Will be nice. We're looking for that. What is it when you get 1 million? You get the gold. Is it gold? I don't know what it is. We have the silver or the platinum, whatever it is, plaque for YouTube.
Silver and gold would make the most sense.
Yeah, so we're looking to see, but I think that's 1 million though. So we still got. Can't ask for 450,000 subscribers immediately, but yeah, we're trying to get to 550 right now. But yeah, defense names all the way up, and no surprise there after that report last night.
There's something on Archer here.
Ooh.
It's up a little bit, but there was a bit of a volume spike, which is obscured by one of those dark pool sets of prints, but it is up 3% here. Archer to build next wave of aviation AI technology with Nvidia IGX Thor. So that comes through at CES. Maybe not the biggest of news, but this was a name that didn't do very well yesterday. Maybe you can catch a little bit of a bounce. Everyone's watching. Well, I shouldn't say everyone's watching. If you're looking at this stock, you're probably watching the $9 level. 1, 2, 3 times it's been trying to get through. Don't know if it'll be able to do it today, but this one could be on watch for sure. So Archer making plays. I just heard in my ear that Alphabet is introducing new AI features to Gmail, was just a headline. And Alphabet, another top. This one, they're passing, they passed Apple. So worth more than Apple for the first time in 6 years, I believe. I think it's a 2019, the article. But yeah, Google, big day yesterday, now adding AI features to Gmail, or new AI features to Gmail. So, you know, the best keeps getting a little bit better as this marches on. Now, keep in mind, though, this is up 1% to the NASDAQ and ES down. So Google's relative strength is definitely showing.
Thank
Randy
you,
in
Randy.
the house.
How's it going?
See you yesterday, brother. Ooh, nice haircut.
Good. You must have been in yesterday. Oh, you got a haircut. Were you in yesterday? We just didn't see you? No, okay. I was going to say,
I
you
didn't
didn't see the
think so.
haircut. There. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Randy. Yeah, so silver, gold, Google, lots of things moving around. Netflix, another name. Obviously, we're going to be looking a lot at the defense names. Kratos, I mean, there's a whole bunch of names. Kratos that are starting to go up, KTOS, starting to go to the upside there. Netflix, still down again here today. I mean, we'll have to wait to see if it can bounce once again off $90. But yeah, there, you know, a lot of these names. We had Raytheon, RTX. We'll have to look at that today as well. $195, and you already talked about that. 175 up to 195. LMT, Boeing. Boeing's not really doing anything too much this morning, but it has, you know, made back that dip. So up 1.5% there today for Boeing. So another name that, you know, has had such a nice run ever since the CFO came up and increased and mentioned about increasing their capacity to make more planes. So we really like Boeing there. Added to my position at 200 flat. So we like that one. And then Uber was moving around again. I mean, up to $86. We touched $88, which was the 200 period moving average yesterday. So that's starting to go. But yeah, the silver short is fired today. So we can definitely have a look at that at some point today. But yeah, that's what we're doing now. It should be a fun day. I think there's a lot for everybody to trade, whether or not you're, you know, a small cap trader trading some of those names, Joby, Archer, things like that, or you're looking at the big cap names. I mean, you know, obviously we look at those the majority of the day, but lots of names flying around, and then Bitcoin 90,000. Oh, yeah. So key levels everywhere.
So weak
man.
yesterday.
Key levels everywhere.
And Randy was just here, but Rivian was a big mover.
Yeah, that's right.
Rivian
$20 yesterday. Yeah.
It was insane. Like, it broke 19, like right off the bat, drops $1, and then gets it right back in the first half an hour, and then breaks it back out. So anytime you have a pivot spot like that, I'm not talking about a pivot point, the technical indicator, but like a pivot in the chart, which is obvious at like 19.5. You got to look to a level like that today to see if it's going to have as much volatility. But I mean, there were a few stocks that had this kind of, you know, V-shape or just parabolic moves in one way or another. Intel would be an example yesterday. The memory names, which we barely even, you know, like how long have we gotten into? Well, it's only 12 minutes in, so there you go. SNDK. Because of course it is making another high. Like, I didn't even know it would be making this high when I just pulled it up. Only 1%, but the last few sessions, this has been absolute and utter nonsense. Micron, maybe not as strong. Western Digital, literal opposite yesterday, that was down significantly. So there is a ton moving. If it's in the chip space, it has been the memory names that have been moving the most. And, you know, certainly there's a bunch of small caps that are going to be in play. I like Open Door. We're going to be looking at Open Door because that was a mover in yesterday's trade as well. Let's head on back to the desk. We have a lot to cover. And, of course, we have jobless claims at 8:30.
Yeah, just watching the market here, trying very desperately to get back to the upside. Just be aware, Fed's Mirren speaking right now, quote unquote, I'm looking for about 1.5 points of cuts in 2026, which is well above what the rest of the planet, it seems, thinks is going to happen. So a little bit of a uptick here for stocks in general on that. Not sure if that was a planned speech or not, but Fed's Mirren speaking right now. Also saying we're still materially above neutral and running unnecessary risk to the labor market. So that's continuing. Just be aware if anyone's watching the overall market. Yeah, we'll bring that data to you when it comes out at 8:30 this morning. Initial jobless claims. We'll get a few other productivity numbers this morning and non-farm productivity numbers, and then import-export data coming out at 8:30 as well. The Nvidia story continues also. I wanted to mention that real quick. Still holding, I guess it's 189.50, 190, a bit of a problem right now, but initially very strong yesterday. Adara, you were all over that China headline. We get more detail on that again this morning in the sense that Nvidia going to require full payment now for H200s, but I'm not sure why that wouldn't be the case right out of the gate for each individual one of these. But I mean, it just points to more uncertainty in general.
Yeah, and then I was reading more details in the report, and apparently this is something they already do, so it's not really news. But then again, the yesterday story was also kind of weird. So I'll talk about this big candle here on the 15-minute chart at 10:30 a.m. yesterday. You can probably see that push to the downside. Basically what happened was the information, which is not known for being the most reputable of news sources as of late when it comes to breaking news, they basically came out and they said that apparently Nvidia, or I guess some of these Chinese companies, meanwhile, are being told by the Chinese government that, hey, don't order these Nvidia H200 chips. So with that in mind, the stock drops, the whole market, a lot of these chip names actually dropping along with it. But then again, we get this story from Reuters coming out today basically saying that Nvidia is going to be requiring full payment for these chips, but apparently they are going to be, I guess, being allowed to process certain orders, so not government entities in China, but other companies. So again, this is very confusing, much like it's always been here with NVDA in China. There is progress and there's like 10 steps back and there's a giant leap forward. So this back and forth does continue.
Uncertainty around China? Never. Doesn't happen. Gap moving around here, very low volume, but gap to the upside. We'll touch on that coming up. That's CVX. I just heard this one in my ear as well, but not really doing much. CVX right back to basically last week's level where we went out on Friday, just sitting here around 155, 156 right now as support. But we'll talk about these energy names coming up as well. First off, though, Joe has some options ideas for you.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. A lot of activity once again in the options world, but let's take a look at some of the bigger movers here. And we're going to start things off with Intel. That is correct. Guys, a lot of activity, the volume, across the board, we're starting to see an increase in a lot of its metrics. Now, let's start actually from the bottom because the at-the-money IV sitting around 54.8%. And then as I look at it currently, so this was just done moments before the close, we have an uptick in IV, so you're going to see a slight increase in the bid and ask. So that's going to be implied volatility being priced into these options contracts. Now, let's take a look at this $45 strike price that is going to be expiring next Friday. You can see the open interest relatively high here, guys, 66.1 thousand contracts still currently open at that specific zone. And then sure enough, you opened and closed 57.9 thousand contracts on yesterday's session, and that's going to be at that $45 once again. And then also with the volume stepping in, you're going to see that bid and ask really start to tighten up, guys. We're only sitting on a couple of dollars, and that's relatively good for options land. Now, as for your delta, considering this is an out-the-money contract, it is cool 0.289 there. So for every dollar change in the underlying, you're going to see that contract's value change roughly around $30. And then your gamma exposure, a slight uptick, but don't forget, gamma is always at its greatest when it's at the money, slightly out of the money right now. But as we get closer to that $45 level, if we do, you're going to see that start to increase. Now, as for the actual contract itself, I wanted to bring this up once again. And this is when you buy a contract that was further dated and you're getting closer and closer to the expiration cycle. You would have had to own this for some time. But I found it really interesting. So from the open on yesterday's session, once again, you have triple-digit returns. And in only a span of 2 hours and 10 minutes, you have that contract going from 30 cents all the way up to $1.69, yielding a 438% return. That's some big-time moves. But once again, you have to be looking forward when you're purchasing these contracts, and you don't typically see that when you are purchasing it day of. All right, so you want to step in relatively early. That is INTC, one of the larger movers. Now, as for some more activity here, guys, we have AAL sitting at that $17 strike price, once again expiring next Friday. Open interest sitting around 29,900 with volume around 4,970 at that $17 level. Palantir also putting in a relatively strong session, guys, at that $190 level. That is going to be slightly out of the money. Open interest sitting around 19,200 with volume around 17,000. Rivian, once again, moving relatively well, $22.50 strike price expiring next Friday. Open interest 23,500. Volume 1,590, guys.
I bet you didn't. Most people probably didn't realize how much AAL moved yesterday. That was kind of like a Rivian kind of play, where it just had two massive stages to the upside with a bit of head and shoulders going on. Palantir is the one out of that list. that's interesting today because it's big reverse on all that defense talk. But realistically, on the 15, it just has a pretty clean breakout over 187 here, and then it showed you the goods at 180 to 181. So of those names, that's the one that'll be on the watch list. But a good group, for sure. Like lots of volatility in those names, and you wouldn't have suspected AAL would have been that much.
I mean, we're almost in the dollar club already. I mean, we just got filled again. So, look, man, I mean, we wrote down Google long 326. We talked about it when we came on air. It's on the sticky note. The sticky note's out. We're long Google 326. So it dropped in. I mean, I was waiting for a lower as well. But once we came in, I just saw that bid and hit it. So there it goes, man. Google already a good trade. And we actually took a decent amount of shares in the pre-market. So there it is, man. There's your first dollar club winner right there on a easy call. Everybody's talking Google today, so there it goes, man, breaking that high. We're into Google. I'm out of only 20%. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Yeah, thanks everybody. Yeah, hey, look, in this game you got to be quick and you got to be decisive. So was able to do that. And, you know, if it was during I was also sitting for more at 326. This could come back in, no doubt about that. So watch out for some of the liquidity here in the pre-market, but we're already hitting home runs today. So far, so good. But this could easily come back in. So, you know, celebrate some of the wins, but make sure you do take it. Still like all those Palantir calls. Palantir is the #1 stock on the list. You can go find it. Right here on, and again, we have I got to switch this, but I'm going to put switches to 550,000 subscribers right there. But there it is, Palantir, Google. I like Ford and I like Open Door. So these are the 4 names that I've got on. I'll put that in the chat right now. You guys can go have a quick little look at it. Google, Ford, Palantir, Open Door, all on my mind. But thanks, Joe. I mean, we always are looking for, you know, the options plays, and looks like it makes a lot of sense. We do have a lot of you traders that are in the chat that do focus on options. So that's obviously a great segment. And we'd like to thank Joe for all of that. We'll put another offer near 327 and see if we can get a little bit more out, but looking to dip by again there on Google if it does come back in. Still Bitcoin hovering around that $90,000 mark. So we should have Luis coming today, and if he does come through, we'll talk about some small, yep, exactly. We should have some small cap trading talk there when he throws up some of his names. So
I bet he's looking at this one.
I hope so.
If I had to guess, one of the names that's been very popular has been ONDS for months now, and that's up 11% today. Look, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe he's not interested in ONDS, but it's done over 3 million in volume. I see the dollar signs being put in when people are typing ONDS in the chat, although I did see someone throw in Google without the dollar sign. So make sure if you're in the chat, dollar sign and whatever ticker it is that you're interested in. Why? Well, it just makes it easier for us. So when I drop down my little visualizer here, I can see what's the most interesting, what the most interesting names are. ONDS, an alphabet there, CONL, Palantir, APLD, and yeah, and someone trolling us as well. So, you know, have fun with it. But again, it just allows us to be able to see what, not just what is moving, but what is interesting, what you guys want to talk about for sure. So there's going to be some small cappers on here, some defense names. Love that AVAV, obviously. And I see Mask Archer, which we just talked about, the news there with Nvidia. That's going to be a positive one. Why is Apple there? Oh, someone misspelled Apple. 2 people misspelled Apple. That's why. Yeah, make sure you get the spelling right. Apple should be near the top, but somebody made a bit of a typo. So yeah, make sure you're jumping in the chat and participating. ONDS, another 11%. This is a very popular stock on social media. You're always seeing a bunch of posts about this thing. You can't be on X without seeing people posting about this stock over and over again. Big breakout.
I got another fill there at 327, 326.97 or so. So what's up, Nimic? Good to see you there. Yeah, I haven't been in many pre-market trades, but this was an easy one. So Google right there taking out some highs on an upgrade. So we're into that one. We just took another piece out right there. So I am now out of 40% of this trade, and we'll wait to see if it comes back into our key level of 326, and we'll get longer there on Google. 824 defense talk today will be first and foremost on a lot of these stocks and why we're looking at them. Obviously at 8:30 we have jobless claims, so that should be awesome to see when that hits and what that does to the market. You know what, I'm going to cancel my 326 bid right now. just because of that number coming through. So, I don't need that number to be absolutely horrendous. The next thing you know, I'm now double the long down into there. So no, I don't think it's a right play rate here to have too many pending bids or offers heading into this jobs number. I am still offering 328, so if we do rip up another dollar or so, then we'll get out of all of that. But that's for now, for me, waiting on Google to pop and waiting for these jobless claim numbers to come out at 8:30. I mentioned Ford. I mean, we're going to get to all these stories. This is on the watch list. But I'm looking for level 3 driverless autonomy there. So you're going to see a 14 break here in play. So I've written this one down right now as Ford just has a awesome year here in 2025 and starting to kick out here even more in 2026 with 4 straight up days. Now, this was a $10 name. You're now a $14 name, so give it 40% this year, beating pretty much everything. Only 2 of the Mag 7s beat the S&P 500 last year. So Ford being up huge here over the year. Let's see if it can continue a little bit more than what it is right now. Maybe we can get some Randy. Well, Randy hates Ford, so it doesn't really matter. He'll give a very biased opinion. So, but anyways, there goes Ford, 0.66% to the upside. I really like what they're talking about, a $30,000 truck potentially coming next year. That makes a lot of sense. We're going to figure out what's going on with Ford later on today, especially if it does break that $14 mark. So, yeah, only 4 minutes to go until we get these numbers. Should be a good one.
Yeah, before we go to that, GM also has a pretty decent top it's putting in there. GM was actually, Ford was close, but GM was the number 1, and they've both been doing very, very well. You got to remember, the EV credits go away, and everyone sort of focuses back on these cores, and they make generate a lot of cash here, and they're doing pretty well this. I almost said this year. They're doing pretty well last year. This year hasn't moved that much. But it doesn't mean it's not going to happen. So let's get to the desk. 3 minutes until we get some data this morning, see if we can turn the market around. We're kind of headed toward green. NASDAQ getting pretty close, about halfway there. We were 1/3% down, now only about half that.
Back to session lows here. I just had an alert go off there for Nike, looking pretty ugly here today. Needham on a downgrade for Nike to hold from buy. This one was ugly yesterday. More negativity here again, 62.50 coming into play. I want to mention Rivian a little bit as Randy walks in the room. 20,000 vehicles being recalled for Rivian. Doesn't sound like it's overly complicated as far as the fix is going to be, something to do with the tail end of vehicles, but not a good look, obviously, as far as quality assurance and for a company that's trying to get a reputation going. Having to recall some cars, never a good thing.
What's interesting too is the stock does not seem to care, because I saw this story, did not make our watch list simply because of the flatlining action here, but we'll talk about this recall because it is certainly worth noting, I think, especially given Rivian's kind of stature and status, as Brendan was just saying there. So just under 20,000 vehicles recalled, 19,641 R1s and R1T vehicles. Basically, there are some concerns here that the toe link joint could potentially separate due to improper service reassembly. So I guess after it's reassembled improperly, there could be some concerns about toe link joints. So kind of convoluted problem, but as Brendan said, probably an easy fix. Rivian stock right now, kind of not. And
for a new-ish company, to be expected to have some bumps in the road as well. But as you said, Rivian guys not really reacting to that. Real quick thoughts on Rivian there. A few people were mentioning it earlier. About 90 seconds, we'll get this jobs data.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at that stock today, I care more about what happened yesterday than any recall news, right? So you had a very, very clear, did you see this drop yesterday? Off from 19.5 to almost 18.5, reversed it, and then found the base, and then made the dollar to the upside. Now they got some recall, which doesn't seem to be reacting to it. But
buy the dip and carry on.
Yeah, look for that 19.5. See, Randy says buy the dip and carry on. Or you can say keep calm and carry on, which I believe is what you find in a lot of mugs.
All right, there we go, another dollar. Google is now up $1 from our spot, but again, with only 30 seconds to go, we do have jobless claims coming out. So who knows where this is going to go, man. I pulled my bid down there at 326, so but I still have that offer. So let's go back over to the desk, only 20 seconds away now, and we'll find out, if this market continues sort of its upside push that we're experiencing. Now 10 seconds, guys.
This is obviously just the initial jobless claims number and the ongoing jobless claims number. We'll get the big headline number for the month. Tomorrow morning, 199 is expected here, 199,000, or sorry, that was the prior, 205 is expected here. 208 is the actual number that comes through. Again, 209 was expected, so a little bit better than expected. Non-farm productivity coming through there, 4.9% to the upside, versus that prior print of 4.1%. Continuing claims, 1.914. Last time around was 1.85. We were expecting 1.85 as well. So to the upside for both continuing claims and initial jobless claims there. Import-export data for October, that's a delayed number still coming through. 331.4 billion on the import side, 302 on the export side. Both of those, looks like exports higher, imports downside a little bit on that number as well. 4-week average there for the continuing claims, 211.7, marginally improving there versus 219 on that last number. So not much of a reaction, guys, for the market.
I mean, slight tick up. I mean, the NASDAQ almost flat now on the session. So I'm looking at the Qs right now. So show you 624 is where you need to get to that green spot. But we've been trending into it. Just nothing too crazy happening here. We'll keep an eye on like the rate odds. Like after Miriam was talking, maybe they'll move around. But we know we're not really getting. Well, I shouldn't say we know. We're pretty much not likely getting a decision or for a cut in the next move. But if you look at it, like the full year is still pretty much expecting that we get a couple at that mid. But if we go back and now maybe look at March, forget about Jan, and March we're sitting at 40%. Maybe that'll start to creep up a little bit. Just not that optimistic about January in terms of the Fed. But I don't know how much this is going to move the needle. That number is too close to expected.
All right, I see here now in the chat we should have A-Day trading coming through very, very soon. So we want to thank him for coming one more time here from Barcelona. We'll see if we can get that all set up. Hopefully, no promises, but we'll see if that can happen for everybody as I see him in the chat there. Yeah, so we pulled our Google bids there. It doesn't look like too much happened. You're not getting too much of a bump up here in the market at all. If anything, now we're starting to fade back outside a little bit now. So watch out as this market comes back in. I don't know if they didn't like this trade balance number, but the jobless was pretty much in line there. This was the trade balance minus 29 versus minus 58. I mean, that almost should be better. But the market coming back down a little bit, that's more of a macro thing. I don't think that should necessarily affect the NASDAQ or anything, but we're going to wait to see if the market reacts. I don't know. It's just right back to where it was 10 minutes ago. So, we had some movement yesterday in a pre-market number, and it looks like we may have another number affecting us here to the downside. But yeah, let's just have a quick look at some of the other names. Palantir, right now, 186 and change. That's something going through right now. Oh, man, I'm waiting for 187 to break on that one. Hopefully that doesn't break on the pre-market because, again, I prefer to hit these trades during open market hours. But, yeah, that's what's going on right now. All right, it's 8:33 right now. Glad to have everybody here. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. I mean, our viewers are starting to now pay a little more attention that we are on now at 8 a.m. So you can see right here if this loads up. 549,000 subscribers. We'd like to get that to 550 today. So if you are one of the 3,000 watching right now, hit the subscribe button, and get in there. I just haven't refreshed. We do have more than 12 likes, I assume. So hit the like, hit the subscribe. More importantly, the subscribe button. Let's see if we can get those numbers going upside as well. It doesn't look like Bitcoin's doing much there. IBIT's still that $90,000 mark. So all good on that front as well. All right, let's go back over the desk. It's Brendan and Adara. Not much happening with those numbers.
Not really. A ho-hum print there. Again, coming up on Friday morning, guys, 8:30, we'll get non-farm payrolls. That is a up-to-date number. So we will get last month's version, which it's been a while. So good to get back on track as far as the scheduling anyways for that data. Again, if you missed it, or if you're just coming in, again, hi, we start at 8 a.m. now, not 8:30. We did get some Canadian merchandising trade data there as well. Looks like that was downside, but what else is new? Non-farm productivity, 4.9% versus 5%, so a little bit of a downtick on that as well. Trade balances, negative 29.4 billion. The expectation was for a positive print around 58.7 billion. So one kind of offsetting the other here, I think.
Yeah, and what's interesting too is you mentioned we are going to be getting on-time data tomorrow for NFP, which is significant, but we're also going to be getting September and October data for building permits and housing starts. So there is still some delayed data that we're kind of processing. Never mind, we also got a bit of an update here for that next GDP reading. That's going to be February 20th, so a little bit earlier than what was initially expected. Even though the shutdown ended quite a while ago now, like literally almost 2 months ago, we're still seeing, I guess, that trickle effect here of the slowness of getting the economic data back on track. And as we mentioned, unfortunately, we could have another one coming through in January. But yeah, with regards to this jobs data, it's been kind of all over the place so far. But I think whatever the NFP number is, that's going to offset anything with JOLTS or ADP or what we got this morning. Yeah,
we're right back to, that being said, we're right back to basically aftermarket levels here for the overall markets and NASDAQ. We're so used to talking about the NASDAQ as far as the market is concerned, but it has not been the NASDAQ leading the past little while here going into the end of the year and then to start the new year off. It's been the Dow, it's been the S&P. NASDAQ has been lagging a little bit. Not the case today, however. Here's the S&P downside, or the SPY anyways, downside a little bit. I haven't looked at the Dow because why, quite frankly, but we should maybe start pulling, there we go. That one up as well, even weaker than both of them at this point. So we spent so much time talking about the AI trade specifically, talking about the Mag 7, specifically for the past year and a half or so. It's hard when that happens to, shift focus and say, okay, if defense is going to be the focus here, or one of the focuses going forward, AI is not going anywhere, but we have to kind of adjust.
Yeah, I think there is kind of an issue here of the concern of, again, NASDAQ being the entire market, because it's not, it's also a smaller index here than what we're seeing with the S&P as well, which I think is certainly worth noting. But yeah, I mean, I think yesterday really proved with the move in the housing names, as mentioned earlier, with that Trump post at 12:45, suggesting that large institutional investors could be banned from buying single-family houses. A lot of those names are not going to necessarily be these tech plays, right? And then we get even more downfall here, or bloodshed, for lack of a better term, with the defense play. So I think that really showed, to Brendan's point here, that sure, we always think about the tech names, but a lot of these moves sometimes are going to happen in these non-tech stocks, and you have to be prepared to look at these other indices as well.
Just reading a note here from Axios, OpenAI has spending commitments worth $1.4 trillion over the next 8 years. $1.4 trillion over the next 8 years. I mean, we obviously can't look at anything directly related, but Microsoft a little bit weak this morning to the downside, giving most of yesterday's move. This one I saw yesterday right out of the gate, absolute monster, and then gave all that back. Didn't really get any kind of bounce after the close, but we're back to 480 here, guys, for Softy.
Yeah, OpenAI's got a lot of commitments. There's a lot riding on them, but you know what? We're not going to have them public this year, so we'll wait for.
Do we know that for sure?
Well, the speculation is.
Yeah, I don't think we will. I just didn't know if that.
2027. I think we're.
Oh yeah, I didn't know if that came out or not.
Yeah, like so far the speculation is Anthropic this year, SpaceX this year, and then OpenAI next year potentially. But like the proxy trades out there, like how good does Oracle look? That gives you a sign of where things are going. I actually think Anthropic did another funding round, the $350 billion in valuation today or yesterday. But Microsoft, this is not. First of all, it's not really doing anything to trade it, but it's not doing anything in maybe not the best way. Like there's stocks that go sideways, and you're like, yeah, but that's still a pretty good looking chart. Like, yeah, it's fine, it's barcoding here, but it's barcoding in an uptrend. I like what I'm seeing here. I don't know that how much of that's going to apply to Microsoft right now relative to the market. I want it to break out from here, would be nice, but every time you want it to happen, it just gets absolutely like smacked at 490, like smoked at 490. So until it breaks out of this malaise, you really got to put it in the penalty box. I think that's exactly what it is. Like this one is a do not touch unless you want to buy accumulation because you're DCing into Microsoft and that's your baby this year, not for me. But when it breaks that 490 eventually, I think you get some acceleration. We've seen that happen with Amazon when it finds a bit of a bid. So I think Microsoft could do that, but it's tied up with this skepticism, I think, that A, they can get anything going with Copilot, and B, that OpenAI isn't overextending itself. Sean teased it, but we are ready. I can see him locked and loaded and looking fresh in the new year. So we've got Luis to talk about some small caps.
As promised, let's bring him right in. Lots to discuss as far as the brand new trading year is concerned. Luis Barbado joining us from the Real Trading office over in Barcelona, Spain. Happy New Year, sir. Good to see you, first off.
Happy New Year, Brendan. I'm sorry I've been away so long, but every Thursday was a day off this month, so.
All good. So have I. Fine. Welcome to 2026. I wanted to start just from a high level this morning, Luis. When we come into a brand new year, for whatever reason, we seem to get a little bit of a reset. Certain themes tend to come back into play, or new themes come into play. As we were just discussing a little bit there, defense seems to be popular over the past couple of trading days here for obvious reasons. But my question, when you focus on a specific market cap, lower end of the scale in your case, how much do you pay attention to the overall shift in what the market is paying the most attention to when you're looking for setups daily?
When you trade the small caps, it's not much about fundamentals or what the biggest picture cycle in the market, but it's more about hot sectors. And of course, defense is a hot sector right now, drone sector as well. So it's not that much about the as I say, the whole picture of the economy or the macro structure or the political, but more about hot sectors. And as you say, we're very, very careful with the drone sector, with the defense, with all these kind of sectors.
When we zoom out a little bit on some of these, then I assume, when it comes to some of the drone type names, as you mentioned, we can get into some of the smaller names, not typically those types of stocks, though. You get the crazy news-based move, maybe pre-market, and then an all-day fade back downside. RCAT, I just brought up in front of me here, one of the drone stocks has been in pretty good shape here for the past couple of weeks. Is there a long bias until we're wrong in this case on some of these?
Well, usually we do what we call sympathy play. So we check the stock, one or two usually are very in play for the day. And then we usually track all the names in that sector. We have like a watch list per sector. So we look all the sympathy plays that we call all the stocks that are sympathy to this sector, to this stock in particular. It could be drone. It could be Trump family-related stocks or defense or anything. So we look for which ones are with good technical analysis, with good chart, with good price action, and we believe it could follow the stock in play in the sector. Usually the stock in play, we look for the short side when it get, let's say, tired or losing volume, losing interest. We look for the short in this one and the long in the other ones who are, let's say, delayed for the primary move.
All right, let's work through a couple of these here. Let's pick off maybe the top three off that list. Tell me what you're looking at so far today.
We're looking at FLYX on Amex stock, is airlines. It's pushing very, very, very strong this pre-market. Have it here. Sorry, I'm gonna put it here. So you're gonna look for wait a little bit this stock consolidate above BWAP, and we will look for the short against pre-market highs and with the expectations of losing the BWAP below $6. So only short this one. Backside, no front side if it breaks new highs. Only short backside with the pre-market highs as a stop. It could be a good one if the market opens and it keeps high volume and keep higher lows. We will look for longs, but usually, as you say, we are more short bias traders, so we will look for a short on this one as soon as it loses volume and against pre-market highs.
And is this something, I haven't seen a headline on this, but for anyone that missed that, FLYX, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Which is fly exclusive Incorporated. I've never even heard of this company, but as you said, about 5 million shares so far, up more than 100%. Confirmation for anyone maybe that is hearing this conversation for the first time, Luis. As far as confirmation goes on something like this, that's up huge, 100% in the pre-market. What are you looking for to just say, okay, this is done?
It is difficult, of course. If it would be easy, we will be winning ratio 100% of the trade. But confirmation could be losing the VWAP, trading below VWAP, trading with lower volume when the market opens mainly. So we have like 3 points that we really care. One is pre-market highs. If it's trading pre-market highs, higher of pre-market highs, we will not short this one front side. Second level is VWAP, of course. If it's trading above VWAP or below VWAP, it's another confirmation, and less volume when the market opens. After the price of opening, if it trades lower and lower volume, the higher the probability of fading is. So those are the 3 more or less factors that we look into. And of course, price action. Price action is very important. Check the level 2 time and sells, a lot of tape reading. And in this case, I haven't checked yet, but also probability of dilution. How healthy is this company, or is it possible that they do an offering at the money or through warrants or whatever?
All right, the only one I see, or only other one I see, pretty much has given it all back already here this morning. WOK might be a little bit late to the party here on this one.
Yeah, first, what you see, ICRB, this was a very interesting stock to trade, was moving higher pre-market. As you can see, this is a sample of where we have been talking about. It loses VWAP. You can go short below VWAP, or you can wait for a push to VWAP and go short against this VWAP rejection with a stop of higher highs, let's say, around here. You go short here, you have a lot to go jet down. And the other ticker is ACON. This is also a nice ticker. And it's another one pretty similar with what we're talking about. You see it's trading higher and higher above VWAP. And for the first time, we see losing volume and losing VWAP. So it's another short probability of fading, all day fade against this VWAP.
If we're having the conversation around defense, around, as you said, drones to start things off, even if there are 1 or 2 of these, smaller end of the market cap scale that do pop up in relation to that, there needs to be some sort of filtering around that to make sure, we're not obviously trying to short something that is caught in something that's related to news.
Yeah, beside what we have been talking about of VWAP, pre-market highs and volume, we check institutional ownership. If it's very high institutional ownership, it is more likely that the stock could move up in more, let's say, manipulative way, because the high institutional ownership. And also we look the easy to borrow or very hard to locate stock. If it's a very easy to locate or easy to borrow, the more chances that it could go higher, because if it's free to go short, more people and bigger will go short. So the short squeeze is more likely on those kind of stocks. So there's another 2 numbers we look when we short these stocks.
Great stuff as always, Luis. Anything else catching your eye here this morning?
I think that those are the 3 main tickers, and also we are going to look the MNST. I think it was MNTS. This one was in play yesterday, very, very strong, and we are going to look for what we call the first red day. So after a very strong movement for a few days, 2 or 3 days, we're going to look for the first red day. So if it's open below pre-market highs and below VWAP, we'll short this one. Look, Luis, no matter how much has gone down, it can keep going lower and lower and lower, because if you check the stock, this is coming from $5. So you can go short in 14, 13, 12, and it has a lot of room to go down.
Just real quick, I know we've had a couple of questions in the past when you've been on about that screen that you're showing. Yes. You're essentially just looking for how many times in the past when a stock is gapping up, does it end up closing red or just lower in general?
Well, we have a lot of things in this scanner that we have created. As you can see, it's a scanner that tells you everything that is going up or down with high relative volume, breaking highs. It tells you the news, the flow, the short flow, everything. We create this with Python, of course, and we program this. And what you're talking about is about this statistic. If you click in the stock, we have here how many times it has gapped up over 20% since 2020, and how many of these times it has closed red from the open. So it's not from the previous day, of course, but from the bell, from 9:30 in the New York, how many times from that price has closed red or green. So for example, Acorn, you can see that if you go short on this stock, every time that it gap up more than 20%, if you go short on the open, 85% you will make money because it will close red. And the average gap is 60%. So it's also important to check what type of day are you trading. So for example, we have to go to 3rd of March of 2025 to see a similar day, 100% up with high relative volume. So it's very important to trade the data, of course. You have to check the price action, the new of the day. So everything is not data. It doesn't mean you have to go short, yes, because it depends what is the new today, if it has a dilution probability, and so many other things.
Fantastic. Luis, we appreciate the insight, as always. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much, and have a good start of the year.
Fantastic stuff, Luis. Yes, a couple small caps on my mind this morning, but also let's take a look at some of the analyst actions on this morning's pre-market session. At the top of the list here, guys, we have Lumentum getting a substantial price target increase with a buy rating going from $290 to $470. Also, we have an upgrade on Airbnb by Cantor Fitzgerald, going from an underweight to weight, also raising the price target to $841. Slightly negative here this morning, only by a fraction. Now, as for Figma, also getting the overweight rating, guys, by Wells Fargo, and then Google. Sean was trading this earlier this morning, and it's definitely in play. We're positive around 1% at the making of this here. Yes, exactly, Katina. $370 is going to be that price target increase. And we're also going from a neutral to an overweight on Google, once again by Cantor Fitzgerald. Now, as for some of the retail names, Nike, guys, getting a downgrade by Needham. Negative here this morning, going from a buy to a hold. And then we have Toast, a Josh Brown favorite, or it was at least, outperform to peer perform, down 2.1% this morning. As well too, guys, getting that price target decrease, but still holding a relatively strong overweight rating. But the price target is going from $150 to $125. And then as for Sigma Lithium, you're down 3.7%, and you're going from an overweight to an underperform, once again down 3.7%.
Those upgrades and downgrades and the segment with Luis brought to you by PDSB Biotechnology. That's PDSB on the NASDAQ, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with an initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. You can learn more at pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them, link in the description. I want to thank them for sponsoring those upgrades and downgrades. And well, someone actually asked us about Nike being at a buy spot in the afternoon yesterday, and there wasn't much positive that could be said about it. And yeah, whether it gets an upgrade or a downgrade or not, this one was downgraded to underneath a 50-period moving average and possibly headed to retest some lows. I mean, the good news is, well, possible good news would be if the tariffs get overturned, or at least a bunch of the tariffs get overturned by the Supreme Court. That would bode well for them. So there is something that could be positive for them in the near term. But for now, this one, big time failure. Actually, there's almost like a head and shoulders that could be forming here if you short that pop in today. No, but Nike looking incredibly weak. But there is at least a chance if a tariff turnaround could do something for them at the end of the week.
Look, smarter men than us have recently bought Nike, so you could see. I don't know if there's going to be a trade there. Nike.
Oh,
the
you
CEO,
mean
Tim Cook.
Tim Cook,
Yeah, all these guys. I'm saying smarter guys.
I thought it was someone else.
Smarter
someone
guys than
new,
us.
maybe.
Yeah. No. I'm a little bit into Nike, but not much. It was years and years ago. More like during COVID when it was like hot to get some of those shoes. But my upgrade is Google today, and I mean, obviously, I just took in a couple more pieces here. It doesn't look like it wants to get above 327 right now until I guess real volume starts to come in a bit. So I'm just going to start to piece this thing out. I still really do like the 326. It is on the sticky note. Is the number one. Number one idea is Palantir, but I really do like Google to come out on there. Oh yeah, and by the way, this Bloom Energy just continues to take off. I mean, it was 108 or 107 or something there when we started the show. Yeah, 10, 108, 107, and now up to 122. So what a monster move. That actually, when we opened the show, it was 111. But from this morning, nice move up there on Bloom Energy, now up 12+% as that keeps on kicking higher here as well. And then hopefully my Palantir has not broken yet. No, it has not. So that's good. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people. It seems like a lot of people are bulled up here today. Like everyone in the chat seems to be thinking long. So that gives me a little bit of a pause for some of these plays, but I still really like the long. So I want to be part of that 187 break. I actually wrote down 187.25 as a break because that was yesterday's top there for Palantir. We're going to get over to the desk and talk about all of these names. We want to thank Luis again for coming through. And again, you know, probably the best small cap trader that we have here. Shari's not going to be here today, but he looks at all that. What a great scanner. Thank you, Luis, for sharing that. And just goes to show you, you know, if you're actually serious about this game, you know, you need to put the work in. And it seems like Luis is doing that with his proprietary software. So thank you so much for him to come through today. That was good. Good to have him back. That is for sure. And great job by Brendan there asking him the questions that you guys want to know answers to. So, and then also, man, I messaged Joe. I think those were some great graphics that he had. So great job there, Joe, on the upgrades and downgrades and the options talk that we always get from Joe every single day. He's added so much to the show. So I want to give a big shout out to Joe. Thank you so much for that. So Joe, you're the man. All right, let's go back over, man. It's almost 9 o'clock. We are live now every single day at 8 a.m. So hit the like, and more importantly, hey, did we get 550 yet? Let me just double check this right here. Probably not, but let's just keep on talking about it until we do. How about that? So if you don't want me just to keep talking about it, you got to hit the subscribe button right now. Get it up to 550. We're at 549. Just a fun little key level that we're looking at, right? We got there's been some resistance. Needless to say, if we had a chart, we'd be bumping up to that 550 now for a minute. So let's
like Tesla yesterday at 438.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see if we can get it to 550 right there. Thank you to everybody for watching again. And 8 a.m. So set your clocks a little earlier. Shout out to Mike P. DeRider. This guy's posted already 1,400 messages. So we want to thank him for doing that already.
He's not messing.
And yeah, enjoy your tea, my guy. And we're going to go back over there and talk some tea with Brendan and Adara.
Just be aware, Scott Besson on CNBC has been for probably 10 minutes or so, but Mark is not really reacting to that. But surprise, surprise, Scott Besson saying more Fed rate cuts are key to stronger growth. Shocking absolutely no one. We haven't touched on Bitcoin or crypto yet this morning. There was a note on Coinbase. I was just reading through here from Bank of America. Bank of America upgrading Coinbase to a buy. You mentioned yesterday sitting here, the CES tie-in here for not only them, but a few crypto-related names.
Yeah, I believe the main crypto-related name of the CES tie-in is actually Coinbase. And guys, at 12 p.m. Eastern, so 9 a.m. Pacific time, Coinbase is going to be partaking in like a 1 hour long panel event. It's not CEO Brian Armstrong, if I remember correctly, but it's another C-suite executive. So again, just letting you guys know here, I would keep an eye here on Coinbase potentially, or if you're trading it, just be aware from 12 to 1. We know yesterday Caterpillar had their panel at 12 p.m. Eastern, and the stock actually did move. On that panel, they announced a partnership with Nvidia. Now, not that we're expecting that from Coinbase, but I do think certainly worth keeping an eye on because CES can be and certainly has been moving stocks this week.
Not looking too bad right now. I mean, we did get positive for Coinbase early on that note this morning, but I mean, we're right back to basically flat here where it ended the day as of yesterday for Coin. So one to watch. Maybe crypto not really doing a heck of a lot so far this morning, but let's talk about what is. If you haven't done so yet, grab the absolutely free watch list. Link is below in the description. If you are joining on the app as well, you just have to expand, and then the link will be below in the description for you. Top link will get you to the sign-up page for the watch list. Has absolutely everything on it that you need to know in the pre-market every single day. As we said, to kick things off here this morning, everyone was watching defense names late in the day yesterday. Huge move down, followed by a huge move right back up after the close on some interesting Trump comments. Timing, I guess, was the interesting part.
The timing is interesting. And Brendan, I have visuals. I haven't made an infographic of this yet, but I'm just going to show the post. So basically right here around 12, or just after 2 p.m. here, 2:06, 2:07, Trump going here in a pretty long post just to summarize. The biggest things he says here is that he believes that defense contractors in the U.S. are issuing dividends and stock buybacks, but they're not actually investing in plants and equipment. So with that in mind, he, A, says that maybe they shouldn't be getting deals unless they up their U.S. investment, and B, said that he does not think the executives of these companies should be making more than $5 million per year. Well, I looked it up, and the number and the salary is interesting because I looked up, LMT, Boeing, and RTX. All of those CEOs made on average between like 18 million to 26 million in 2024. Even like CFOs are making more than 5 mil. So interesting cap. Then if you flash forward to what it's going to be like just over 2 hours later, 4:02 p.m., which this is what Brendan means by interesting timing, right after the close, he comes after RTX specifically saying that Raytheon, quote, needs to start investing in more upfront investment. And then that happens, RTX drops, but then not to worry, guys, because 15 minutes later, he announces that after some negotiations, he believes the military budget for 2027 should be $1.5 trillion, which implies more defense contracts. So in just 2 hours and 15 minutes, whirlwind trip for these defense names.
Yeah, full circle. We're coming back to those levels right now. I mean, I'm just looking at Lockheed Martin here, but some of the resistance levels that came into play yesterday, starting to play once again, guys, 5:30 here on LMT.
Yeah. Broken record, but death taxes and government spending more money than they did before, and defense spending always going up. In the long run, that's just how it is, and you're seeing it. You're not just seeing it here; you're seeing it in Europe. Like there's what's one of them? Leonardo's a company in Europe that's actually up as well because Germany's been spending a bunch. And look, that shock didn't last long enough, in my opinion, to be happy that it happened, so you could catch some bids in there, because you really just had to be sitting on the bid yesterday in the afternoon for some of those defense names. Raytheon's a beast. It'll continue to be a beast. I love AVAV. That'll continue to work. That's a drone name that is going absolutely ham. It's up another double digits. Okay, fine. It's up 9.7% today. Not quite double digits, but this one's been insane. Joining since the beginning of the year, it's already up 30%. Complete insanity. It's like, yeah, well, that was fun. I'm considering actually ringing the register on a piece of it, which is jokes. We haven't even done our picks, and this was the first one out of the mouth. But it's Palantir today. There's a couple of things about Palantir. So you talk about the whole like CapEx and whatever spend. Well, if one of the things about spending more on military is if you start looking at the software side of it and advancing and getting a little bit more modern, then suddenly it would seem to me that you have a little bit less of the ire of some of what the president was complaining about, and that might be a little bit more protected. So I think your drone plays and your software plays, and your AI plays, those are going to be the better ones or the safer ones in the short term. That said, when I sat down today, it was just this. It was only two levels to look at. It was support that we got on the original headline, which is 80 to 81, and then it was the breakout through here at 187. There is room to A190, and then zoom it out a little bit further. The 190 level, which is just psychological, and then if you fill the gap a little bit more to the 92 area as well in play today for Palantir. So yeah, like the defense trade, but I mean, I wouldn't chase the other ones. That's the thing. Like you're just essentially buying Raytheon higher than you did yesterday at all-time highs. I don't see the point in chasing that move.
Yeah, I have different. I have like I was saying that if you bought oil there on Monday, you're not going to find anybody to sell those shares to for that price. I feel a little differently about defense. I think that could still go upside a little bit, but we'll have to watch those trades. But yeah, the number one trade today. I'm already into Google. That's already the dollar right now. It's actually starting to go higher right here, Google. But yeah, I really like Palantir. That's that 187.25 break there with military spending back on focus with Trump. I mean, we were talking about it all morning, and then dip buys. I don't really know the exact area there, but I was thinking 183 to 184 there. There it goes. Yes, let's go right now, Google. Yeah, we heard that. I already looked at those stocks. Not much going on right there with Paramount.
If they raised it, it's a big
$30 is...
That's what's not getting done, the $30.
Yeah, so I was saying 34, I think, gets done, but that doesn't look like that's going to happen. So, yeah, for me, Palantir, there is the, by the way, here's Google right now. Officially, I mean, it's been in the dollar club before, but there it goes, moving to the upside. I'm actually waiting at 327.48, so I'm right into here. Hopefully we can get that print, and then that would be a good start the day. All right, but back over to Palantir just real quick. All right, so right there, I was looking at yesterday's level, see if we could take that out. I mean, I could also see it dipping in, which is why we wrote that down. So the 200 period moving average there. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be hard to read, but $30 a share, all cash bid. I think that's Larry Ellison. Okay, personal guarantee, yeah. So I think the story remains the same there.
Same as before.
And we'll just wait to see if what goes down there. Deal 27.42. So that's with all those shares involved. So it's actually is going to be a much better offer by Paramount. But I guess I don't know. That's already done. They're
It's
going to have
also
to pay.
being able to get closed. Like one of the arguments was that it would be more difficult to get the Skydance deal closed in essence.
Yeah, so anyways, if Palantir does dip in, I think that's going to be one of the better trades as well. So I am willing to take this right away off the open, and if it does hit off the open, we could either use 187 as our out, like just a real quick kind of like quick scalp trade, or you can take maybe less shares and wait to see if it breaks it, then you make that fake and break and fake back into VWAP again, which is 185.70. So I love the VWAP trade if we can get that on a break and then a make back in, or if we just continue to go southbound, I'm looking in this 184 to 183. I already talked about Bloom Energy. Oh, wow. Okay, by the way, Bloom Energy is going, but so is Google right now is $1.30 now. There goes Bloom, man, up 16%. That's the real winner over here. But there goes Google. I'm actually waiting at 85s to get some shares. So there it is, man. We get some more out right there. You see some whole bunch of printing now at 85. There goes. All right, that's a good trade, man. It's now 9:10. I don't know if I can do a better one. This is why you guys want to make sure that you're in here at 8 a.m. every single day. It's $1.60 now in the money. This could be the biggest trade of the day. I'll promise I'll look for more, as we all will. So yeah, there it goes, man. Google. Glad to take this one, and it was trading with enough volume in the pre-market that was able to put something on. So it also came back in. We missed the 326 break. We played it back into there. So we're going to go over Google at no point on the rundown, but I talking about it now, so we'll pass it back over. Memory again. My memory serves right. We had a $2 or $3 winner on Micron yesterday, so let's go over and see what Adair and Brendan want to talk about here as far as memory is concerned.
Just real quick on this updated Paramount Warner Brothers Sky deal. Looks like the change here is Larry Ellison has come out saying he's personally guaranteeing up to $54 billion in committed debt financing from him personally, and then the Paramount Sky saying they're pegging the value of the Netflix bid at $27.42 per share, which would make this completely financed $30 per share Paramount offer, obviously significantly higher. So we'll see, but I think it's just more personal guarantees from Larry Ellison. I mean, you and I were talking the other day just saying, I don't think this is over yet.
No, I don't think it's over. And I think, again, it is worth noting here, Brendan Carr, FCC chair, he's set to speak at CES 2026 today. Now, I cannot obviously guarantee or even assume that he'll talk about this issue, but given that he stepped in before here with these regulatory scuffles, there's a chance that he could. But I just really quickly want to say here, Brendan, before we get to the next story, with regards to this bid, one of the things that WBD and its board said when they rejected the most recent Paramount Skydance offer is they don't want debt financing. So I don't really know how more debt financing sweetens the pot for them at all, in my opinion, but we'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just more not the company, but it's Larry Ellison stepping in saying he's going to guarantee
That's fair.
up to that 54 billion number. But anyways, I'm sure there's more to come as far as that is concerned. Let's talk about these memory names. Ended up being a bit of a dull kind of a trade yesterday. We go up, that's Micron, run up, touch the highs from the prior session, come right back in the afternoon. It does chop around here in the pre-market this morning and after the close yesterday, but we're still in this range.
Yeah, I think SanDisk, though, actually maybe not in the range anymore, trying to break out. There's like one story I could find on this, TrendForce reporting that Nvidia has tightened its Rubin HBM4 specs for Q3 2025. So at that point, this is going to be forcing SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron to redesign and resubmit their samples. Because they have strong BW demand here, Nvidia is going to be leaning into GB300 and HBM3E, which basically pushes this HBM4 mass production to late Q1 26 or early Q2 26. So a little bit of HBM jargon there, more or less. You're not a massive story, but these stocks certainly still in play.
One thing with this type of idea is if it's going to go, you'll know it's going to go, and it will be a pretty big deal when it's news-based like this. Yesterday, guys, not much to look at here for these.
Yeah, look, WDC was insanity. That dropped. We keep talking about the other side of the trade, which of course is, SanDisk going ridiculous amounts every single day. But Western Digital got absolutely smoked in yesterday's trade, down about $20, double digits. It's flat now, but the curl that I thought was happening potentially could happen, and obviously hasn't on SNDK. That seems like you could be doing it on WDC. This is an important day for it because you want to see, is it able to kind of bounce back, hold 200, get over 204? If it doesn't, I'm thinking back end on this one instead of SNDK. So, you have to be able to pivot. My thought was if this trade slows down, that this is the one that was going to crack first. But you know what? If that's wrong, then you just move to the other name. That's sort of the idea. Like you can't, if you sit there and WDC is the one that pulls back and you're stubborn thinking it's going to be SNDK, then you're just going to end up getting burned. So, my eyeballs will be on the former, not the latter. Not really looking at Micron too much in here today. It's kind of got an inside day going for it as well. But of those three, two of them at least aren't making some fresh highs, whereas SNDK is. So suddenly that's the lead horse in this race.
All right, yesterday, man, we sat here. I put these glasses on. Shout out to Pops Mafia. There's a lot of talk and people loving Adara's glasses. So I've been asked to join the crew. So I'm going to do that right there. Yeah, look, yesterday we traded Micron, and what a good short that was. Right into here, 340 a couple times to the downside. And yeah, that's not even the end of the day there. That's 2 o'clock. You see, we get into 337 right there yesterday on that trade. So a couple good shorts yesterday for me on Micron in the afternoon. It was basically one of the only trades that I put on there in the afternoon. I think I have to go back and look, but yeah. So it is eventually coming back in. It's just like I said, if you've shorted it any time over the last little while, you've only had a couple days maybe where you've been able to cover, and unless you ultimately shorted the very top of those markets, then you probably didn't make any money. I mean, the only time that I was talking about a short was right into here because we had seen it fail off of, at that point was the highs, came back in, hit the high again, failed back to the 50, came back in, hit the high, failed back to the 50, and then that next time when it actually took it, we went nothing but upside. So there it goes, man. Micron shooting the moon right here, upside on MU. So yeah, that continues to work it out. We did get $2 though on Google. Google goes all the way to 329 there. So we actually got almost $3. We're long at 326.38. Our best outs is 328.75 or so. So less than half of this position on, and looking good here for Google as we continue to climb upside on this one. APLD earnings. Let's go talk about Applied.
A lot of people were mentioning this one yesterday going into the close. We did get wild back and forth action here on the actual report and the numbers coming through after the close yesterday. When all is said and done, however, not much to look at as far as the price action here.
Yeah, not too much to look at. These numbers, though, are not bad. Adjusted earnings coming in flat, better than the expected 10-cent loss plus revenue, 126.6 million, well above estimates of just under $90 million in revenue. And that's also nice growth here from 36.16 million last year. Their HPC hosting business revenue, $85 million. Their data center hosting business revenue up 15% year over year. All in all, not a bad look for APLD.
Yeah, it's been a decent trade over the past couple of months here to the upside if you zoom out a little bit for Applied Digital, guys. But as I mentioned, $31 holding, but nothing really exciting to look at here as far as price action.
I mean, all things relative. I mean, in the pre-market, it's moved up and down a couple of percentage points already, like 30, underneath 31 into 31.6, and then back into 31. Remember, that's 2 points. It's up 5, and it's an earnings name, so that doesn't seem like much, relatively speaking. But I would suspect it is going to be volatile. I'm not a huge fan of earnings names that are not trading in a new range. It has a chance to maybe break out, but when you made the high in the pre-market, I don't equate it to a small cap, but it's kind of in that range. It's kind of the same thing. Like if it's gapping up, like I want it to be over the highs. Otherwise, not interesting at all. So it might end up being a pass. You could maybe take a look at some of that buy support, and if you really, really like APLD, buying into this one, going into earnings seemed like it was the way to go. But it's going to move. There's no question about that. Like most people are going to be happy to see a couple of points here or there. But on an earnings name, that's not a lot. You just got to put things in perspective.
Thank you so much to Harlov there. Yeah, look, man, we always have these picks, and sometimes you go up and go down, but don't get disappointed. I mean, whatever you buy in the pre-market is always a little bit of a crapshoot. So I do want to thank you for those nice comments. Of course, on Thursday, Glasses Day, here, as many people saying in the chat. Yeah, APLD. Look, I want to talk about Oscar quickly. Oscar Health here, a straight upside. I don't know. I know Adair's busy over there, but potential news on Oscar. I don't know. I was looking. I didn't see too much there, but there goes OSCR straight there to the upside. So potential, healthcare talk, I guess, maybe from Trump there. Yeah, sure. I'm not even sure. I'm in Oscar. This has about a 12 or 13% short float. I've liked it and been buying it off of these levels right here, and it's been a good trade so far. We did get something out when it went to the upside, but nowhere near what we should have in hindsight, because it went up to $24, then got cut in half right there, back down into $13. Now goes Oscar. So that's going to be a good name. It was on the sticky note on Monday or Tuesday for a long at $15. But since then, we've broken out, and now we're going up to 17 and change as OSCR continues. I did take another piece out on Google at 328. So, hopefully we can climb a little bit higher. I'm at 329 break. I'm longer than that, so I'm over that. 329.17 is my next offer. Hopefully we can grab that. And for those of you I see right there, Farouk, or is that who it is? No, Farhan, shout out to you in the chat. Just go over. You got to go over to my Twitter feed and find it at Trader TV Sean. I'll put this in the chat there for the sticky note. It has Palantir as your number one name. And unfortunately, for most of you, if you're not here at 8 o'clock, then you wouldn't be able to see this trade. But this is the number 2 name on the sticky note. And of course, it breaks 326 early. So that's what we have right there for Google. But I'll put it right here in the chat, and we'll get going on this absolute monster. One of 2 names on the Mag 7 that beat the S&P 500 last year. So, okay, back over to the desk to talk about a big name that is continuing to have a little bit of a shuffle. That is Apple.
Yeah, I mean, great move for Google this morning. I was just double checking there. 328.16 I have as far as, 328.83 all-time highs there. So potentially Google set to all-time highs. Apple definitely not, and continuing to slide in direction. So tale of, a new year, new storylines. Once again, we see Apple switching spots here on the market cap scale with Google, and right at or back too close to session lows here so far.
Yeah, and for the first time in 6 years, Google saying, hey, Apple, I'm going to usurp you in market cap, which certainly a big change in the tide, though, again, not for Apple's price action, which continues lower. There's one kind of a story here in Apple, nothing major. It wasn't our watch list this morning, so if you can always reference that. But basically, some antitrust stuff in India. India's antitrust watchdog telling a court that a law calculating fines based on global turnover is going to help deter multinational companies from breaches. They're trying to counter a challenge here to the measure from Apple. Apple wants to strike down this law because it would be facing fines of up to $38 billion with regards to alleged abuses related to its App Store. That's it, though. It's just some court jargon stuff.
Just seeing a note here from Fitch, ratings agency, expecting U.S. Federal Reserve to cut rates twice in the first half of 2026. That's on the back of Scott Besson on CNBC this morning saying he agrees, should be more cuts, but probably thinks they should be delayed into the second half of the year. So market not moving on that. But yeah, relative weakness here more than anything for Apple.
Yeah, as far as the rate thing goes, we'll keep our eyes on that rate tool because, based on Miran's comments and Besson and now even more, you might see, maybe we'll see a little bit of a shift because I was going in the wrong direction if you like cuts early on. Apple has been going in the wrong direction all year, which hasn't been very long, but it also hasn't been very pretty. But sometimes you have to feel about this, a little bit counter. I think this is an opportunity. 45 first, and then the 200 period moving averages. I likened this yesterday to when everyone was sort of disappointed, is a better word, than crapping on a stock like Amazon, and each found a support level on its pullback. It's like, why is this pulling back when it's worse than everything else? Then it goes right back into where the prior support was, and now it starts to look good again. And that passing of the torch, just from one to the other, you have Google looking strong right now, you've got Amazon looking pretty good right now, you've got Microsoft and Apple not looking all that great, but that doesn't usually last forever. So I'm thinking right around here, the 45 on the higher time frame for sure on Apple. And look, it's going to give you like a point here or there, but I don't necessarily see this as much of a trade today unless it tries to fill the gap, and then you're just looking to fade inside of the gap on Apple. Like when I'm looking at shorts, I'm looking at something like an IBIT today, which was all day yesterday. It was a good short. You just multiple reloads, and it just trended down. And now it's underneath the place where it bounced. So it bounced right off of our support line, which is that 51.4 IBIT. So I want to just play the short again. If you pop back in here, look for the curl, something like this, maybe topping tail, trend break, and then that'll give you the entry. Otherwise, standard operating procedure would be if you don't get that, look at some pre-market highs to be able to fade. And once I see the trend, just try to establish go down. So Apple's sliding, coin slide that.
4 positive days since December 1st. So definitely not. Oh, my mic is acting up again. I don't know. Okay, but Apple right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days basically, and straight down. So this is definitely in the penalty box, as our good friend Brian Shannon likes to say. I would honestly think this is coming back into this 240 to 245 area. So for me, I'm not a buyer of any more Mag 7s, I don't think, this year. I'm not. They're not on my radar. And I'm also not a seller of any, so I'm just going to hold and see what winds up happening. Like I said, underproducing the S&P 500 last year. Right there, 245 or so would have been something to look at for Apple. It was great trade back there in September. The last time I bought it was down into here when we broke through this level. So we actually got 212s the last time, and should have, like I said, if I was swinging these things and looking to trade out of them, that would have been a great little spot up there at the highs, but that's true of any stock. There's the pullback down in 257. I think we are coming in to 240, 245. I still think it's a China story, and we need to hear a little bit more about what's going on there in China to sort of open up the floodgates one more time for Apple. Their flip phone, I think, is going to be great once it's released. The iPad is like the sales of the iPad is like, I forget the stat, but it was something like total sales of the iPad is like more than the sales of like almost like every other electronic unit out there. And iPad is only like, a fifth or something of their revenue. So it's absolutely unbelievable, some of the numbers that Apple continues to put up with their products. The number one consumer product in the history of the world. Apple, people love it, and they're not going to stop. It just, right now it is in the box, and you got to wait for it, man. It's serving like, I feel like it's serving, Joe, 5 minutes for fighting, and then maybe you got a 10-minute misconduct or something there, Apple. So we'll have to wait to see if Gary Bettman throws down a suspension on this name. But right now, 245, I'm already in hockey mode. 245 right there coming into play for Apple in the next little while, I have a feeling. So yeah, we'll sit on our hands and wait to see what happens there with AAPL.
All right, let's talk about silver here. 6.8 billion in commodity futures rebalancing set to happen into the third week of this month. Basically, between tomorrow and the 15th, we could get that amount on the sell side for commodity index futures, specifically on the silver side of things. So a couple of days in a row here, really, really heavy selling, including, once again this morning, down better part of 5% here for silver so far.
Yeah, I was looking a little into that commodities futures rebalancing. I think that's certainly going to be an interesting look. Other metal plays as well, including, you could do GLD. I know like the palladium and the platinum plays were interesting. But yeah, I think certainly with this like massive pop and then drop that we had in SLV, especially with it floating so much near all-time highs, it's certainly going to be a play to watch out for. This rebalancing is, I think, just another catalyst, another thing to be aware of as you trade it.
Yeah, and context, as we always say, key, zoom out. Here's a daily chart of silver, 42.50 down here. That's just going back to November, the end of November. So 42.50 up to 72.50 at the high in a matter of a couple of months here. So, I mean, yeah, it's down a lot so far today, 5% or so, but I mean, we could see a lot more, I think. Neil, you've been watching this closely.
Yeah, it was between this and Bitcoin, and I kind of went with the one that I was trading yesterday for the fade, but it's so eerily similar that I might be willing to do both. It's just very distinct. Bitcoin has been like weaker at a very key level, whereas as opposed to, hey, you just made that top, you know, it was a weekday, but with a bit of a V shape. There's your gap down. You're underneath prior. You got the close and prior lows to work off of. It's going to take a kind of a big pop to get to resistance on SLV, making it not quite as exciting, just in terms of like the key level that we're at, like right now in the moment here. So, you know, I do like it. Look, I do like silver for the short. I'm just going to be preferring IBIT here today. But if we come back in, if let's say I don't get a trend on IBIT, it just never comes back in, and we come back to like a 68.3 or so, right in here, like that higher low kind of corresponding with this level, then I might just try to join SLV. And it might seem extreme, but the top end of this range has been absurd. Like we've traveled 64 to 74 a couple of times in here. A retest down at this level, you know, down into the mid 60s, kind of would make a little bit of sense. And even if it were to go crazy unwind, the 50 period is literally 22% away, downside on SLV. So like this could stay volatile for a while, but I kind of favor Bitcoin for the short. Very, very similar charts though. The early look at, the imbalances, not much. We'll see at 9:28 when some of the NASDAQ names come in, but I'm not seeing anything that's going to be very interesting on the imbalance locator or that is of note.
Yeah, okay. I was looking myself at see if there was any Google. The only thing I have here, of course, is that. So we're going to just wait off. There goes Google. We just took another piece out there at 328.50 as it continues to go a little bit higher. Yeah, look, I'm not into any silver, so you know that's that. But I'm into gold, and you know we like some gold down here. And I don't know if it's going to get back, obviously, into 360 to 370 area, but I think you just continue to watch this 50-period moving average, right? And I mean, if you can get back into 385 to 390, that to me seems like a great little spot there for gold. But with only a couple minutes left right now, let's go over some of the, thank you, Randy, right there, for another reload. I like that one a lot. Randy, today Ford is on my look there, breaking through 14. They had big news yesterday with the autonomy of level 3 they're looking at right now. And they're going to drop a $30,000 truck next year. And we're going to wait to see if Ford can go. And look at this, Randy, whether or not you like this stock or not, I said that you're going to say something bad about it, so it doesn't really matter your opinion. Yep. But right there, breaking through 14. We touched out there in October. We had fallen back in, hit the 50 period. So, you know, although Lucid today has recalls, Ford definitely, as Randy's educated us over the years, has had many of those. And right now looking to break, Randy. So I'm going to take a $14 long there on Ford. Yeah, why not, man? Traders got to trade, and I like that one. And then Open Door, maybe looking for a short there. Google long, which we're already in right there, Randy. We're $2 right now in on that one. And then Palantir. Yeah, Google is on fire. The second richest company now in the world by market cap, overtook Apple and still Nvidia still king of the castle, and the rest of us apparently are just dirty rascals. Right here, but here goes 329. Right now, we're at 329.17, and there it goes, man. Neil, it is your face slapper of the day right now. It is $3 in the money as the energy gets kicked up here on the floor. Intel $43, Google just really ripping right now to that upside. As we'll have a quick look here, not no imbalances or anything that's affecting this right now. There's a lot here on the AMEX. Exchange there, but it's ATPC and really nothing else. But there goes Google, man, an absolutely monster play to start the day. Daily goal met in the pre-market. That doesn't happen too often. Yeah,
that's what it's all about. I know you briefly said open door, but that was a great short yesterday. I'm looking continuation for it. I know it's up 2 points, but $6.50 into the afternoon.
Oh, boom.
Is one place to play into. So like some open, some people might have been looking at BX yesterday that got absolutely smoked on the same headline. Palantir does not look like it is. Yeah, it's coming in a little bit, but not much. So forget about support for now. It's still in the range of potential breakout. We did not talk about Tesla. Tesla's going to have to wait. That 438 that it couldn't break and the 440 breakout, all that stuff in the rearview. Tesla down almost a full percentage point and looking incredibly weak. So, I mean, the shorts I like open. We're talking about IBIT a little bit there. And we didn't discuss Nvidia. That's not on my radar. It wasn't the biggest mover in chip land. That was actually Intel yesterday in terms of volatility. And just based on the spread and liquidity, Intel looks like it's going to resemble yesterday more than its normal type of action. And when that's the case, let that first 15-minute come in. As this opening bell is brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. Shout out to them. And let's get this Thursday started. Ring it.
All right, here we go, man. I'm waiting for, there we go. We get another fill. 330, we get that fill right now as Google is going off. Right now, huge move there for Google, breaking now through 330. We've got your first $3 there off the sticky note. Good trade there for Google. We're looking for Palantir now. I put a bid down here near 184. We'll see if we can get that 184.25 or so. We just dropped right into that level. I think we're going to get it. I mean, Palantir is going the opposite way right here. We did not expect that by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll try maybe a little bit here then on Palantir and see if we can't catch something there. But yeah, right now Palantir heading to the downside. So we'll take a little bit of we're not taking a bath on anything yet, but Palantir is coming into those levels. And yeah, that's what I was saying. Remember when I said about oil, like sometimes you'll get those trades and then they'll be the last you'll ever see of that. I don't think that's true of these defense plays. So let's try to buy some of this dip right now in Palantir and see if we can't, absorb this little initial move down. Google, wow, what a good out that was. That's cranking back into the market right here. Sick with it. Remember I said like everybody was thinking long today? I mean, there it goes, man. Nice move to the downside early here on many of these plays.
Yeah, IBIT down. The only thing it's not down right now, believe it or not, actually you probably do believe it, is Intel. Intel just burst $1 higher here, so I mean, I was like 43 is the over/under level. If it can close above 43, gonna like that. Did not get that short. I've already canceled my offer in IBIT because we just broke the low, so the chance of getting that high is something for a little bit later in the day. We'll look at 51 here for IBIT as we just cracked 90,000. We're at 89.5 on Bitcoin. Quick reversal in the market. We didn't think that number was going to be that big of a deal, but also didn't think that it would turn us back into the red either. Oh, open door is the other thing I'm tracking. Not much. Open door, a little bit of a flush. It's back to where it started, so we're going to have to be patient for this. I'm looking at 6.5 as the fade zone for open after yesterday's news. Nvidia not doing much. AMD, if you're tracking that one, that also headed to the downside initially. Yeah, not looking very good of a start here on the day. Got to be patient. I don't want to catch any falling knives.
Yeah, I think that's basically what I've been doing. I actually wrote down yesterday that I was going to try to wait for the first 5 minutes of trading every single day, but it's a good thing we didn't do that too much on Palantir as that's starting to go back to the upside here right now. Let's see if it can sort of mature into its valuation right there. Huge. Wow, we should have got. I wasn't even paying attention, man. I was looking at Google. That just ripped up into 185, man. That was 75 cents. We should have had that trade there. Ah, damn. Too bad there for me on Palantir. That low right now is 183.50. So I think if we can break through like 182 or 183, we could stop out of that one. But let's give this one a little bit of room to like I said, to get back to the upside. We're rating at 185. If we can break through there, I'm going to take another piece right here at 75s, just because we're in at 20s, so we're looking to see there it goes for a bigger play here on Palantir. Good amount of shares loaded up right now, and then we also have a much bigger position too in Google that we've had before. So we make back everything right now, but we got to hold on for dear life now and hope that this market does make a comeback. We were pretty dead in the water there for a minute, and then everything came back. So you got to have faith in your positions, and we do so far. But wow, that was not the move down that I don't think I was expecting anyways. And here comes Google. My out on Google is honestly a break, like this 325 break. We got to be very, very careful with it because it just made all-time highs. So you are seeing some sell-off of that number. We saw Tesla get hit there off of a similar take when they hit their all-time highs, and it looks like Google is doing it right now again off of that 326. Well, we got to 329. I can't believe I have a 329 fill. Actually, I have a 330 fill right there. So let's see if it gets back to the upside.
Where is it? 326?
Yeah, man.
No, crazy whipsaw action. We tried the breakout there on Intel. I like that 43 is the out. It looks like it's going to be a big volatile day for Intel, but I only want it long over 43 or kind of shorts underneath 42. Like, I don't want to be sitting inside of this range too much. IBIT came into VWAP, as you can see here. So Bitcoin back to about just underneath 90,000. So I want to look for the short underneath these higher lows here on Bitcoin. As the NASDAQ is starting to take a turn, continuing its turn to the downside as we can speak. So kind of looking for the short entries that we're trying to get into. Open door, nothing. Open door is still not really moving at all, so that might end up being a nothing burger. SoFi from yesterday, go figure. Market down, SoFi suddenly strong again. Why not? That seems to be breaking out. I'd be a little bit skeptical of that, but if it can break 27.4, that was something we were half interested in the afternoon. It just couldn't happen. With the market heading back in here rather heavily, decently heavily is what I should say, with Nvidia down at the lows. Just IBIT for me until some things can settle down. I like 81. I don't think Palantir is going to get down there. I have to start looking at where the chips could go. Yikes.
Yeah, we're just trying to sit on our hands a little bit here. I do have some offers for Google. There it is. So let's just keep this going. Wow, we are now huge. Okay. Now we're starting to go. So now we've hit a good little level for us as the market trying to blow upside here for us. So that was a great take. Palantir just roofed us right there, man. That was huge. Back up to 185.50 there. Look at PLTR, man. What a great stock this name is here today. So it's just starting to go a little higher. I mean, we'd like to see this break through. The problem is the market, right? I mean, we can all look at here and see exactly what this market's doing, but it is a nice upside take so far. You got to put some offers a little bit higher on some of these levels. I have a stuck. Oh, 255. Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at Google there. It did get in, so we just took a bunch out there at 326.75, and then all of a sudden I thought I had a bad quote there because then it just went to 325. Real quick. So, okay, we'll stop out there. It breaks through 325. We're still fine on Google, but the market is now taking more lows. So more outs right there. We're up on the day, but Google, we do take a bath on that last bit of shares as it breaks through 325. But I like the stock. I actually think I should get back into this name a little bit here on Google because we'll buy some 80s right there and just to see. It is at the 200 period moving average. I mean, this market just turned red like real quick there. So not to be too stubborn, but Google right now is trying to turn around a little bit and head southbound off of a great all-time high play there up to 330. But
just a quick heads up, we had one brief quote freeze.
Oh, okay, maybe that's what I saw.
And some slow messaging. Execution's been absolutely fine. Slow messaging just means like you'll get a fill. It takes a second longer than you're expecting, but it was just our office. So I've already. Okay. I don't have a ticket on that. I just put it in the real trading chat. The market's headed to the downside. Open door is cruising toward potentially that 650 area. That's where I want to have the fade. Silver as well. So I'm in IBIT. I don't want to have both. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in IBIT, I'd be looking for this pre-market high to try a little bit of a fade there. But we are headed strongly up, or bouncing strongly relatively on SLV. I don't mind getting back into Intel, but I want to see something distinctly change because it went for a breakout trade, and now we're breaking through these. Now we're potentially breaking through these lows, I should say, that 42. So I wanted a 43 break. Thankfully, we got away from that very quickly. So in one short, and that's going to be IBIT. I'm not even yet. I should get on the bid now. What am I doing? I'm going to say I'm not even on the bid, which is kind of silly because I want to get down into that low of the day here. But 89.5 is kind of where we're hovering in and around. As long as we can hold underneath that 90K, I think we could be in for another trend short day. Nvidia still tanking. Tesla.
Yeah, nothing's stopping these things.
Whoa, okay, never mind. Tesla, I was about to say Tesla's still to the downside. Tesla, that's a huge reversal candle off the open if that's real. If that wick is legit, it looks pretty legit to me. It's a $5 candle almost, and now we're headed back into the upside. So Tesla is showing some signs of strength if you happen to like that one, but I don't, so I'm gonna stay away.
No, I'm going to start to tap out of pretty much out of all of these right now. I mean, they're not. We got it reloading Google and it went back to the upside, so that was fine. But you know, we had to get out of it, and right now we're going to have to get out of Palantir too, because that right here looks like it wants to break through. There it goes through. What did it go through? There it goes through 183. So we have to slap the fail initially. Well, Palantir was fine, but you know, it does fail out to that bottom. But I do still. Like, I'm thinking this market bounces, right? I mean, this is just a matter of trying to figure out where exactly these plays want to go. You know what? With that kind of a logic that the market maybe bounce, let's get back in just with small. Okay, we're trying not to be stubborn here, but I also don't want to stop out at the very bottom, only to see this one go back there to the upside. But is it the bottom for Palantir? I mean, this is 182 right there on your 200 period moving average. And that's not a horrible spot. And actually, that's what we wrote down for Palantir, 183 to 184 area. So the fact is we just tipped down into that spot. It's too bad because I really like the 187 break long right there. But there's the 184 area. We tried it. We went long. It was good. Then we basically tried it again. We weren't able to get out until eventually it breaks 183. So like make $1 and change, lose $1 and change, and still in this one. And we just went positive. Well, we just went positive on this trade on Google, and then it just fell right back in again. So yeah, right here, Google trying to figure it out around 325. And again, we wrote down the dip levels for Google could go to 321. So we have to be a little patient here and wait out to see what happens with Google, because the market's cranking lower here today. Maybe they just don't trust Trump anymore. Like, he just says one thing out of one side of his mouth and then something else at the other side. So you got to be careful about trading some of these names, like in the defense space, I think.
Or you could just be in these small cappers or these runners. ONDS,
yeah, runners.
That just broke out again because it's been doing this every single day. 18%. I see a lot of people in the chat mentioning it for sure. Rocket Lab. Well, I'm not going to go with any silly puns. You guys can think of a million puns for Rocket Lab being up another 5%. Bad day for ASTS and Rocket, but starting to come back in to set upside. I'm going to reload in a second in IBIT, but Palantir almost to that 181. So that's like, it was either breaking out the top or look for it to fill in the gap. So it's a little bit, it's not there yet, but we're getting there. I want to give it a little bit more time to try to make another bottom. There's the reload at VWAP this time on IBIT. We're able to get some out, but not all. Like at this point, I've only taken a quarter out. I'm looking for it to hold under VWAP and do what it did yesterday, which is kind of work its way gliding to the downside. It was a very channel-ish type of session. Open door is bouncing, and the market's not catching any bid, and this is not really slowing down. But I do want this one short, so just, again, have to be a bit patient. Want it to fill in a little bit more of the gap here on open door before we jump into it. And there's APLD.
Yeah, the earnings play, yeah.
Remember, it was like, yeah, it's not moving that much, but it's moving now. 15%, but that's a heck of a fail break at 35. Look at that reversion to 35. You don't like fail breaks like that if it cannot hold on to the volume weighted average price. So good look on APLD for those that happen to be involved. But my eyeballs are squarely now on Palantir, which is $1 away. If it caught a bid at exactly 181 in the aftermarket, usually those kind of gaps will be important. We've had one green candle in this first the 3 minute here. Now let's see if it can find another one down here at 181, but this has fallen like an absolute rock.
I mean, actually, you know what? We could check out, what LMT. I'm still waiting for 180. So, yeah, that's not really moving too much there. LMT and RTX had some negative talk to it yesterday as well, and they're upside. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe eventually here today the Nasdaq gets a bid, but it's not looking like it. And I think Apple was a stock that we had talked about early as well. for Apple, and that's hitting lower, which is wow. The market just took another leg lower right there. This is crush city right now to the downside for many of these names. So here comes that's Google still. Yeah, so Google's actually doing fine considering this move in the NASDAQ. Like, that's pretty violent, man. You're going to get back into 25,000, it seems like, pretty soon. 25.6, I don't think so today, but 25.6 right now into play there for that. But yeah, Palantir 181.40 right now, heading lower. We're out $1 right now on Palantir, and we're basically flat here on this Google trade, looking to see if we can put some money in our pocket on this trade. But it's Palantir that's the problem, not really Google right now. So all good there, but there goes PLTR right down into 181 in change. So yeah, my average price is 182.39, so it's not looking great right now. But we know that Palantir can get back up to the upside, and I was just thinking, like, we've fallen back into this area, so that's 180 right there. It might want to test that area. So here we come right back in on Palantir. Big time move to the downside. We're out $1.50 on this name right now.
This market is certainly losing it. We're almost a full percentage point to the downside. We just got the break of the low. Oh, of course, it's going to bottom retail candle. A little break of the low here on IBIT. We're still only at 89.5. Like, that's the bottom. So as long as that wants to hold, I should try to get at least one more leg out.
Right there. Shit.
Let's try IEX. Get the fill there. If we come back into VWAP, I'm going to reload it. But it's crazy to me that open door is strong, but it is. All right, market weak. One short working, but it's getting real close to putting on another one here in open. Just trying to let it press into 650 and then try to take that bit of a curl. But it is not looking good at all. Palantir is now at 181 bucks, and I haven't seen anything yet. Yeah, I haven't seen anything yet. It's looking like it's catching a bit of a bid. If I see the tape turn or bottom, maybe something that could make it look like it were catching a bid. Nvidia is at yesterday's low, and it's also trying to go. And then the chip name that I took the hit on for the breakout trade, well, I have to observe the fact that you're not breaking lows on Intel.
Wow.
The good news is that
lower.
it's actually relatively strong here on Intel, which means I feel like I should be looking along here, maybe not somewhere else. But it was already a loss, but at least it's not at the low of the day. Everything else is literally at the low that I'm watching. Save open door. Go for it.
Yeah, open door was the one short that I was looking at myself as well. But okay, man, Google is now at a spot where we need to try to draw some sort of a line in the sand right now. Down to 322 and change right now for Google. So this is an area that we had mentioned looking long into here was 321 dips, but I wanted to buy a little bit of something down there. So now our average price is 323.25, so we're actually back into the money now on Google. So let's take a little bit of an advantage of that. If it does bump up, man, we should feel comfortable taking something out up there. But I don't know if we're going to get that bump, man. So 324 O's or so. If we can get it, we'll put an offer there. But it's trying to go now, making our life a little bit better, back up to the upside now for Google. So there it goes. And again, I want to just get out of some of these trades, right? I mean, it is a monster right now, but we got to be careful with it. Palantir also, finally, Neil trying to go. I don't know if you got those 181s, but that's trying to go upside right there. And here comes Google, just roaring right back, man. We got... I don't know. We did have a couple hundred shares down there, so it was getting bad, but now obviously it's getting good. So we like Google down here and see if we can make a run back to the highs there on GOOGL. So nice move there, and then Palantir goes right back into the money. So so far so good, but we have taken a bath on Palantir today. Google's been a great trade. It's Palantir that we really haven't been able to get out of too much. So if this can make a move back up for the futures finally, there we go. We're almost back to the high of the day for myself. So there goes Google right now, and there goes Palantir. Google, the one that just stopped though. So hopefully it can continue. We just got a bunch of outs there at 324, 324s and change. My best outs in and around there. Let's see if we can get going backside here for Google. But wow, we were pretty smoked there until that just happened. So sometimes you just got to sit there and take the fills and take your medicine. And right now it is an upside play, but yeah, we didn't really manage that too good. We love to have sat down there and take a monster position a little lower there on Google, but we did do enough and enough to get us back to positive on the name. So there goes Google. Let's see how high we can fly from here.
Yeah, the market is trying to go. Palantir, that turn was, if you sit on the bid, you probably get it. I can tell you back through 181 on a break back through, no fill. And then at 181.5, no fill as well. So neither one of those, I'm not going to leave the bids. If it gets down there, I'm on it anyways. Reloaded IBID and into open for the first time. Nvidia's trying. It's really, really trying to go. But it's not really doing the job that everything else is. So off that bottom, the Nasdaq's still creeping up. Nvidia's retesting the low of the day. Makes me a little bit skeptical about the chip involvement here and how good that's going to be. I said I was going to consider going long into Intel if it could break back through because it was relatively strong. It rejects VWAP. Rules usually tell me false break at the open and then start riding VWAP, then you should be short because that's a short setup. It's a short setup. I don't care if I'm biased on the stock to the long side. I should be looking short when that happens. I'm going to look short on Intel and just kind of flip up the idea. Let's go and talk about data probing.
Correct. Now, savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap in. And I saw actually Beta Pro, I saw Global X advertising on CNB something yesterday as well. So we want to thank them for advertising here. Much better choice by them. Is that tap into the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs, man. They also feature that built-in hedging that we all love as far as FX is concerned. These are, maximizing your short-term returns on some of these 3X markets, including S&P TSX 60, treasuries, utilities, and whatnot. Whether or not you're feeling bullish or bearish, these are built for active traders. Please read the full risk disclosure to assess what the due diligence is necessary in any investment that you make. We want to thank Beta Pro and Global X for their involvement here with Trader TV Live. Okay. So, all right. It's quite the move right here in the market as we made. Okay, there we go. So we just stopped out of Google. That was going to be it. So we're able to take money out of that name right there back to the upside. Thankfully, we're able to cash out on that move higher and then get out once we break that low. So Google will be, after all of this, unfortunately, a flat stock for me. But I do still want to get back into this name. Just going to wait for it. Looking at some of the oil plays there, CVX, I know. And it's just, sorry about it. Like, I just had, big positions. And obviously, my attention was just on those two names. So I've only traded two names here today. And that is not included into oil. CVX not really doing anything. It is up 0.6. That's a nice, actually, day for CVX. All right, and Netflix, whoops, breaks 90. So now you got to look for a 90. I think there's some nervous hands there wondering if that deal is going to get done or not over there with Warner Brothers. So some interesting levels there to watch out for on Netflix.
Changed. It's
a crazy stock.
So ridiculous to me. Warner Brothers is literally not moving on any of the nonsense that we've been talking about on Warner Brothers. The stock is literally doing absolutely nothing. They don't care. But whatever. Let them punish Netflix. Let them punish Netflix because I think ultimately we'll probably look back in 6 months and be like, thank you, as we continue to try to buy dips on that one. But I'll be patient with it. Open, still waiting for about 6.5. I feel like I'm front end of this trade. So if that, so what that means is we're still on the way up, and I'm not getting like the wick high and the curl. So I'm not going to add to this. I'll let it, if it breaks out this high from yesterday, then I'll just jump out and I'll wait for the other side. IBIT did come back in, busted my entry, and is now coming back. So I'll try to get in again if it only holds the back end. Like, I want it to show me that we're still looking weak over there in IBIT. As we're headed right back into the lows. Nvidia's back through the low of the day. Intel, right when I said I wanted it at VWAP, if it could get there, it's back into the lows. So I'm going to wait for the next available pop. I'm no longer thinking the long in this name. And for the other chip names, I'm talking the memory names, Micron, low of the day, breaking lower. WDC, low of the day, trying to break lower. SNDK, because these are those work in threes, low of the day, trying to break lower. Now, so the memory names, which have been so strong, are all looking pretty terrible so far. Yeah, there's not much that's holding up strength. I got to be honest with you guys, not really finding a lot of relative strength in here. You could say, like, silver's at VWAP. I mean, it's trying to go. And even that looks like it could end up being a nice curl short.
Yeah, I don't know about anything anymore, man. I'm trying to buy these dips, but it's getting a little exhausting, to say the least. But we'll go back in, man. Now we have a much bigger win now with Google, as we were buying those dips again. And now you have to, you know, if we're going to try to make an actual day out of it today, let's see if we can hold. So Google right now, Google's positive here. So this, I don't know if you have any positive names, but for me, 1 for 2. Just IBIT. Okay, so 1 for 2 for me with Google and Palantir. But we got to wait. I mean, I'm trying to wait for Palantir. If it breaks 180, I mean, that was a level that we had sort of talked about a little bit there. So that's 180 change. So you got to give it a little bit lower than 180. But Google trying to mature up into its valuation as well. What DraftKings is flashing right now on my screen, 35. So I don't know what's going on with DraftKings. Let me see. Okay, yeah, there. Wow, DraftKings, nice move higher. Starting to tick a little bit there as we go. I told you yesterday I actually got out. I had a small position still left in DraftKings and just noticing, like, I don't know what this is doing. So I got out yesterday on DKNG. I'll have to find out the price. I don't know, but let's just say it's around here. And, you know, pretty flat rate here on DraftKings. So take advantage of that move up, cash out. I just have, you know, like smaller shares size left in that. Okay, here goes Palantir. Come on. Maybe now we can get that bounce off 181. I mean, I don't really, I have some offers. No, I don't. I have 181.75. And then we have some 182s, and then up here I put 182.50. So let's see. Would be nice if we can get upside right there on Palantir. And then, okay, you're on Palantir, but Nvidia right now, that could be a look as well, 186. I mean, this name is getting cranked. Low side there. So we can't rally in this market unless we get Apple or Nvidia, Microsoft, all the big names. Like, I'm not trading the Qs, but this is what's affecting the market right there. NASDAQ, Microsoft down 1%. TQ's down, obviously. Nvidia down a little bit there as well. And yesterday we had a good move lower in the banks, but they're up today. Okay, so 330. I was actually debating getting out of JP Morgan, maybe half of my position just ahead of earnings next week. But make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. We have large amount of viewers now. If you have not subscribed, get us to 550. That'd be great if you hit that like button and that subscribe button. Get us to 550,000 subscribers.
550,000th subscriber gets infinite amount of street cred, and you get to trash talk everybody. So just consider that. The ability to just sort of hold your head high. But more importantly, it's a subs-only chat. Get in the chat, type your symbols in with the $, and ask questions. And if we want to cover something else, you got to get in the chat to let us know.
Go.
Yeah, I mean, Palantir's trying. This is yesterday. It's not the low. It's not the low by any means, but it's the low off of the defense news. The initial defense news, I should say. And so there's a higher low being put in. Just to put it into perspective, that recent top was also 182.5. So I think the range, if it's going to hold, may not be VWAP, but this range on PLTR. Open is still going higher. So I said it, we're not on the back end of this trade. I'll allow it to either break this top or curl and then try to add on the way back in to the downside. IBIT, otherwise known as Bitcoin, we're back at 90,000, but there is a potential curl. So if I'm going to get back into this, I want to be on the other end of the trade. Like, look at the topping tail candles and then get in. So it looks like we're getting one potentially now. This should close red, and I'll try to jump in front of 51 on IBIT. So we're back under that 90K. And Palantir's trying and not doing too well of a job. Nvidia is looking pretty weak. I saw someone put in ARM without the $. Remember, if you're going to type a symbol, use that $. It's doing what everything else is doing, which is falling back in.
Right, will do. My mother's saying, have a nice day, so I will do. Okay. Let's just continue to watch these names for myself, but there are other names moving around. I mean, Disney, IBIT, we talked about that. Let's check out SMR. I mean, so my out is if this breaks 180, right? So we got to watch out for that one. SMR had a problem with 20, I believe, yesterday or so, and that was roughly the high. Yeah, SMR right now, great bounce, right? I mean, this was $14 at the lows. So the fact that you go from 14 to 20, I mean, you're putting 30% or so on that right now, but that goes right back there to the upside is SMR They're down 1.8%. So watch out. That already made that low of 1850 or so. So have a look over there. But Palantir is like racing in now into 180 is Palantir.
Open
so
doors SSR.
I see you got out of that, but my out's going to be 180 breaking on that one. Okay, morning peeps, SMH, you're right. Okay, yesterday are put in the work. Oh, here, puts are putting in the work. Okay, that's good. The flourish today, yes, very good. Technical analysis, what if the economic data played a part? I mean, you know, when those numbers came out, okay, hold on a second. Like I said, man, I traded too many shares here to be discussing this right now. But here goes Google right back there to the upside. I got to get out of some of this, but I haven't looked at SMH today, but I will.
No, the chips have been incredibly weak, but I didn't get a chance to read the entire thing there. But if you look at what's going on in the overall market, we're much weaker. We're much weaker in SMH because there has been a bounce. Here, I'm just going to quickly show you. There's the ES. There has been a sizable bounce in the ES. Sean already talked about the banks. The NQ has been trying to bounce. There has not been a bounce in SMH at all, just entirely to the downside. And you don't wonder, because you're making those fresh highs, a pullback in a prior high. Technically, 373 makes some sense to me. It didn't actually mean for that to rhyme, but it did. So yeah, it's quick brief analysis on SMH to see how weak it is, relatively speaking. But it's an ES kind of day. No question about that.
Come on. Like we just saw, I asked Neil if he was out. He's out at Palantir. I'm still in, but it's not a great stock. But just need this to go. Google as well. We're able to take advantage of that bump up. It's not taking out this 21 period moving average. I hate that I'm still talking about the same names, but honestly, we've got some good coverage on them here today. So let's just quickly go over and have a quick look at the sectors. Although I think Adara's coming with Sector Watch anyways. So she's going to go with happening now. But just quickly here, it's all the tech today, right? The tech is bad. The banks are good heading into earnings next Tuesday, Wednesday, that they'll all start to kick off. So, but yeah, banks getting stronger today. Tech names, of course, I'm trading two tech names, getting weaker. But Palantir, oh boy, man, we're back to Greensville right now on PLTR, almost on the day and almost on my position as well. Wow, Google just went upside down there and took down 322 again. So, oh, did it? I don't even know if it did. But we're going to go over to Adara right now with some numbers.
The numbers were just released, guys. Wholesale sales month over month, negative 0.4, slightly lower here than the estimate of negative 0.2. Wholesale inventories month over month, this is a revision exactly in line here with the forecast, so 0.2% versus the forecast of 0.2%. So again, lower than expected wholesale sales, in line wholesale inventories revision. This comes off of a pretty interesting morning here for this economic data. We had the U.S. trade balance at negative 29.4 billion, below the forecast of negative 58.6 billion. Initial jobless claims also a little bit lower than expected. Labor costs and productivity also lower than estimated. But again, the biggest economic data here for the market is going to come out tomorrow morning with those NFPs at 8:30 a.m., followed by the also interesting University of Michigan consumer sentiment print at 10. That's the market also, guys, just at low of days. But something that certainly isn't at low of days is RTX. Behind these defense plays, including RTX, Northrop Grumman, NOC, and Lockheed Martin, LMT. RTX actually getting U.S. President Donald Trump coming after them in particular on Truth Social yesterday, following an earlier post calling out the defense industry as a whole. And then about 15 minutes after the RTX call out, U.S. President Donald Trump comes out and says that he actually wants to increase the 2027 military budget to $1.5 trillion. As a result, defense contractors, especially U.S. defense companies, doing quite well today. Also doing quite well, at least initially, here was Applied Digital, APLD here, adjusted earnings and sales beating estimates for Q2 2026. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil for more action-packed trading, I'm going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because there are millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Adara. So I talk about the front end and back end of the trade. That was was a mistake to get in the front end, but finally got a topping tail candle there on open door, and then was able to get in. I completely forgot, and I shouldn't have, that its SSR today was down over 10%. So I couldn't even hit. You can't hit the bid unless there's an uptick, but thankfully was able to just sit there and get filled. If it holds VWAP, I'll take another leg out. Otherwise, want to at least hold half of it for the bottom end of the range here. On open, IBIT is still kind of holding that 51, so I jumped back in off these topping tail candles, was able to kind of scalp VWAP twice, and I'm looking to get some more out in this range. That's the pre-market low, and then hold the rest for the potential low of the day. But at some point, if this is happening in the NASDAQ, then IBIT needs to break down through. It's not enough that it's falling a little bit, but it needs to fall more if the market's going to be this weak. So let's go back to the desk. Looks like we have news with Adara.
Bit of a drop here in PYPL. Interesting look as the company announces a partnership here with Microsoft to support the launch of Copilot checkout in, you guessed it, Copilot. Odd that it's dropping on this, but either way, again, guys, PYPL on watch. Microsoft partnership here for launching Copilot checkout. So what I mentioned here, Qualcomm, I'm seeing a headline here too, QCOM entering into a long-term partnership here with VW. Not much of a move here. Back to you.
Yeah, we're talking about our quotes here a little bit, but there's a lot of volume coming into this market today. That is for sure. Yeah, look, nothing's going well, man. The NASDAQ is down 1% right here. It's a pretty red day across the board for us. But yeah, there's Palantir. So this is the one that, you know, we've made a lot of money on it. We might lose a lot of money on it here today as it's looking to break through 180. I mean, we're long at 181. The problem is we have shares. So as this comes back in, just was not expecting this, and I was like looking for bumps, and just we got out on a lot of the bumps. So it's, you know, the trade could be a lot worse if we just threw in the white towel or flag and sort of just gave up on all of these trades. But we're able to find some bottoms and get back in. Obviously, the best out would have been up here at 184 once we broke through that level, but we tried to support a little bit of a trade here on PLTR. So let's, I mean, until this market goes back up, you know, the selling is real and quite quick with it on PLTR. But, you know, Google's at least doing something off 322. So I do have a bigger order waiting at 321. I'd rather it not get there, but I am willing to, you know, sort of see if it can do something. You're down $8 on Google from the highs. So obviously an $8 ramp back up would be awesome, but we're not expecting that, nor are we even looking for that. So take out a piece there again. There it is, another piece at 323. So like we just got 323, now it's back down to 322.50s. Like this is wild times, man. These markets are flying around right here, especially because the price of some of these stocks continue to be high. So some of these 1% moves, 2% moves are quite dramatic and quite violent. Like I was saying, though, about the banks before we went over to Adara for happening now. Interesting about PayPal, obviously not a bank, but a fintech name there. They were trying to apply for some banking license or charter there, I think a little while ago. We had a story about that. But JP Morgan was down a little bit there yesterday. Not a little bit, actually a lot. Yesterday from 334 down to 326. And you're starting to get a little bit of a relief rally. I do think at lunchtime or right after this, I'll probably exit couple of stage lefts there on, I'm going to get out of some Palantir here as well, just because we have too many shares probably, but get out of some banks. Just because they're reporting next week, I still really like them, but let's just see where it goes from here on the banks. Okay, man.
You mean trim.
Trim, yeah, not get out of, sorry, my bad. All right, there goes Google right now $1.50 in the money. This, like I said, I know you're positive there on IBIT, but for me, 1 for 2, but red on the day with basically the pending position in Palantir. So I just laugh because I look over in 1 minute, the position's well in the money and cooking real nice. Like that was just at 181. I chose to get out of more Google and not this. And then this drops 50 cents in a heartbeat. So when you're trading with shares, and this is the difference what we talked about with sim mode or actually putting on risk is that, you know, if I'm in sim mode here, then potentially you don't have the emotions of, you know, the P&L swings and things like that. So, you know, you have to be very, very careful. Put your orders in where you want to get the fills and just trade, you know, trade off levels and trade your strategy. It doesn't really matter if you're in live or if you're in sim. You just got to, you know, be calm, get your positions in there, and you know, day trading, every time you put on a trade, you are putting on some sort of risk, right? So, all right, let's put another offer here at 324. We'll take that out. Now we just need, Google's working, fine, but now we need to have Palantir like Rihanna say, work, 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 and then we'll be able to get an out. But I'm waiting at 180.77. There it is. So we put that order out and get that. So now let's go. Let's put another order right here at 181.30s or so. And then we're already there actually at 181.28s. So if that can pipe through, then we'll get that fill. And upside from here for Palantir, hopefully Google on one to the upside as well.
Yeah, I think we might be in the midst of a bit of a turn because like the last trade. First here, Palantir, this bottom end of the trend. Kind of a couple of shots on Palantir. One worked, one didn't. We rejected this trend line the last long, so if we break this trend line, I want to try to jump into it. All right, open doors sort of settling down off of VWAP, but IBIT broke the high, so I'm out of IBIT. This was my most active trade yesterday. It's my most active trade today, but it's busting through. So until we get to 51.5, this is higher highs and higher lows all the way through on IBIT, now holding on to VWAP. So if this is the curl, I got to redraw this now. If this is the curl, yikes, that's not even the right spot. There we go. You're starting to finally, and I'm looking at the trend from the first green candle after that big flush, not necessarily all this VWAP mess. I want to see us hold somewhere around that 181 again. That's the price area that we like. So if we can break this trend line, I'll jump in right about where we were before and then try to get this to the upside. APLD, I know, has been going absolutely nuts. Some of the small caps will try to get to when things calm down, but they have not. It looks like this market, ES breaking the highs, NASDAQ getting to VWAP. As we speak. So there's our break of the trend. Get me in, sit on the bid, it'll fill in just a second. There we go. Able to get filled as that's now starting to head into the upside. I know there's some stronger names out there. I wanted to make sure we actually got in here. And then there's APLD breaking back above VWAP. This is your earnings bonanza name. People called it boring in the pre-market. It's not boring now.
Not a boring day at all here right now today as we just continue to fly around, man. Okay, let's see if we can settle down. And we got those fills on Palantir, our best fill. I think it was 20, what did we get, 28s? Yeah, so we got that 28 fill there for PLTR. Let's let it just settle down and see if it does want to get a little bit higher. 182.50, just got to make sure I do have that order out, which I do, and I have a 182 and a 181.70. I'll cancel the 182. I'll get the 181.70, hopefully. Google, man, $3, and that just goes right back there to the upside. So like I was saying, man, big time trade right there on Google. Let's see if it can go. The S&P now turns back to positive. Of course, bank stocks helping the S&P 500 while the NASDAQ still remains low side. Let's go have a look at everyone's favorite car company, Tesla. Actually, we missed Ford break of $14. Let's go. Hopefully you guys have that. Where's my guy Randy right now? Look at that, man. Look at that 14 break. Never goes against you and rips higher. It's too bad because I was too obsessed with these other names. We should have been on Ford. And, you know, just to give a quick little look here, this is what we had marked down. Palantir long, that's not right. Google long, that's not right. Although we're up huge on Google's going to be the #1 P&L name. If I just punch out right now, it's huge, but not great trading on that one. We had to absorb it. Ford long at 14 was awesome. And then there's the 650 short on Open Door, which I did not take because, again, very focused on the trades that we do have. But there goes Ford cooking upside there. We like that stock. And so we nailed that one. The Ford call was absolutely fire. I just wish we had that on board because it's so easy for everybody to trade that. All right, let's go over here on Tesla and have a quick look on that. I mean, there goes Tesla up to 433. So here's a positive name coming into you. So yeah, there's a good little level there on Tesla from yesterday, 430. We'll see if it winds up holding. You know, pretty barcoded all pre-market there, and then, you know, choppy, but does not suffer. You know, normally the NASDAQ goes to the downside. We've seen Tesla absolutely puke all over itself when the market falls. But today, no, nothing but up. Yes, Palantir, nothing but upside love for some Tesla. We just need Palantir to go. It's Google, Neil. That's $3 now. Google is absolutely motoring now to the top side. Let's see if we can hold on to this one. We're back. There we go. We're now green on the day. Finally, your boy now turns green on the day off of that fill by Palantir 180.150. So, oh man, that was tough to get to green today.
Live trading bull. Is SMCI dead? What is happening with this company? Probably. I've not looked at SMCI today, but we'll give it a quick look. Most of the chip names have been bad, let's be real, so it's not going to look anything different. Palantir, VWAP is still $1 away. Ooh, yuck. Where is it? Where is my flat bottom break? 29 goes. This thing is in a world of hurt if 29 can go triple bottom here on SMCI. But this just looks, it looks a lot like some of the other chip names that you're seeing. That being said, they've had their troubles, and they've had a lot of them for quite some time. This stock's been a hard pass for a while, in my opinion, and nothing about today is going to change that. It's not dead yet because it's got one line of support that's still going to be in play for you. So good luck. In SMCI, there are stronger names out there, certainly, but you can't even hide. You can't hide in chip land and AI in the AI space right now because the market's finding the poor plays in the space, and they're punishing them pretty heavily. So that one's on the other end of the trade. I tried to buy another dip in here right around that 181. Didn't get filled on the way back through. Still going to take some out in front of 182 and then looking for VWAP here in Palantir and going to try to add to this one. Open Door did get to 650. Now twice Open Door has gone to 650. This is the second time through. If it breaks that high, got to jump out. It played back into VWAP the first time. I don't know if it's going to get there before breaking the top the second time. So Open is testing for this break. And this was on the news yesterday when the administration came after or basically made comments that institutions shouldn't be buying single occupancy homes or more of them. I don't think they said they had to sell what they had, but that had BX to the downside, and then Open Door as well to the downside.
Yeah, I didn't actually even, I know you're just looking at Open Door, but I didn't, I like that. Okay, so okay, it's right here at 650. So yeah, we could probably think about going short. This is the level that we had written down. I mean, the 650 was cash early there. We could try it again, maybe, or not again, but this would be the trade that we had. We only wrote down 4 things on our watch list today: Palantir, Google, Open Door, and Ford. And Ford has been the best trade. I don't know, how many symbols have you traded over there?
4.
4? Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll. I only have 2, so it's 4 symbols over there, 2 over here, and.
But I would like. This is the thing. It's very deceptive because I've been in Palantir twice. Like it's trade. Like who cares how many symbols you trade? 1 time, 2 times in Palantir.
Yeah. Who cares how many symbols you trade?
Like Open Door, 1 time. Like this was the front, then wait for the back end, and then a reload is the second time in through on that one. IBIT. I've made way more trades.
Yeah.
2 times there. 2 times there. Yesterday I traded 12 times at one stock to the south side. And someone asked me, am I thinking it's a long? No, because the target, as long as we're underneath 51.4, let me show a 15 here. As long as we're underneath 51.4 on IBIT, which is, you know what, I don't know the exact price on Bitcoin when it gets up there. But we get to that price and break through, then I can consider long. I just changed the manner in which I want to look for that short here. Like now I'm looking for a trend break because it's broke away from VWAP, so got out. So I shorted the pre-market highs into VWAP. When it broke the pre-market highs, I'll wait for it to either get to the next big level or break the trend. If it breaks the trend, I jump short. If it gets to this, I'll look for another curl, topping tail candle, break of trend line, something along those lines for an execution. But I plan on trading IBIT all day long, like either regardless of what it does. And then Palantir, every time it wants to hold 181 and give some kind of an entry, like that's the spot that I want to execute. But it can't bust 182. This is the problem. The market coming back, like there's your NASDAQ through VWAP. The ES is literally green as we speak.
Yeah.
Like ES just went green on the S&P. So I would expect if you can't get to VWAP, Palantir's in a world of hurt. And you can't blame this on the defense stocks. Raytheon's holding up. That's up 4%. That's still looking fine. You look over here at like a LMT. That's still up 7.5%. That's holding fine. So it seems like uniquely Palantir getting hit a little bit out of the defense name. It's not a pure play defense name though. It's
we're trying to wait.
Hybrid AI defense play, but whatever.
We're trying to wait for Palantir to bounce up here right now, as well as we continue to look at many different names. The reason why I asked you, Neil, how many stocks is not because nobody cares, it's because a lot of people care. We're just wondering, because we always trade the same names, it seems like I'm in Palantir, you're in Palantir. So just want to tell people that we do have a very, very different looks all over the place. And, you know, whether or not you guys are trading small cap names, and that's actually why we have this visualizer right here. So it gives us an idea, because I can be very, very, you know, tunnel vision on the trades. Costco, wow, okay, see, this is what I'm saying. This is why we want to thank all of you guys here. There's Costco up 4.5% right now to 923. So that should be something to be looked at there. We haven't had Costco ever, I don't think, on here. So Alibaba, okay, Alibaba, that's up 3% there as well. Kratos, they're 107 right now.
Another
so
good defense name.
Yeah, that's a good one, man. We're in that ARKQ, so that's good. Oh, by the way, now that we have, I mean, how many viewers do we have on here right now? Okay, 8,200. Let's make sure that you guys do hit the like and the subscribe, because on Monday, we're each going to pick, and I put in the chat, I don't know if we responded to how many shares we want to do, but we could do 3. So we're going to have Adara, Neil, Fabian, Joe, Sharif, and Brendan and myself, all with our 3 picks. I mean, we could discuss it. I don't know, 3 or 4 picks, 5 picks. Monday. So get ready for that, man. Get your little notebooks ready, and we'll be discussing moving forward, from Monday moving forward. I know we're a little bit late on it. What our top picks of the year will be.
Yeah, the irony being
yeah, I know. I mean,
my number 1 pick is one that I'm literally trimming today because it already went 30% in 4 days. But what can you do? Yeah, it shouldn't matter, because it's got to be from the time that we say it. Ooh, I know we haven't talked about all these small caps, but for everyone asking about them, you're about to get a look with Adara and our small cap recap.
You are, but actually, and I'm ready for that. That's not why I called. I first want to let you guys know here about some of these insurance names. I'm seeing reports that the U.S. House Ways and Means panel is inviting 5 of the biggest health companies here, specifically health insurance companies, to a meeting here or hearing on January 22nd. Those are going to be the leaders of UNH, CVS, CI, Cigna, Elevance, and Ascendion. So of the publicly traded ones, that would be UNH, United Health, CVS, the ticker obviously CES, Cigna, CI, and Elevance, ELV. So that's going to be on watch here January 22nd, 2026. If you know me, you'll know I will be watching that very eagerly. So that's likely going to be at 10 a.m. on January 22nd. That's usually when they hold these meetings. But again, House Ways and Means panel asking some health insurance CEOs for a chat. Let's start here with APLD for this small cap recap. Not the smallest of market caps. It is in the low single digit billions, I believe. But that short float, of 34.25%, certainly significant. The company beating earnings here, EPS and sales. JTAI up next. Didn't see any news here on Jet AI, but there are some float and market cap things I want to talk about here. Market cap only $3.32 million, so relatively small market cap, with a float here of 4.17 million shares and a short float of about 4%. Last but not least here, ACON, Aclarion, actually having some news here. This one, much like APLD, was on our watch list this morning. Aclarion saying that apparently their back pain technology is seeing a 114% surge in demand. They provided a 2025 business update and an outlook here for 2026. They also have a market cap of about $5.5 million. Float here of about 670,000 shares. 6% of that is going to be sold short. So small float here for ACON. This is also what we call a repeat offender. It's a small cap that's traded many times here on this show. Back to you.
Oh, just one note. The whole repeat offender thing doesn't necessarily mean how much it gets traded on the show. It's more along the lines of, on the daily chart, is it kind of like it pops and drops and punishes people for chasing. That's what I call a repeat offender in a small capper, where you get 1 or 2 days out of it, and anyone that tries to swing it is going to get burned. I think that's the bigger trouble. Okay, so looking at 3 things, obviously right now, Palantir still finding a lot of resistance in the 181.5 to 182 zone, but Open and IBIT look exactly the same to me right now in that, I have to redraw it. So there's trend, so Open Door just broke the trend line. So it went from shorting at 650 to a trend trade while I was in one. So I just kind of, adding is kind of taking the other setup, and then IBIT is doing something very similar, where you're going to see the exact same, almost the same thing. Like there's your uptrend, still underneath that 51.4. It has not broken trend yet, but if it does, then I want to add to that or jump back into that short position. If you look at the chips, Nvidia, you know it's going to be hard for the NASDAQ to hold VWAP here or the ES to continue to break highs if this is happening on Nvidia. Back down 2% now and heading back into lows of the day. Not looking terribly good for the longs, but the next setup to me is going to be getting into this IBIT trend break. I'm just going to keep redrawing these lines because when I hit save, I have issues. So yeah, the market trying to come back, but if Nvidia is not going to catch that bid, I don't see this working out too well for this little market bounce we have.
Yeah, I just, I'm offering kind of the same way. So I'm going to get out some Google here as it's just barcoding. So it just hit the top of this barcode. So we're going to get some out here in the 30s and 40s. Well, we got 20s and 30s. We didn't get any 40s. I'm not offering 40 right there. But yeah, Google, wow. Boom. The first long does not work, obviously, but when we wrote down 321, we meant it. So we were very, very lucky. We took like, I don't know, 500 shares or something right there when it bumped right back up. That's why I was panicking to get out, because it was like it saved sort of this move back down in, because we didn't have that many shares on the way back in. And then we just stood there at 322 and took them, basically risking $1 back into 321. And we didn't have to risk anything because we're able to cash out there, and then it came back. We did get stopped out there at 322.50, but then I said it might have been in here, and then right back up to the upside, and now Google trying to go. But yeah, man, today, despite, okay, here we go. Thank you, Palantir.
Palantir.
Right back up, yeah, man, right back up there again. And you know, traded thousands of these shares today, Palantir and Google. So I have to, like I said, we're not going to be green on the day, and no thanks to Palantir unless it really gets going right now. We need to get this up to about 182.50 to be okay, to be green on it there. Oh, we had two offers there. Oh, too bad. Okay, now it's going up to 182.50. So 182.45s or so. Let's put out an offer, see if we get that fill. As there goes Palantir. We're basically just right back to where I was net-wise in the pre-market when we had Google long at 326 and we got some out at 330. So we're just, our net is basically where it was at 329, which of course is 929. So that was our best trade. And then the market opened and kicked in the face, right? I think I only speak for myself, but we were down pretty good there, and now we're up pretty good. So finally back to the upside there. Now in on this trade. So yeah, big time profit taking by me at some of these levels right now, because you never know. There goes Micron, man. We called this yesterday. We were a day early on this short, man. Yesterday we were short 337. Even this morning I was like, this obviously is going to be a house of cards, and it seems to be that there, as it is now fallen back in. And it's not a house of cards. It's built on very, very strong fundamentals for Micron. I mean, the RAM business is one that continues to be impressive, with the costs going higher and higher in this space. A lot of upgrades on this name. But, you know, at the end of the day, I said this yesterday at close, and I just hope people took some sort of listen to it. I didn't do it myself, that this is too far away from moving average. So just technically, I think that short, and we've been talking Micron short position I put on yesterday was a short, which would now be, and of course we can't hold overnight. You have Micron down now that 4%. So yeah, pretty decent green day, but yeah, it took a minute to get there. Natural gas storage at 10:30 as well, and yeah, no, I have no check. Yeah, I checked Target yesterday, and holy Neil, oh my gosh, there's a big trade there for me on Target. Now it's time to get out. Target hits our target, I believe, breaking through some of these levels there. So yeah, man, we're making money here for you guys. Yes, there it is. Okay, so thank you so much. Who was that there? What's up to Heart Media? Thank you for grabbing some of that. And we had put that, here it is right here, send selected. We had put that on our, we tweeted this out in October, that we went long looking for something on Target. It dip against us a little, like 85, 86, up to 106. That's a good one. And then before I throw it back there, another call that we of course had was Lululemon, and that's okay, 212. So I'm actually, we got out a little bit of that around that 220 on a little, obviously less than 220, but in that area on their earnings, they did have a nice bump up. Not that candle. We did not get out It went out the next day when it dripped back in, so I think it was right around here, 212, 213. But now I'm waiting for 220, so that's why that area is on my mind. But a good trade there for Lululemon. I am wearing their pants and I think ON socks right now. So it's a very, very crowded space right there with Hoka on.
Oh, okay, I know them.
I got the On shoes on. I got the Lulu undergarments and pants on.
All about the man-made Canadian brand.
Yeah.
They're legit.
Lulu Canadian brand too.
Yeah, I have the O Canada key, or I'd hit it right now for you. There it is.
There it is.
Man-made, most people wouldn't know man-made though. Lulu's a little more famous. Obviously.
Yeah, just a little bit.
just a little bit. Look, you're getting a different market for, you got to separate the chips and defense, and then within defense, you're getting a little bit of difference between the ES at the highs and the NASDAQ at VWAP in here, but Palantir just does not want to burst. It was at 182, and I'm like, okay, we're going to get back into that VWAP, but it's not really doing it yet. You've got the bottoming tail, and the news is on the 15-minute. Here, I got to do this. I'm just going to take off the fills for a second so you can see this a little bit cleaner. On the 15-minute, you've got a nice bottoming tail candle off that support level, and we have a chance to close above 181.5 and then look for that strong press to the upside. So it does look a little bit better on that time frame. And just make sure I can put the fills back in so you can see. So holding out for this high in about 183 does make some sense. Open, that's still doing more or less the same thing off the 61.5. It broke the trend, so we added to that position. IBIT is still trending up. There hasn't been that one move where it's looking like it's coming back in since the open. Like the open was the one red candle, and then now we're just breaking higher. So until we get to 51.4, probably not going to end up doing anything in that particular name and just being patient with it. And Nvidia, this looks much better. I mean, if you look, you can sort of guess at 185 as a long. There's literally nothing remotely significant about it. What I would say is that looks like a reversal candle, but we're still underneath all of this support at about 186.5. So this is setting up like a breakout back through that prior low on Nvidia. I want to try to be a little bit more patient and sort of wait for that like one entry point. Like you're seeing on Palantir, I like it in one spot. And when it shows spires at that one spot that I was waiting for, then we want to try to jump in. I feel Nvidia is kind of the same thing on that 15-minute chart for sure. Much more strength in the market, but there's nothing moving around more crazy than APLD. It's kind of hilarious that people were thinking, but it's boring. APLD's not doing anything. This stock is literally heart beating around $1.50 to $2 at a time on a $34 stock. Like that's insane. I mean, people look at like $1 being a big move. Well, it's all relative. Like this thing is going ham in both directions, has had zero consolidation. It's making a bit of a, you can make an argument it's doing this, like it's channeling down. But when you see this type of action, it needs to convincingly break above or just wait for it to get to the bottom of the channel and then play for these $1.50 that you're getting back and forth on APLD. So congrats to anyone that might be successfully playing this. But I think watching to see if they can break this channel and head back into the upside, explosive to the top, because it plays both ways. You can have a great looking channel you can scalp it inside, but the breakout away from that channel in either direction gets pretty interesting. And then when you start to consider this is also a testing a breakout on the daily, it gets pretty enticing on Applied Digital there. John in the chat, I'll answer this one. You say you can't find Sean's tag. I'm sure people know you guys all the time. Why does you getting out of position decrease your average price? So this will be pretty simple. Let me try to find something where I was multiple times, which is easy because it was an open door. So I had one short off this curl and then short off the high. Then it kind of broke trend, which I didn't redraw that well. But then I'm adding at that price. The principle is first in, first out. So there's no way in the system, it's simply going to say, it'll always show you my average price or anybody's average price. That's what will show up in your blotter. But as you take positions in or out, this entry is at 42, 45, 46, and 45. Oh. So what'll end up happening is you'll be in there, and first it'll say 42, and then I'll be at essentially 43.5 of my average price. Then as I take out these 42s on that bid, then it's going to show the 45s that I got. And then if I take those ones out here, then it's going to show the 46s, right? So first in, first out is the principle that is used at real trading. I'm not aware of any other way that you would display prices in a trade in which you've had multiple fills. My guess is it would just be the standard. It's logical. Like it can't know what your average price was over the entire term. It'd be kind of impossible if you traded all day long. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense, but that's why you'll see prices move around. But it should only happen on stocks that you're trading, multiple entry points. If you just get in one time and get out, then it's not going to do that.
Okay. I'm still on Lulu for some reason there. Okay, so yeah, that open door, good little look there. That was one of the 4 trades, and I should have just took it, man. We were literally looking at this thing at 650. All right, good trade over there. Should have had it. That should be the one short that I'm in. Alibaba, though, $154 coming through. I do see a super chat there. Yeah, do you have it, Andre? You can put it up whenever you want to. There it is. Let's put that. Oh, whenever you're ready, Andre, or I can do it. But yeah, Alibaba, there it is, right there. All right, so thank you, Wayne Griffin. Right now, what metrics do you use to pick your trades? I've noticed you enter early. Yeah, I'm trying not to enter so early. I know I violated that today. We'll talk about that. And manage your risk well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I'd love to know your indicators. You caught Google on the dip, and you did pretty well. You profited $3,000 there today. Well, like I was saying to you guys there, I'm actually with this Palantir turnaround right now. I'm going to be red, so that's a great call there by you to profit on that Google trade. Yeah, so again, like if you look for, and again, thank you so much for the super chat, Wayne. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but it all reflected onto here. So there's that open door 650 short. There's that Ford 14 break. Those are just like support and resistance areas, right? That $14 break on Ford. I mean, we could talk about Google or whatever, but that $14 break on Ford is pretty simple, and I don't know if it's going to last all day. You have to really like the stock, but there's 14 right there with a positive catalyst, so it's the take. And so that was a good trade there, and it's blue skies. So nowhere up here. You just sort of manage your risk, and maybe when it starts to die off, you can read the tape, right? I mean, we showed yesterday we had Google on the way back in off of a monster run. We were short Google. We were short Intel for $3 yesterday. So yeah, sometimes you do have to have a little bit of that mojo going, and yeah, confidence too in your positions. But I wrote down today, and just Google was long early. It was an upgrade. It was on our board. They had a huge run yesterday. You're near that all-time high area for Google. So I really like that 326 longs. We've sort of already explained that, and that ripped off right before the open to the upside. Then we fell back in, and I tried those same levels. Now, I wrote down 321 as a dip buy opportunity. So that's where we really started to, and again, when you're going to have a $9 range like that, and at the time it would have only been $7, I'm not going to punch out, man, for a dollar loser. All right, so we did punch out of a little bit there because we got that bid, it ripped up, then it came back and we got stopped out. Once we saw that that was the bottom, we went long again. We took some more outs and then stopped out again. All of these outs are better than 1-to-1 on our stops. And then eventually I just had to draw the line in the sand, man. We used 321 from right there, Wayne, and it was yesterday's low, so it came in, or I don't know if it was yesterday's low or not, but we also had that short yesterday. So that came in and we were using that as our we are absolutely, up the creek without or down the creek without a paddle if it breaks that. And so we were just,
up the creek,
trying to be, up or down or whatever, up Schitt's Creek, without a paddle. And at the end of the day, it held. And congratulations to you, Big Wayne, for that kind of a day. Nobody, $3,000 is a great day. That is for sure. So congratulations to you on that one, especially on one individual trade, right? And that's why I was asking Neil about how many symbols, right? It's a very, very focused thing about what you're looking at and how many opportunities, here comes the market down, how much risk that you have in your portfolio and for what stocks and at what times, right? So, and just to show you about Palantir, this is why, man, when you have, for me, with bigger shares, it comes up to 182. How many times? My father used to say, a blind man, I forget what it is, backing into a ditch or something like that. I'll have to remember what that is. But, that 182 seemed pretty obvious for a minute, right? So we're able to get out once that happened, and now be as risk sort of conscious as possible. And then once that breaks through 180, you can obviously see this is broken, and that now gets out. So that's how you manage risk to the downside, have your targets upside and downside. And I want to thank you, Wayne, for that question and the super chat. It does mean a lot because we're here to educate, although we might not have too many winners on board. At least we can talk about our methods, and then you guys are obviously the ones with the winners. So congratulations to all of that. Yeah, thank you. What's up, Kevin? My dad used to say something like that too. Stop being an idiot, Kevin. That's funny. Yeah, my dad didn't speak to me like that, but that's good times over there. So Google's coming right back in as well. So I think all the shorts. The only missed trade for me was Open Door at 650, but I'm glad at least you have something.
It's bouncing on VWAP still though, so it hasn't really followed through yet. And ultimately, here's the thing, it depends on what you're looking for, because it's pulled back into VWAP a couple of times. So if you were playing this as just, you're only reverting it back into the volume weighted average price, congratulations. That's it. I could be up on it twice, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for about half of what it did yesterday. I want it here into here. Or that's the play, that's the setup that I'm watching for. So I'm really only getting out a quarter, because this is what I'm looking to capture. But you could get more aggressively scalp it if that's your plan of action. So I'm getting 45s and kind of giving it to 52. That's about 7 cents worth of risk. So I'm not going to be getting it all out when it goes 1-to-1, because that wouldn't actually make any sense risk to reward. I'm going to look for that bigger move to the downside. I want to make sure I have at least half on when it goes back in to the said downside. I just heard something about Northrop Grumman, but I didn't catch the full headline, so I can't really relate that one to you. But look, PLTR, I wanted one place to bounce. It was that 80 to 81 at that low. So every time it found a bottom, it's put in a higher low, go for it. Break the prior bar candle out, put in a higher low, go for it. Resistance, get out. Puts in another low, puts in the higher low off the same level, go for it. And then when it breaks that, get out. So at any point you're looking for that VWAP retrace or into 184, it's going to look fantastic. But I will not looking for the overall scalp. I want it to go a little bit more. So Palantir, risk to reward is going to be there, but there's almost no way that it could have worked out for me. You had to be a very aggressive scalper to make that one into the green side. All right, so IBIT did finally show you this, because I keep having to redraw these trend lines. So it has broken trend, and I'm in there. But it's also not to the volume weighted average price. I'm only doing that because I want to be able to show why not just the line on it, not just the line on chart. I don't know why you have to hit enter twice. I typed IBIT, hit enter, and it doesn't go. And I have to hit it a second time. No, not just because you got to 51, but now you've actually broken the trend line. But this needs to retrace into VWAP. This is different from Open Door in that it's got a bit of a void. So I am looking to cover most of this into the volume weighted average price, because unlike Open Door, it doesn't have that range from yesterday where I can be playing it off. Oh, and just on that Northrop, it is absolutely getting smoked. I just didn't hear what got said about Northrop a second ago, but this one is dumping. Now, it's not red, but it's underneath, it's underneath where all of this started yesterday on all that defense talk, which was about $610. Let's go to Adara. It's time for sector watch, and this sector pulling back.
Here's the sector board, and it's actually really mixed today. Once again, as Brendan and I were discussing, we're seeing a bit of a pullback in some of these tech names. And again, electronic tech and tech services really emblematic of that weakness. Broadcom, Micron, Intel, all sharply to the downside. Nvidia and Apple lightly red as well, with again Apple being usurped by one of the few positive names in tech services. That's right, Google, still green on the day after becoming the second largest company in the world and usurping Apple in market cap for the first time since 2019. That being said, other than Google and Accenture, there's a lot of weakness in this sector, including Oracle, CrowdStrike, AppLovin, and is this Autodesk? It is Autodesk, down 6.5%. Finance, though, incredibly strong ahead of their earnings next week. JP Morgan is the first bank to report, but we'll get Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of America all on Wednesday and Thursday morning as well. Retail trade doing very well. We talked about Costco, about 5% on no concrete catalyst, though, of course. The same will be on watch as we potentially get some resolution to the tariff issue tomorrow at the Supreme Court. Consumer non-durable strong, energy minerals strong, utilities strong, with CEG lagging the group. Once again, this is at least the second day in a row. Consumer durables doing quite well here. Health services But we do have some weakness here in non-energy minerals, and notably producer manufacturing, GEV and AMAT, both to the downside here, guys. Do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. But back over to Sean and Neil for now.
So I mean, what's up to my guy Joe over there? You know, we got reloaded. I mean, we actually got a new position here on Palantir, and it was just about, like, we're still fine on Palantir today. There's actually hasn't been too much of a problem, but this 178 was going to be the line in the sand for me now. So I think this is well worth the risk, man. Like $1 or so worth the risk here for Palantir. I like that trade, and we're going to just sit in it and see if it can mature up into, you know, a bigger trade rate there today. So let's check out Uber. Uber's a name that has been moving around. I want to thank everybody for watching, man. Thank you for all the super chats and everything that we've had. So Uber doing nothing today, $86, just hovering around and chilling out. Google's trying to go. Apple, we saw get hit today as well. But I mean, so many of these names are trying to figure it out. This is why I think the NASDAQ has a great chance to get going. Like, we just need someone to turn on the buy key, and then all of these names can go. Like, they're waiting to go. It looks like that to me. What is Microsoft doing? Like, is it sort of barcoding? See, like, all of these names, they already had that move down, and I don't think they want to get back into those lows, but, you know, we've been wrong before. We'll see here. It's a nice bounce into VWAP, but to me, I mean, a lot of the stocks look, Microsoft almost looks exactly like the NASDAQ here, actually, now that I look at that. So here it is. This is what Microsoft looks like, down and back up. So no kind of surprise that that's looking more and more like the market. But Netflix had some stories behind it today as well, as Warner Brothers comes and says, hey, man, we are happy with this $30 offer. Backed, we talked about both Larry Ellis in there, $54 billion. So the cash is good, apparently. But yeah, Netflix is staying true to the deal that they already agreed upon. And there's a $5.9 billion, I think, Adara, breakup fee associated with Warner Brothers and Netflix deal. So that's going to have to get paid. Obviously, that would be paid by Paramount in the deal valuation there, and then Warner Brothers would hand that cash over to Netflix, and that would be fine. So even if the deal gets broken, I do think that Netflix, I mean, this is what Netflix looks like since the split. I do think that Netflix does have a rally opportunity here off of these 90 lows, and I actually got filled the other day at 90. So I'm basically in right here on my last order. I got filled first at 96 in this area here, and then we got filled again as we just sort of drip into, or let it drip into our levels and fill. And just taking, I'm using like that 100 share method where, you know, you take 25 shares now, 25 shares later, and then 50 shares, you know, at a bigger level. That's my kind of a strategy that I'm trying to do there with Netflix. So if it does come all the way back down, then we can see where we go with that one. So Google, okay, 326 level there for Google, but that's another name. Disney was kind of hot recently as well. Disney did have a move down into 114, 108, now up to 114, and good day for Disney, up 0.89. I mean, the ES still green, and the reason why the ES is green today, everybody, is the sectors, and it's just very specific with tech being a big problem today, right? If you take away sort of the left side of this board and you just look over here, don't look at this area here, precision manufacturing, but you have all the banks kicking next week. So they're starting to get going here after getting beat up a little bit yesterday as there was no focus on them. Today, for some reason, back in. And we heard that the Fed, 91%. I actually, on some of those numbers today, yesterday we were at 80. Okay, well, now we're back. We were just at 91. And yesterday we were at 88. And so now we're back to 88. I think Brendan had a story there that was 2 cuts by mid-year. Was that right, Adara?
Besant was
yeah, I mean, like Myron said that he thinks they can cut 1.5% total all of next year.
Okay, wow.
He might literally be off the Fed by January, because that's when he's set to expire. So he doesn't really, it's kind of take that how you will.
$4 in on Google right now. So we are going to take a little bit of profit on Google, as that is huge stock today. And thank you for Wayne. I know you made a lot of money on that as well. But here it is right there. So right now the current rate is, you know, the overnight lending rate, 350 to 375, and then right into there. So this is by July. So there's a third chance that we do get 2 rate cuts by the time July is here, end of July. And then if you go all the way to I guess December will be the one. We don't need to check January 27. This is where you get a quarter point for 4 cuts, actually. So there's that 1 full point right there. No, this would be the 1 full point, 12%. That's 3/4 of a percentage point there for a quarter. So it's looking more likely that we at least get to the point of why we're bringing this up. We at least get that half cut, and it's looking like there's a quarter chance that we get 3/4%. So yeah, banks should be hot there again this year.
I think that's why you see IWM today.
Yeah, is that going to the upside again?
Well, I mean, it was leading the charge.
Wow, Google.
Not to jinx it, but IWM was leading the charge, and then just as we bring it, you're literally just talking about rates. You can't make it up. It just lost a bid.
Can't believe Open Door.
It was literally one of the strongest things. I was just talking to Obi. Went to the bathroom and talked to Obi there for a quick second. He's like, IWM's going nuts. And now you are headed back into said downside. While that's going on, I saw Palantir's making some fresh lows. The Q's just lost a bid. Nvidia can't seem to hold on to VWAP. As that heads back in, the ES is pulling back into the volume weighted average price. IBIT broke that trend. So why am I? Yeah, that makes no sense. Kind of silly.
Oh, Micron.
I just went to, that's hilarious. Went to offer to reload and put it at 63 instead of 33. It doesn't really matter. But this one's headed down into VWAP finally. Open Door is trying to break, so it's curling. And the next fill we'll look for 630, and then if it plays into the low of the day, fair enough. Worth taking. Oh, we just got a super chat in there, but worth taking a look. Certainly at some of those defense names. I know not everybody's going to be. They're expensive stocks. Like I don't think these get heavily traded, but Lockheed starting to press back in. We already showed Northrop, which is looking a little bit weak as well. And then if you're looking at some of the drone names, like I love AVAV. I know it's still up 6%, but this is filled in the gap, down $30 from the highs. So it's almost a 10% retracement on AVAV, which was absolutely flying. Huge reversal. Like it's like you're still trend up in some stocks, but like you have massive reversals happening in some of these defense names.
So here's a 4 to 1 or so, right? I mean, we talked about stopping out here on Google at 321. So let's take some more out here as we've just come into, so we're at another piece right there, coming into recent highs. And we, this is where we sort of started the bidding earlier today at 326. We make basically round trip it all the way back there to the upside. And the one name that is going to be the losing trade, obviously today, I assume, I don't know if you're up on it or not, but Palantir, for me right down there, down to 178 right now, looking like it's going to break 178. So this is the level right here. Just basically throwing darts at this name, not well traded today, and should have done nothing. You're going to lose someday on some trades. 78 and change. We are still going to try to go long off of that. We're long right here, right now, 178.70. So I'm not talking, negatively about this current position. Just like catching this. And it's funny because I basically either need to do a couple things. Like when I get out by averaging out, and when I get in, I average in. It is tough, which is why it's always important. I heard you talk about positioning, the numbers on the bottom there, those look like. That's why you're going to see if we're to take, let's say I have 100 now Palantir, if I take 200 more shares right now, you're going to see it dramatically change, right? And so once we get to certain key levels, I will sit there and put on many more shares. So that's why when you start to rip up, like I used an example there on Palantir, and I used an example also on Google, where all of a sudden it's like you put on 500 shares or 5 contracts or whatever, and then it goes $1 in the money. Well, I mean, you start to take some out when that happens, especially when it's going against your trend. And so right now, here comes Palantir. We are not putting on that big, huge position of Palantir. It's definitely not something I'd rather add to a winner, not add to a loser. So here it comes right back through 178 right now. And this is going to be, like I said, the line in the sand. We'll wait for a little bit of a break lower, but 178 right now, the last sort of straw for me here on PLTR.
And, you got the super chat, so we're good there. But I just saw someone, or Alpha was asking about SMR. We're going to go to Adara, triple bottom on SMR, literally as we speak. But it was $20 yesterday that it had trouble with. It couldn't even get to 20 today. But this is looking, another name that's looking very, very bad. Adara, only 7 minutes to go. I see Obi's in position, so they're locked and loaded over there.
Time to talk about money, guys. Let's look here at the US dollar, which is in a really nice uptrend since Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2025. There's a lot at stake here, though, guys. Tomorrow we are set to have potentially here a ruling on the Trump tariffs, for lack of a better term. Friday has been set by the Supreme Court as the date that they're going to be weighing rulings in cases with national and international implications. Now, that is just according to a report from Reuters. Also, according to that report, the President Trump's tariffs could be part of that. So again, nothing is really confirmed here. For what it's worth, I've seen some people in the chat asking about what do the prediction markets have to say about this. It's kind of murky because a lot of these markets are basically placing into by 2028. So apparently we've got here on Kalshi, they think there's a 28% chance that the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Trump's tariffs by 2028. Polymarket weighing in a 24% chance that they'll, I guess, side on the side of the Trump tariffs by 2028. So interesting look here. Again, not like we're going to get much resolution necessarily guaranteed, but certainly something to be aware of tomorrow. I also want to mention here, with that in mind, India's stock market having its largest drop in 4 months as we do await potential tariff resolution. Regardless, the US dollar doing quite well as we await tomorrow's NFP print. It's going to be coming out at 8:30 a.m. We actually just wicked above that most recent high on Monday. Let's see if we can continue pushing higher on the US dollar. Back to Sean and Neil. Do make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, you can put that in there for, I mean, right now, I'm still mad that we don't have Open Door, but I'm glad that you do. One of the 4 trades there. I'm not here tomorrow. Thank you, Obi, for filling in tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
So you tomorrow,
Well, it's hockey.
Neil,
No, it's hockey.
can do, yeah, hockey tournament. You tomorrow can
tomorrow?
do what's for lunch. It's in Mississauga. It's pretty close there. So 2 games tomorrow in Saga, 2 games on Saturday, and then a tryout Saturday night. Okay, so today there's not even a flag. I don't even know what symbol they're trying to show here, but the bad news, if you're long, bad news continues today because it is everyone's favorite, including Obi's. Today it is fresh garlic buttered. You guessed it. It starts with a T and ends in an apia. It is tilapia today. So, everyone's favorite fish coming to play here today. It is garlic buttered tilapia there, Joe. Steamed vegetables.
This is going to be too much.
Vegetable pilaf and mixed green salad. Joe's the smartest guy around here because I think he says no to the aquatic form of protein, so he does not have any worry about
the aquatic form of protein. That's the way of saying that.
Yeah, man. That's I have many talents.
I should get. You know what? I feel like jumping on that because the only reason I don't do it is because I want to be able to get the salmon when they do the salmon.
There you go. There you go.
Joe's saying that you can specifically ask no tilapia. We'll see how that works out. Look, the market is coming back in. Unfortunately, it is not looking that great just yet, but I mean, IBIT's holding out. It did finally get to 51.5, but ultimately this one's not following through. Open, where'd that get to? Yeah, so I held on to the second half of the trade for under VWAP. I've got 1 fill. Look to get 1 more out, then I'll be down to a quarter to see if we can get back into the lows. So that can go lower. Nvidia is going down to the low today. I haven't looked at well, whatever. I mean, I'm not surprised. I haven't looked at AMD, but then, lo and behold, you pull that one up and it's at the low of the day, down 2%. We've talked a little bit about Micron, but let's look at something that'll maybe put a smile on your face. As this market pulls back, APLD, it's still 32 mid to 34. That's a back and forth $2 range on APLD, and it's done like 4 or 5 times. I can't remember the last time I saw a stock that was doing this in that big of a range. You just don't see that happen very often. But it is. I kind of feel like the second it's doing something different would be a nice time to get involved, but it's not. I can't remember anything like this. It basically looks like someone's pushing it around. Yeah, not that that's legal.
No, with only 4 minutes to go right now, I mean, it should be illegal to be $5 in the money on Google, but it just takes a matter of patience. And we talked about waiting for these trades to develop. So, missed trade for me today, I have 2 of them. It's Open Door, listed down at 650. We should have absolutely hammered that one. And it was right there. And I don't know, I was just because I was like, oh, I want the long to hit. So just should have realized that Open Door doesn't really care about the market. So that was a call right there. And again, the forward take. And, you know, we put this out at 8. I don't know what time we write it at 8. I don't know, or before that. I don't know what time it came out today. But there's a sticky note right there. Forward long. We can check that out at 14. Maybe our guys will have a quick look at that as we throw over to them. Google, Palantir, and then Open Door, the 650 short. So Neil's got that one. So that's good. But yeah, that's what we're doing right here, right now. And yeah, hopefully we do get a little bit of a bounce back up here for Palantir. We'll offer some 30. That was me at 32. Okay, there it goes. Thank you. That's our price. So we averaged it in a little bit down there against that 178. So now let's wait to see if we can get an upside take here in PLTR. And hopefully when I get back from a couple laps there, we'll be well in the money. And if we're $5 in the money on Palantir like we are on Google, then we're having a good day. Yesterday we talked about Micron being the short. We were short yesterday afternoon at 337. Can't hold overnight, so boom, there it goes. Nice move to the downside there on Micron. We were talking all about that. And then also SNDK, you know, all these names, Western Digital, SNDK, Micron, all were due for this move. And I'm glad we talked about it yesterday because today is, in fact, that day. So, hey, man, with only 2 minutes left, we're going to be doing our picks. Oh, yeah, we need to get Obi as well. Obi, I think. No, Monday. That's what. This is why I'm giving you time, my guy. Yeah. So 3 picks, Obi, for Monday. We're going to do 3 to 4 o'clock. All right, the last hour on Monday, we're going to do our picks. So we'll call Obi in there. If you're trading, whatever, you can message them to us or
as long as they're in the chat.
Whatever. And we'll do like a little bit of an explanation of why we like them. Basically, 6 or 7 of us, including Fabian, wants in on it. And then we have something, no, I don't think Ramin wants in, but we can ask her. And then Adara, obviously, and then all of you guys. So we're going to think of a creative way. I've already spoken to Fabian about a couple ways to do your guys' picks. So we'll have that coming through right now. But with only 1 minute to go right now, it's turning out to be a pretty decent morning as we battle the demons today. $6 now on Google, as that is just, that's an oh boy trade to take my guy's sentence right there. Then now we have $1 as well. So we'll leave you $7 in the money right here and looking to turn green. Just need a little bit of a bump up here on PLTR.
Yeah, with about 20 seconds to go in here, I'm out of IBIT. Slap to fail on that one. Every single day, this has been a great short, except for today. And I'd say too many times, probably. I don't like that fill or that fill. These ones were okay. And of course, when it broke the trend, I have no issues with that. But like, here's the thing that I'm the most happy about. When I'm in this trade here, like I'm not trying to aggressively get out in the first portion of the trade. Because if I'm doing that and giving it to that high, then you don't make enough back in here that one trade can be worth it for you. That's the best way to talk about it. We can talk about it with some of the ads. It's like the trade has to be worth it relative to how much you're risking. Like you don't want to risk 10 times what you're going to make on the trade. So I was waiting for it to get into VWAP. A little bit different here. Open Door still looking pretty solid. Looking up to see if Palantir setting up again. It's not, but at 11 o'clock, the actual name, I'm looking to take a third swing on. Breakout trade's one thing, pretty standard. Breakout, give it to the prior. I'll have that set up to work. It doesn't. I'm looking to capture this movement here. One shot at the curl. Here comes the second.
Oh, Google. Oh, my God.
On right now on Intel. So the all-day trend is breaking as we speak on Intel. This would be a play back into the volume weighted average price. Waiting for it to try to fill in the entirety of the gap. And then just take that one shot where you have your reasonable in. I know when I'm getting in. I know where I'm getting in. And I know where my target's going to be up at that 42. It's open today. You'll see him a lot tomorrow as well. The trade will be back next week. Obi and Joe will enjoy garlic tilapia.
See you guys.
Yo. Welcome, everyone. And yes, this is the Midday Show. A lot going on this morning. But first and foremost, let's welcome everyone here into the chat. It's Thursday, and we're going to look to be having some fun today, as we always do. Let's get into some things. First, we're going to start with some roll call. We got Christmas saying, yo, it's Joe and We've got Andrew Chow saying the exact same thing. Joey gets distracted, says, yo, boys, what's going on? Joey's vest not in the chat, but if I'm going to guess who's making multiple accounts, it's you. All right, I picked you up. See you at, all right, and see you later. Guys, what up, beautiful people? Midday team says Johnny Fishbone. Party time, says Frank Trades. Who else do we got? Boosted, Red Sport. What's going on? A lot going on in the chat. Jay Walken, Alan, Andrew Chow once again. Blackhawk, yo, nerd affiliated. Get that money and a couple more here. We got Ian Ganther, Juan Padilla, and who else do we got? The Marie. I haven't seen Mike Peter Ryder in the chat today. Looks like he might be taking this one off. But that's all right, guys. Without Mike P, we're going to miss him. But we still got a show. All right, let's see what we got going on, too. We're going to start it off with Obi here today because he's put on some pretty good ones. He was telling me not too long ago, and then we'll get into what I was trading as well. A couple good positions. Obi, talk to us.
Yo, what's happening, everybody? I'm just pulling up the chat here so I can see what you guys are saying real quick. But yeah, no, this morning was pretty crazy. Volatility is definitely back. And yeah, no, just a joke in the pod was like, hey, trading's back, guys. Because there were so many crazy runners off of the open. It was absolutely beautiful. So let's go over some of the trades that I did have this morning. Didn't take anything too crazy. Wasn't really expecting any sort of crazy moves, but maybe flip game strong. I don't know. So went long and short on APLD. The only thing is, did not hold this APLD all the way to 35s. That was my issue there. I think where I'm getting out here in this consolidation around 34s, just underneath 34s, like I should be taking some more on the break back through here at 34. When it finally goes, it's kind of very similar trade. It came in pretty hard to the downside, swipes to the bottom, and then swipes right back up. And I was like, not without me, you don't. Punching the opening range high, and then punching some more for the continuation through 33s. And then, yeah, just kind of letting it go into 34, the first level of a bit of resistance. But again, that's just the first one. And come on, I don't revert the first pullbacks. Why should I be selling anything from my long? I should be looking for a potential continuation. But it did move real fast. So I was like, all right, cool. That's interesting. Comes up all the way to 35s. And then pulls all the way back in. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm taking that reversion for sure. Pulls back in, back through 34 halves, right into VWAP. Maybe some ads right here underneath VWAP. I don't think you can really see my arrow too well, but it's right there. And then there's another one right here as well. It's the same red as the candle. But yeah, a little bit of a shake and bake happening on APLD. But there was a lot of runners. APLD was not the only one. We saw, I think SoFi was good. There was Serve that was pretty good as well. And at the same time, IWM, small to mid caps running here for a good chunk of the day. You can see we almost got to a high of 258. What else did I take? It seems like APLD has just been kind of consolidating, but it was great trading off of the open there. And that's the kind of momentum that I really love to participate in. Another name that I do have eyes on, man, is SanDisk. SanDisk is just getting shellacked to the downside right here. So let's see if we can nail this one to the upside if the reversion does come in. But we'll wait. We'll have to wait and see there. The other name that I took was Nvidia. Traded a bit of the market there, and I was like, yeah, I want the reversion on this one. So when I did observe a little bit of a bid coming in, got long on the back through 185s, take it a VWAP. Thank you. Come again. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for right now. But let me know what you guys have been trading and what you guys have been up to. This market, a little bit of a sell-off off of the open, but take a look at the distinct difference between the NASDAQ and the ES here. A little bit disconnected. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Right on.
How's your morning been?
I mean, it's not bad, man. We'll
I
take
see
it.
you were involved
Positive.
in the APLDs?
Yeah, we were in APLD. We're in ONDS as well. Those were the only two names that I've traded this morning. Someone says, Jesse I6 Joe says, Nvidia paying my rent. That's good. We like that. We like the rent being paid, obviously. You don't want to get that notice on the door. so allow some of these stonks to pay that. All right, yeah, I mean, as for OP, I think you traded a little bit, or much better than I did, I should say. We got a nice little move in it. I was involved in the pre-market, and then we get that move up higher, and I went full size as well too. But you can see I'm in at 31, approximately 31.17, and then we take that move up to 31.17, and then as the open comes in, I'm like, oh no, boom, comes against me, I go break even, and then sure enough, you get that 5-point banger. So making this look, as I said in the chat earlier, tripping over dollars to collect some pennies right there, and nice move. But that's what if history, and we're not going to go about that. We executed on this trade. I was working on some hockeys, considering we were talking about it. I'm like, you know what, Obi's onto something. Let's switch that up. And Neo kind of gave me the weird look as well. So I'm like, hey, I mean, for years and years, I had no issue with that, but there's nothing wrong with continuously growing and adapting. I think that's the narrative of things, and I like to play. Everything's just right here, pop, 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 and then we get everything rocking and rolling there. But I'll be honest, so what I used to use, everything was right there. I could use buttons. I had a montage, so montage being my level 2, it all had buttons. So I could just click it, it'd be sell X amount, it would be buy X amount, and I just click the button, boom, automatically in that position. We do not have that feature here. So, anyways, moving on. APLD, looking pretty good. Not bad. But then we had ONDS. Yes, that's correct. I don't even know the name of this company. Oh, Ondas Holdings, Inc. This was going to be our second trade of the day here, guys. Forming this consolidation, strong opening drive, just like APLD. And then sure enough, I'm like, ooh, I'm starting to see some buying pressure in there. I did only have half amount of the size that I had in APLD on ONDS, but that's okay. We executed relatively well. You can see we're at 1391s, and then we wait to that 1-to-1 ratio to start taking some off. Again, a small amount, 15, 20%, and then boom, 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 boom. We get that move past the volume weighted average price and a strong move. ONDS up 13% right now. And then it gave me a re-engage opportunity, but I was slightly distracted, so I didn't take that, but there's plenty of more to come. Yeah, what's going on? What do you want to know about Eduardo? What do you want to know about APLD? It's just moving sideways right now, consolidation. Let's see which way this bull flag is going to potentially break. If you are thinking long, it's best to get in at the lower end of the range until the volume steps in. Just in case it does a liquidity grab, then you can have your risk to reward ratio significantly tighter. So if you ask me what I would do if I'm looking to trade this, I like what ONDS is doing right now. I'm not going to take it just yet because the volume is starting to stair step down. So we'll be patient on that. But on multiple time frames, I'm seeing some indecision prints I like. All right, now back to APLD. So if you are thinking of a potential long on this, I would personally post up at the lower end of the range. Why? Because then you can be proven wrong like 50 cents from that point, opposed to trying to buy the breakout at 72s, and you're essentially not wrong until you break this. So you have to sit through all of this chop, and that is not fun. What's up, Edward? I appreciate that. So that's what we're looking for. And as for Black Panda, brother, we got the Panther. Why would you want to be a panda when you can be a panther? You know what I mean? No, I'm only messing around, but your boy said telling me, hop on the old hymns. No, it's gone, man. We're shaving this bad boy off tonight. But other than that, man, looking for calls. Thank you, Joe. APLD. Oh, you want to see the calls on APLD? Yeah, let's take a look at some of the options activity here on APLD and see what we got going on. I'm going to assume that there's an increase, and obviously going to be an increase in implied volatility on this name. Yeah, oh yeah, whopping increase there, OB. 144% at the money IV on these 1 DTEs. Essentially, where you're going to find a lot of that zone, supply zone is up in this $36 level. We did climb up to $35. So that is another supply zone. We did reject that level. 35.42 was as high as we can go. Couldn't absorb all of it. We get the rejection, and now we're starting to just consolidate in and around those lows. So looking for some other quality opportunities. There goes ONDS. My guy Asino saying we have a super chat, $2. Hello, USAR. Is this a good entry or wait longer? All right. You want to take a look at USAR there, bro?
Sure, yeah. Let's take a look at you, sir.
Oh, man.
And thank you. Keep it leafy. In the chat for the super chat. Yeah, SNDK looking interesting here. A little overextended, solid sell bars, but let's go USAR first. I think this is a rare earth. Yeah, I remember this one. I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna, like I said yesterday, I'm not really here for buy or sell recommendations. I don't do that. We don't do that. That's not a thing. But I can take a look at it. I can take a look at the chart, and we can look at some support and resistance levels, and go from there. But yeah, no buy or sell advice here. But I guess it's been bidding up decently for the past few days. A little bit of a pullback here for the past couple. A little bit of consolidation. Maybe we're chopping here in the opening range as of right now as well. Let's just go to a daily, because I don't think the shorter time frames are really giving me much here. Wow, look at that. This was the hype in October, right? That was the hype that Rare Earth had, and we got all the way up to 43.98 on this thing. And look, it just came right back in to, what a beautiful reversion, by the way. Swing short, yes, absolutely yes. 60% from October to November, I would definitely take some of that. But some of the swing shorts on the rare earths were quite nice. Again, when the hype goes away, for some of these names that go fully parabolic and the volume dies off, like the backside is definitely there, right? And if you have a broker that allows you to kind of get involved, I mean, even on the intraday basis, I think just looking for it every day to look for that backside I think is good, especially when the hype is pretty much dead. But it's holding $12 as a base right now. You can see it kind of held this same area before the run-up, before the buyers kind of came in, before the volume spike. Volume injection is what I like to call it. Before the volume injection came in, and we got that breakout of this significant level. This was a level since, I guess, whenever this was. When is that? March of 2025, and then once again, August of 2025. A little bit of a double top, and that breakout, we're off to the races with some volume, coming right back into some of these areas, now holding that same area as a bit of resistance, right? So for me, I'm just like, unless and until it can get past this again with some oomph, I don't know. I don't know if I really want to get involved with it from an intraday perspective either. But yeah, maybe some shorting against resistance here intraday could be interesting to me. But you can see it's just in this range. So let's just point out what all the levels that I just kind of mentioned here. There's that. There's a little bit of a base here. I like this. And then there's also, put that back on. Okay, so there's also a little bit of a stacked confluence or stacked support right here as well. So this is a little older, this is fresher. So I'm going to give this one, then the older one, I do that this is where that really started to build up for that push, and then we had that explosion back in. And obviously as resistance, this area is still holding. Support, resistance. So that's all I have to point out here on USAR. And yeah, no, kind of going back to the keyboard speed that you were talking about. I looked up a video of the keyboard, like the game about guns online, and I found a video of this guy doing some keyword of the game. Take a look at how fast the keyboard is right here. So just observe. If we can kind of just zoom into the keyboard here, that would be great. But yeah, volume on that bad boy too. No, it'll be fine. I know. Yeah, it'll be fine. Take a look at that. Like that's how quick we had to move, and it's just like, kind of look how fast. All with the left hand, and the mouse is obviously kind of aiming and stuff like that. So this. Yeah, I mean, at this point, just running into a wall for a little bit there. No, but that's the thing. That's how we climb wall. Broke the game mechanic. Broke the game mechanic. Use game mechanic to your advantage, right? Because you can't run up the wall like that. You can climb up the wall like that as well. Now imagine being a moving target in that scenario. This guy's like, oh, you know, one of the styles of butterflying. So like, you literally put a butterfly in the air, and good luck doing that. But yeah, exactly. So anyway, so that I went back and I looked up. I was like, yeah, those are the good days.
I stand no chance against those guys. If I had a controller, maybe a little bit of a different story, but yeah.
That's all it takes. Down here a little bit. I was watching it earlier. MSFT. Let me show you guys looking at here. I should probably also participate at the same time.
Participation.
Participation. Okay, so let's pull up some softy here that did get involved on this consolidation breakdown. We've been holding VWAP. Ideally, I just saw this. Ideally, if I see it holding VWAP, I should be shorting at VWAP. So again, I'm obviously kind of keeping that in mind when I'm taking the breakdown, this breakdown right here. But take a look at how clean this looks when we throw that VWAP on. And then maybe, again, we talk about support and resistance. This has been a little bit of support level, and we're kind of breaking that as of right now. Let's see if we get that continuation. The market's also starting to sell off a little bit here. But again, if we're talking about support and resistance, there's another support level right here from the open as well. That's where buyers step back in for the reversion to VWAP. So let's see if we make this a little bit of a zone that's sitting, was that 476, yeah, just 475, 83 is here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you get that sweaty, right?
Wow.
Dude, gaming can be very, very sweaty at times.
I don't know what video game you're playing.
The more you do it,
going.
it's the more, I guess, desensitized you get, the easier it becomes, and then you can just become like, stone cold at just running the keys like that. And some of these small caps, and even some of these mid caps, and some large caps as well. We saw the breaking news trade. Like, you had to be quick on that yesterday on the BX.
Yeah.
Right? Otherwise, it's just like, it's going to leave you behind.
It's definitely going to leave you behind.
Yeah, you definitely have to be quick on the keys and have everything optimized for speed, for sure. But yeah, where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for right now.
SoFi apparently. Yeah, SoFi. A lot of people going on in the chat. APL.
Look at that, yeah.
SoFi, so long.
Okay. All right. So we can take a look at SoFi, sure. SoFi, a bit of a chop here on the day.
Oh, look at that. Is that what look at that 3-minute inverted right there on volume. On volume, Obi. That's the short, my boy.
People punch that breakout. Day high breakout, opening range breakout as well, and it fails right away. So you have players, you had volume probably that pushed into this, and then volume that pushed right back as well. You got to go to a shorter time frame to really figure that out. Yeah, look, on the break. So it's volume on the break, and guess what? Anybody and everybody who punched long is now 20 pennies out of the money there as it pulls back in. But you can see here, bigger picture on the day, we have been making higher lows into that high. So I don't expect it to be clean, but let's take a look at a higher time frame here on SoFi as well. So 15-minute, okay, all right, makes sense. Look at that. That not only is that opening range high, it's also prior day high. It's also this bid that took us all the way back up for a bit of a reversion at the end of the day on Tuesday after we had a strong sell-off on SoFi as well. So yeah, taking off some of those lines there. You can see here, just again, support and resistance. There's a bit of a resistance here, and the support has been stepping up day by day. So is today the day for the breakout? Maybe, perhaps. I mean, there's evidence of participants getting involved right here. You can see from this volume candle here as well that, yeah, participants definitely punching in on that high of day break. But let's see where it goes from here. I think that sometimes, I think another gaming, I guess, parallel tends to be that chasers get punished. So I think chasing is fine, especially if you're managing risk properly. I do it all the time as well, but you also have to understand that more often than not, chasers do get punished, and it's just something to keep in mind. But yeah, that's SoFi for me. I'm not really getting involved in that one. APLD still chopping around sideways. You can see here just chop, 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 chop. Bit of a range from 34 halves right there to 32 halves on APLD. I think the opening range break was the place to get involved. Here, yeah, sure, you can be getting involved with these legs, but at the same time, I don't think it's really, it's nothing too crazy here. Not my cup of tea there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on this FACT. This is an acquisition corp. Apparently, looks like they might be acquiring, or not acquiring, merging here with Precision Aerospace and Defense Group. Apparently, this company's customers include SpaceX, Honeywell, Blue Origin, Boeing, GE, Lockheed Martin, and the U.S. Air Force. So a defense play potentially on watch here for this SPAC. FACT, if I get any more details beyond this speculation, I will keep you posted as we send you back over to Joby.
Nice little pop there in the TQQs. Yes, Gaurav, nice work, brother. We like that one. Now, as for the super chat, $2 right here, $1.99. Thoughts on government shutdown coming January 26th to 30th? I mean, how did the market react last time? Let's wait and see. You don't want to hold. Yeah, exactly. We don't want to get too heavily of a bias here before, if and when it happens. So be patient and wait for things to come into play. Now, as for APLD, guys, this is what I'm talking about. You really want to be cautious, and we talk about chasing and buying top ends of ranges when you're not breaking out. We're just forming this bull flag right now. But we are starting to form these higher lows and lower highs. You can see the price compression pattern starting to really form here. And if you get in at the lower end of the range, as I mentioned before, this is when you're really wrong. And if you are fortunate enough to be involved with the breakout, you want to see that volume start to kick in, punch through some of these prior resistance zones and these trend lines, and then sure enough, you could be off to the races. And what I want to do is just correlate that with the daily, right? So what are we doing? We opened up at the top end of the range. We break through this previous pivot high. So if you ask me, this is relatively bullish. I've been talking about APLD for quite some time. This thing has been absolutely phenomenal as of late, and I think it's going to continue to perform exactly like that. So it's not going to be one of my picks or anything along those lines. My picks are going to be JPM, CrowdStrike. If we're only going with 3, then I have to be smart about it. I mean, I had Meta, Apple, and Tesla last year, so extremely tech heavy. Should I sway away from that? Maybe, possibly. I think if anything, I'm going to roll over Tesla. It has probably the most, I mean, live and die by the sword, right? A lot of volatility, but also a great, I think there's a solid potential for some big time returns, especially with the growing AV space and segment within Tesla itself. So I might roll that over. CrowdStrike, JPM, and Tesla are going to be my top 3. If we are going with 5, Rich Tech Robotics is going to be my lottery ticket. Haven't looked at that name here today. What's RR up to? Bang, up to $3.72. Oh man, a nice indecision print on the 5-minute right around these lows here. A bounce off of that, and now breaking through some of these intraday highs, guys, putting in a new HOD. A pretty good look there on Rich Tech Robotics. And there goes Uber as well. Uber starting to climb a little bit higher, and it looks like APLD wants to break through this top end of the range there, guys, so keep an eye out on this one. If the volume starts to increase, you can see that starting with the lower time frames, and sure enough, we're at the top end of the range right now, so maybe you're going to get a continuation in strength. Yesterday, not the strongest session. Again, a couple of flat days, so I wouldn't be surprised if we can get the ball rolling here on APLD. Hold on, wait, is that going to email? Yeah, so this is kind of flat here aside from this. I mean, you gap up, you come right back into the range. You do move a little bit on this day, but nothing substantial compared to what we're seeing here on today's intraday session. So APLDs, who says that Alpha or Alpha says adding on APLD? Okay, we like that. Gaurav, the TQ starting to come back in a little bit. My eyes on SLV as always, as of late, continuing to climb a little bit higher. Adara, what do you have?
Hey, Aaron, watch here. This is Baker Hughes. Josh Brown of Ritholtz calling this one a long idea, saying it's, quote, one of the best energy names in their best stocks list. Back to you.
Right arm.
Stays pumping stocks, man.
Yeah. I mean, if you have that type of power, why not? Like, get in a couple months before, come on CNBC, say you like it, boom, pump it, start selling. Yeah, exactly. If only, would you abuse that type of power, Obi? Let me ask you this.
No one man should have all that power.
Oh. Okay. So no. So, but I don't know though. I don't know. Like, can you look the camera dead in his face and say that you wouldn't do that?
Absolutely not.
You wouldn't do that?
I would not do that.
Okay, all right. I'm like, I mean, if I had that power, why wouldn't I do that, to be honest with you? This is a game that shows no love. So you're going to...
I get that, but again, that's just like, you know, if... I don't know. I just think it's it's a little dirty, but like whatever. I understand that games are played, but I find more. I guess everyone has there are different pleasures, but I find pleasure in gaming the game as well, in a sense, being like I want to play the game. But maybe if your definition of playing the game is pumping those stocks.
Yeah, pump it louder, man.
I do not condone any of that.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people are agreeing with me here on that one. So Joe Head and Shoulders 15-minute on SPY. I haven't even looked at the SPY today. Let's take a look. If it's on the 15, should be able to see it on the 5. No, I don't see anything along those lines just yet. A lot of sideways chop. Let's head back over to the TQQQs as that's now bouncing once again off of that support level low. APLD breaking out, the volume really starting supported here now, guys. So this is what I'm talking about. We'll head over to the lower time frame, and you can see the increase on the 1-minute interval here. Boom. This is what boom, you're at the top end of the range. Even though you're printing this inverted hammer candle right now on the 1 minute, look at the increase in volume. As you're at the top end of the range, this is what you want to look for at a breakout. And look at the tape. Oh, this is ONDS. Sorry, never mind. ONDS tape. But as for APLD, this is looking really good. If you ask me, I'd look to get involved. But imagine what I was saying earlier is that you have your risk to reward ratio at the lower end of the range, and you're fortunate enough to catch a 1.5 move like that. So I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities throughout the day here. Obi's had a pretty good one. I've had a half decent start. We always want to try to improve. Yesterday, I got slaughtered on INTC and Amazon at the end of the day, and we're just not going to repeat that. We're going to stick to names that I think are definitely in play and try to avoid some of those mega cap tech stocks. Adara, what do you have?
Some kind of spiking action here on FNMA. We have Bill Pulte, leader of the FHFA, the Federal Housing Authority, basically. He's saying here on CNBC that, quote, we have tools at Fannie and Freddie on Trump's housing order. Now, Trump's housing order refers to this post that President Trump shared on Truth Social yesterday, saying that he'd like to impose a ban on large institutions purchasing single-family homes. This led to a big move, not only in Blackstone, an example of a large institution, but we also had moves here in Open Door, Lennar, KB Homes, TOL, etc. So again, FNMA on the move after Bill Pulte saying that they have tools at Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae here with regards to that housing order. Back to you.
Right on. Thank you very much for that, Adara. 2 super chats, pop them up there at Cicino. Let's see what we got going on here as APLD is starting to come back in, reporting earnings yesterday after the bell. I haven't gone over those yet because I didn't want to hold any form of a bias when I was trading it, but we will get into that later on today. Thoughts on, okay, we did that one, Assassino. We went over that one. Again, we're going to wait for that. We'll pop up that second one there by John Baker. Sometimes moves like this are going to be your best ones. I bought into BKR earlier just because of its name, Baker Hughes. Bang. All right, shout out John Baker. Also not gloating, but called cost the other day. Cheers, y'all. All right, let's pull up Costco and see what COST is up to. See if we were going to do
deals there.
For me, great deals. Do you shop at Costco? Sometimes. All right, I don't think I've ever shopped at Costco, to be honest with you. I don't have that family. Oh, this is what we were talking about here, guys. What a move, right? We had this drawn out from before. You now have that trend line break. Big time move in Costco. If I was going to pick something, it would be this. If we were doing 5 picks for ours, it's going to be Walmart. Walmart coming in at number 4. So I'd go CrowdStrike, JPM, Tesla, Rich Tech Robotics for the lottery ticket, and Walmart. Yes, I like Walmart a lot. I think it has the potential. I'm not expecting it. You're not going to get any substantial returns, but it's just a nice steady grind to the top side in this one. If you're fortunate enough to get like 10-15% out of it, which I think is pretty substantial, but that's what I'm going to be looking at there is WMTOB.
Yes, sir. So the market's pulling back in here. Let's see if we can break back below 25,600 here on the good old DAC, the NASDAQ, right there. Watching the ES as well, again, I mentioned earlier, a little bit of a disconnect. When we saw that yesterday as well, there's quite a bit of a discrepancy between how both of them performed and how both of them moved. That's the ES and the NASDAQ. And today, we're kind of seeing the same here. Some strong sell pressure here on the NASDAQ. So let's see who's really kind of holding this up. Yesterday, it was kind of Nvidia holding its own. Tesla with a bid on the day today. So I guess it's Tesla. It's Tesla's party today. And we'll take a look at Meta as well, because I'm not really watching that one. But yeah, a little bit of a bid here. 424 is holding pretty well. 435's high a day here on Tesla. Let's take a quick look at Meta as well. Meta, okay, we did have that sell coming in, but the bid brought us all the way back to pre-market lows, and we're catching a little bit of resistance there as well. We'll be right back from Adara with some news and Crypto Watch.
Bill Pulte is still talking here about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, FNMA trying to take out pre-market highs here, as we do have Pulte saying that he expects U.S. President Donald Trump to make a decision here on the IPO of Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae within the next month. So again, Pulte saying that probably within the next month or so, we'll find out about a potential IPO for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac from President Trump himself. Then we have DKNG and PENN. These are also on watch here. Apparently, New York lawmakers introducing a bill that would ban prediction market sports contracts here on individual sporting events or player performances. Here's DKNG and here's PENN. Now, why these are significant is because if these games have less competition from these prediction markets here in the sports betting space, likely to look here for these traditional gambling plays. Before we go back to the guys, I do want to do a really quick crypto update. Here is BTC. We'll pull it up here on the daily chart if I can. Here we go. So Bitcoin on the daily actually making a decent trend here with these, still making these higher lows on the daily. We had that, I guess, most recent significant drop here, November 21st, Friday, 2025, then make a low here, December 1st, around the 83 level, slightly higher low, mid-December around 84. Then we get this base here around that 86,000 that we had for the back half of December 25. And now today here, our most recent low, January 8th, this low here around 89,000. Right now, you're back above 90,000. Let's see if it stays. This is our second, I guess now third straight red day here for the BTC. But again, this daily chart and with this resistance here on watch here at 94, almost 95s, could be potentially a level for BTC to break out of. Guys, back to you.
Stuff. Obi, I see you're short Microsoft. Gorv, I was going to tell you AMD 5-minute. Here's an additional print here on the TQQQs. But one thing to note here is that, boom, we're getting these continuous lower highs. This could be a bounce because this is a solid volume print right here on the 1-minute time frame there, brother.
Yes, sir. So yeah, Softy coming in again. I'm looking at the same thing here on the Nasdaq. Let's see how we'll look at some different time frames here on Softy and see how that's faring. Now again, I'm not expecting it to break right away, right? It's not Meta, MSFT here. You can see we've been kind of bouncing with lower highs here for a potential build into that 477. We did come in and hit that 477. 477.01 is that little clip there. I did say, chasers get punished. I knew exactly what I was doing a little bit there. And I was like, yeah, if this goes against me, I got to give it all the way back up to here as well. So size accordingly, obviously. And then when it does come back up there and sellers step back in, I'm like, all right, cool. I can kind of start getting in some more here and pull back in. And then you know what? This can continue to kind of go down, right? This is a little bit of a trend here. Yeah, okay, we did point those out a little bit earlier. Where's that V up as well? There's that acceleration to the downside. Let's see if we can crack that 477. I have no idea, but the market coming in as well at the same time, definitely that tailwind is going to help me out a little bit here. But we're still stuck in this range, right? We attempted to push this range. We basically false broke this range as well, and then now we're coming right back in. So yeah, a little bit of weakness being shown here by Softy on the day as we hold as we hold that VWAP. And prior day as well, this kind of gives me some good confluence. It's just like we bid up pretty aggressively, and then we sold off pretty decently back down, and guess what? We're breaking that prior day low here. That's that 478, and then pre-market highs as well. So we did get a bid coming into the beginning of the week here from, 469s all the way to 479s, and then Monday a little bit of a chop zone here. So let's see if we can get into some of these 476s. That's what I'm looking for. All right, so there goes the 477 while I'm talking and not even looking at the book there. So I had some size ready to punch, but well, you know what? It's okay. It's not really moving that fast. So I'm just going to kind of be a little patient here and watch what it does. This could just be another kind of bid. Again, but this was support here. Now we're kind of cracking through that 77. This is the secondary support here at 476s, and that's the day lows as well, right? So that's where buyers kind of stepped in. So
the time frame is that the one?
This is a 3.
Oh, what's the 1 minute saying? Is the volume starting to pick up there?
I mean, yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. As a
you can
break,
see some
yeah, you
volume
see a
on that
break there,
I did
yeah.
notice that. So yeah, it makes sense. Like if I wasn't talking and if I was staring the tape down, I would definitely throw some volume down into that break. Nothing too crazy, right? I don't want to mess up or crack my average. There goes the 256, 225, 600 on the NASDAQ right there. So that's the confluence that I was looking for there.
Okay.
And confluence is your friend, my friend.
Confluence.
So yeah, exactly. So you know, it's just sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. But the market weakness is definitely a little bit here on the day today. So you know what? I'm going to start. What did I just do? Times MSFT. Muscle memory. Sometimes I type in. I just typed in Meta, so I just typed in. What do you call? Meta again on the thing on the
Instead of MSFT.
Instead of MSFT. So I'll take some off there. That was my chase right there. So I want to take off some of my chase and then deal with this. So now you can see the chase is gone and my average is that of what I had up here. Let's see if that continues a little bit there to the downside. And I understand, like right here, when I'm looking at the NASDAQ, this is where buyers kind of stepped in. Seller dominance on the day, yes. Seller dominance on the day, yes, here as well in Softy. But 476 is what I'm looking for. I don't know if it's going to come in. Again, it's been choppy, right? It's bounce, 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 lower highs into a flat bottom break. Shout out to Sharif. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for here. Let's see if it will have us. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. Where is the next trade is the question that I will be asking here. So post it off a little bit more there. Let's see, there you go, get filled. And then if we get through those 476s, then maybe I can take some more volume there. But again, 477s, this is where I really wanted some. And if it didn't continue right away, I would have been more than fine with that. But it is what it is. Sometimes you just got to trade with what you have. And we talked about this yesterday. It doesn't matter. All that matters is decisions. Decisions, decisions, decisions.
Yes, sir.
There are so many.
Yeah,
some of them are great. Some of them are not so great.
Not so great.
And I was reading this thing yesterday where it's just like even some of the best investors of all time, they're only going to be right just in and around just above 50% of the time, right? So it doesn't matter who you're reading about, even the greats. They're relatively right, maybe 50 to 60%, in between 50 to 60% of the time. So you ask the question, how do they become so profitable? That's the question I'm asking as well, right? I'm definitely not there yet, but that is the vision. So how do you become profitable when you're only right 50 to 60% of the time? Well, it's risk management.
Yeah.
It's decision making as well. Like we talked about this, when you're right, are you really pushing in? Are you getting aggressive when you're right? And when you're wrong, are you keeping it tight and staying nimble?
You definitely want to be at the right place at the wrong. I mean, you want to be at the right place at the right time for sure. And with that comes practice and everything along those lines.
Like I say these things not because I can do them. I'm trying to manifest them by saying it out into the world. Right?
Put it out.
These are skills that I still need to acquire. I do not have them, not even close to where I want to be. In terms of that, but when I say these things, I'm like, these are the goals. Are
you taking the right steps to get there?
I think so, for sure. Yeah.
All right, then that's all that matters.
Growth is definitely there, and I think just that concept of 1% every day, I think will definitely take me there. But sometimes I do feel like a little bit of urgency is also required.
Why? Because time's ticking.
I mean, no, it's just like it takes a long time to get to some of those goalposts, and it's just like the faster we can get there, the better. The better. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. Yeah, Machiavelli, 67% of the time it works all the time, right? So, do you know what that's from, Obi?
I think that's from
Anchorman. Anchorman. Yeah, 67% of the time it works all the time. So. Ow, okay, my knee. Yeah, Adara, what do you got going on? Let's get into some other tickers as soon as we get back from Adara.
New York Times reporting here on AAPL suggesting that John Turnus, who is a low profile, but apparently influential executive here at AAPL, he could be next in line to replace CEO Tim Cook. should Tim Cook step down. So again, apparently John Turnus could be next in line here for the Apple CEO position. For what it's worth, this is not the first time that I've heard John Turnus's name thrown around in this CEO question, but either way here, AAPL pushing higher on this news. Again, low profile but influential Apple exec John Turnus could be the new CEO of AAPL should Tim Cook step down. Big caveat there. It's not like he's retiring right away. Back to you.
Derry, yeah, let's pull up what AAPL is up to right now. Silver starting to climb back higher. I mean, it had 3 gap down days, and then sure enough, each single one of those days turned green, right? So here it is on SLV. Boom. Gap down a little bit, you open here, you almost close it, so maybe not closing completely green, but at the end of the day, even if you're moving lower, you're putting in some green sessions right there on SLV. APLD still hovering around this consolidation zone on the top end of this trend line here, so you're on the backside of that, and there is ONDS not doing too much. I'm going to suspect that thing's going to cool down relatively quickly. Oh, that's what we were going to do, hop into AAPL. Let's send this over AAPL and see what we got cooking. Yeah, heading towards the top end of the range. Now noted, let's head over to the lower time frames to see if the volume is really starting to pick up. And I don't see it, guys. Like, this is just, I guess, like modest volume, if you ask me, relatively speaking. You want to see that start to slowly pick up. It is some of the largest prints on the 1 minute time frame in the past hour or so. So keep that in mind. But we want to see that increase as we punch through resistance zones. Now, what else are we going to be looking at? I'm just running through my scans right now, guys, to see if there's any quality opportunities here. The NASDAQ could be somewhat attractive at some key support levels. You're getting that bounce in Apple leading the way to the top side here in the overall market. Why can't I want to move this. What the heck? Okay, there we go. Just do this here. Really yeah, Apple's really starting to go now. Volume starting to step in there. OB on the lower time frames is exactly what you want to look for. A range break there in AAPL. That's going to help drag the TQs higher, and you can see nice indecision print, and now we're starting to head right back towards the top end of the range. Let's see how we react around this specific zone. Gaurav, hopefully you're still involved with that, and you didn't get out at the crack of the lower end. So SoFi, ADR, RR, and Mara, it seems like those are going to be your 4 picks, Commodity Kings. Hey, Joe, your lovely stock QQQ seems to be moving. Hey, man, I like trading much other things. I'm trying to avoid the NASDAQ just due to it being extremely mega cap heavy and look for some other things. For me personally, it's just like it's so many factors come into play when you are trading the TQs. You have to switch everything over to the Mag 7 because they're so heavily weighted. And I just like, hey, I want to look for some other things outside that aren't necessarily so crowded. Even though we have APLD, there is a catalyst behind it, reporting earnings yesterday after the bell. And then ONDS was looking really attractive in the pre-market as well, just due to the fact that it was forming a bull flag. It came up on my scan, but it seems that it may have been removed from it with... Oh, no, it's at the top of the list with 83.4 million shares traded in the intraday session here, guys. But this is what really caught my eye earlier this morning was, hey, strong pre-market move. And then sure enough, we were forming that bull flag. But that nice pullback, right? Not too aggressive. You have levels holding, and then sure enough, you get that strong reaction right out of the gate, out of the opening auction, pushing price all the way up to $15.06 from a low of around $13.11. So a couple points right there for you, pretty quick in that specific name. Now, as for Apple, continuing its grind higher, it will be help dragging the overall market higher. SoFi as well. I know a lot of people talking about that. Make sure you guys get those dollar signs in. We're going to be going over some of the tickers that you guys select. I'm thinking, I heard Sean say this morning that, hey, how are we going to figure out which names we're going to pick for the Trader TV community? Well, I think it should probably be the top 4, top 5 that are on the selection list, right? When we go through the rundown, our ticker upgrades. So let's see what we can get going up there. Yep, exactly. ONDS climbing a little bit higher as well, too, guys. So the momentum to the top side seems like it's slightly starting to uptick here as Apple headed into 258 and no signs of slowing down right now with 1 minute consolidation. And then sure enough, we're heading up into $258. That is going to put us past the opening high, that 5-minute opening high of 257.66, and looks like it wants to head towards that pre-market high in a matter of no time. So APLD looking good. SLV starting to come in a little bit. We're getting a rebound in the overall markets, and that is exactly what we want to see. Let's see if there's anything lagging as well around these lows, so we can try to get the best possible. BMNR, yeah, getting up to $30. Whatever that thing may be doing. Google, how are you doing? Ooh, a nice 5-minute indecision print there. Gaurav, on Google, multiple on this pullback. I think this could be a good opportunity as well. Indecision right there, and then now you're starting to slowly grind a little bit higher, and you can see that right out of the gate. Pre-market price action strong, but right out of the gate for the first half hour, 4 consecutive 20 minutes, I guess we can call it there, 4 consecutive 5-minute candles straight to the downside before you found any form of a bounce. And sure enough, now you have a print number 1, nice pop higher, print number 2, holding that zone, forming a new higher low, and then continuing to climb a little bit higher there, Obi.
Yes, sir. So I'm watching. So I got out of that softy because I'm just like, yeah, if the market's going to rip like this, and Apple, again, being one of the top constituents there, I think it goes Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple now. I think we did take a look at the constituents there just a couple days ago. But yeah, no, if Apple's going to rip up like this, then yeah, I don't necessarily want to stay too involved in this MSFT, even though it's still kind of doing the same, where it's just like boom, 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 slow, gradual push here as well. But you can see, so softy, again, maybe I re-engage because this is coming into that downtrend, but we'll see. I'm just going to be patient and wait here if it pulls back in. But again, if Apple's going to pull up, then I do want to get out. It was just a scalp to begin with. Here, Apple was quite nice, especially if you had it early here. I did look at it when Adara pointed it out, and I was just like, yeah, range break, and that range break kept on continuing into a high of day break right there. So yeah, both good opportunities, as it does not really look back from either of those points. A little bit of turbulence there on the high day break, but I think that's a little expected, and straight through some of this pre-market high consolidation. Let's even get up to here. This was interesting. This in the pre-market was where that selling kind of started around 6:30. Mark that off as well as a little bit of potential significance here. Boom, boom. Where's that at? Right there, 258.80. So maybe we're headed right up there. I guess I'll pin this one as well. This was that pre-market. Not really. It's not the pre-market high, but it's the high that we made coming into the session as well. So take a look at this.
Our Apple.
Yeah, man. Apple's straight beeline to the upside. 258.80s is where that selling started in. So maybe we are just doing a bigger picture reversion of that. This is what I'm saying here. Now, this is why I end up drawing so many lines on my charts here. But you can see maybe that came in. But if you really want to only measure or what do you call intraday session trend, so you can kind of go like that or that. There's a bunch of different lines you can probably show. Arbitrary chart art, as one of you in the chat astutely put it a few months ago, and that phrase has stuck with me. It's all arbitrary, right? It's just things are areas. There's no such thing as like a specific level unless you actually see the confluence happen. But arbitrary chart art nonetheless, and straight line up. I want to see, is this too far, too fast? I understand it's a bit of a catalyst, but are we really going to pull back in? Push all the way up, or am I going to take a little bit of a reversion? That's what I'm asking right now. So I do want to participate in a little bit of that. Let's see if Apple has a bit of a pullback here on that first little sell-off that we're getting just back up into here. See if it continues. I don't know if it's going to work out or not. Who knows? But I do want to participate a little bit here on the first sign of selling there. Actually, not the first. I think I did mention that the first sign of selling was that opening range high or day high break area, and this is the second one. So shout out to our boy Elliot. Sometimes there's 3 waves, so being in the second one, probabilities are a little different.
All right, right on. Yeah, so just running through the scan here, guys. Here's Marathon Digital heading towards the high of the day. A nice inverted hammer candle on the 1 minute. Let's head over to the lower time frame. Liquidity issues starting to fall in. Let's see if, a short on this wouldn't be horrible. I don't think at the high of the day. Risk profile relatively tight. You only have to give it about 10 cents. If you give it 10 cents to where it's currently trading, that's more than enough to prove that you're wrong. So you have to size up a little bit here in that specific trade. I like our chances on this. Maybe we should look to get a little bit involved. We have the 1 minute and the 5 minute time frame giving us a little bit of confirmation here, and that's exactly what we're looking for. So let's see if I have to order shorts for this bad boy. If not, if I do, the trade's probably already done. So let's see. Let's get involved here really quick. Oh, okay, bang. No, we don't have to order any shorts. All right, so we're short Marathon Digital at the highs, guys. We had another previous pivot high right there. I'm going to look to double this up just due to the value of the stock. So I'll get involved momentarily. If this really starts to work out for us and the market decides to come back in and Bitcoin decides to sell a little bit, then sure enough, we might be okay as Bitcoin is heading towards the high. A nice little move to the downside there in IBIT. So still sitting in, all right, there we go, Marathon. We're at 46s, a little bit more. Yeah, I'm going to have to add substantially more shares here. I don't want to just yet. I'll wait for a pullback and a retest. So what the game plan here is going to be, guys, on Marathon Digital is here. Let's head over to the 1 minute. A little bit of a breakdown. If we get a retest of 1042, come back, fail us to establish a new high, then what I'm going to do is just going to double up the size here and then look for that move a little bit lower. That would be an ideal price target. Ooh, a nice little tank right there in Marathon. So, I mean, we could add a little bit more right now, but I don't want to chase it as we hit the bid at 1043. Let's see if there's going to be any strength stepping right back into MRA. Oh, wow. Apple giving up a big-time portion of that move. Who shorted it? Oh, you got that top. Let's go, Obi. As Obi is shorting all the way up here.
Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
That's the narrative. That's the reality of trading. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. If everything worked all the time, it would be a significantly easier game, in my opinion. What do you think? It would be much easier, right?
I mean,
then you wouldn't have to Josh Brown pump, right? Like if you do,
I said this in the chat before. Like if you're pumping, that's probably just a skill issue, man.
I don't know, man.
But,
you think so?
I definitely think so.
I don't know, man. I think that's kind of like prestiging. Like if you have the ability to pump, you're probably up there in the ultimate prestige, in my opinion. I don't think there's any form of a.
But with great power comes great responsibility. As Obi said, like shout out to Power by Kanye West, but no one man should have all that power. It's the 21st century, doing something mean to it. Like, be respectful with your power, guys.
I think the beautiful thing is the market is kind of all-knowing. The market is, mother market. We call it mother market for a reason. And if you kind of mess around with the market, she will definitely put you in your place. That's all. That's what I've learned. And over time, that is what happens. Maybe it works once or twice. Who knows? Who cares? But I know for a fact that the market will put players in their place, especially for messing around like that, thinking they can move the market, right? What was that?
I was thinking when Spider-Man.
You told me about it. Rogue Trader. Yeah, exactly. Rogue Trader. Beautiful example of that. The guy, definitely, he got away with moving the market here and there, but eventually the market will put you in your place. And it's a great example, a great story of that, I guess, market mechanic, if you want to call it, there as well. So.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. Like, I understand, yes, with great power comes great responsibility, but what you're trying to do is justify something that really doesn't care about what you're doing. So if you're trying to play if you're trying to be sympathetic in something that essentially could care if you had any form of money or not, it doesn't know if you're going to be trading today or tomorrow. It could care less. So why do you care essentially on what's going on that's something that is made by machines and has no emotion? I'm not trying to.
There's so much emotion in the market, dude.
Of course there is, but it doesn't care. It doesn't care about what you think or how you feel. So why are you trying to feel a certain way?
Because I respect myself. That's the difference.
Okay, so that's I think that's a little bit different. If you're going to respect yourself, I get that. But at the end of the day, if you're right or wrong, it doesn't care.
No, of course, yeah, man. I mean, if we're going to talk from a business perspective, there's a lot of businesses out there which the government will not approve of, right? I think, but at the same time, you can say the market is the market, business is business. You can buy and sell whatever you want, right? And you can kind of do whatever you want, sure. But eventually, the hammer does come down. But I don't know.
Yeah, okay, so you're getting on the karma. I can understand good and bad karma for sure. for sure. But anyway.
There you go. Spit and spin. Actually, the algos are designed to exploit your feelings 100%. That's exactly what they do, right? It's just like when you sit here and you get frustrated and you get irritated, guess what? That's the algos on the other side that are programmed to work on human emotion. And maybe if you understand human emotion, maybe then you have a little bit of an edge as well, being like, all right, you understand how players work. You understand. You can literally sometimes feel the emotion in the tape, dude. And it's just like that can give you a perspective of what's going on in that landscape. But yeah, no, it's just that's just my opinion. It doesn't, like you said, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. But if I had that power, I wouldn't really use it that way. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean, it's hypothetical, right?
That's fine. I don't need, like, people are saying, Joe, I don't trust you. I was like, yeah, that's fine. You don't have to at the end of the day. I'm gonna stay true to myself, and I'm being honest with you in the fact that the market doesn't care. So why should I care at the end of the day either? Right? I get it. Sometimes we do get frustrated and you're going to eat those words. But at the end of the day, it's just a machine that could care less if you make money or lose money at the end of the day. Speaking of making money, we're going to head over to MARA and see what we got going on as we get a nice little move to the downside, $10.46. But starting to get that pullback in which I was talking about not too long ago, Obi. Let's see if we can fail to construct a new high. And then sure enough, let's see if we can get an additional add here as it's coming back into our break even, actually. You can see it start to hit the ask, curl over, and then we add to this position substantially, and then maybe we can be fortunate enough to get a move lower. But it looks like the overall market is going to continue to grind a little bit higher.
It does kind of look like that. And yeah, we got all the way down to 257.20s here on Apple on the pullback. Again, it just defined some support and resistance levels from earlier on in the session. And we did kind of crack below multiple levels there as well. So I'm kind of watching this here and seeing if we kind of take a bit of a turn. You can see the market as well. NASDAQ, ES is kind of clipping its highs as well. There's a bit of a wick shaping dance happening there on the 15-minute on the NASDAQ as well. 2 minutes left on this candle to finish printing here. So the next level I have here potentially is 257.60s. We're there right now. And again, we'll see if this works out. If it doesn't, more than willing to move on to the next trade and see what that has in store for us. But sellers has definitely been in charge on the NASDAQ today. And with this bit of news, let's see if they can actually carry us forward. I think we're looking for a bit of a reversion on some of these names. But if Apple's going to come in and move a little too far too fast, I do want to get and stay involved at the same time as well with this name. So wait and see. What are you guys looking at? What is your next trade? APLD going, saying somebody in the chat. Let's take a quick look at APLD as well. Let's see. Wow, yeah, this one was crazy off of the open, but yeah, a little bit of a push here of this this range. Maybe some. This is a very choppy range here as well. It's not really a clean range. Like Apple had a pretty clean range. High today sitting at 35.50s here on APLD. Let's see if we can get all the way up to 35.50s. That's where I'll be interested in this one here. But yeah, a lot of great opportunities in this market off of the open, man. And since then, we've been kind of slow. We're kind of slowing down there, especially any sort of NASDAQ-related names here. You can see just chop, 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 chop within this little bit of a bounce range that we made off of those earlier lows. So that's kind of what I have on watch. Let's see if we get any other intraday opportunities, man. Breaking news trades have been absolutely amazing as well. We saw how that kind of went yesterday. But right now, let's go to Dara and then Neil for Happening Now and your lesson of the day.
Hello, team. The market, in terms of what's happening with the market, I think we're maybe trying to push a little bit higher, but this is very much wedge action here on the cues. We have slightly higher lows and slightly lower highs. In terms of economic data, by far, nothing that we got today is really going to compare to the excitement of NFP non-farm payrolls for the month of December at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Then at 10 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to be getting University of Michigan consumer sentiment data. This partially because it has an inflation aspect to that print that has been considered a key number. I also want to talk to you guys about John Ternus. Now, Apple here reportedly, according to New York Times, considering John Ternus as a new CEO when Tim Cook eventually steps down. So there's not like there's any sense of urgency here. That's the vibe that I've gotten from this report. But looks like if and when Tim Cook does step down, John Turnus could be succeeding him as CEO, currently serving as SVP of Hardware Engineering and directly reporting to Tim Cook. I mentioned earlier that I believed we had previously heard reports that he could be the new CEO. The second I saw his face, I knew for sure that I had indeed heard these reports. So this is not necessarily new. We've already heard rumors of John Turnus maybe being the next successor, but looks like it's maybe a bit more set in stone now. Also here, potentially more set in stone, is an IPO for FNMA and FMCC. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, with Bill Pulte, leader of the FHFA, Federal Housing Authority, coming up here on a CNBC interview and saying that he thinks Trump might have a decision here on the IPOs of these names within the next month. Last but not least, CVX and oil in general here on watch. We know that we're apparently maybe going to be getting a meeting here with some of these oil company executives at the White House tomorrow, according to Caroline Levitt, making some comments yesterday during her press conference. But also here with oil, we just had Goldman Sachs saying that apparently some investors that they're seeing are the most bearish in oil that they've been in 10 years. Now, before we send you over to an exciting lesson of the day with Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Oragenics. Concussions demand fast solutions. NYSE listed Oragenics, or OGEN. They're developing one designed to reach the brain quickly and in a non-invasive way. So what are you waiting for? Learn more and schedule a meeting today. But you don't have to schedule a lesson. It's going to happen right now. Neil?
Thanks, Dara. I feel like this is becoming like a regular thing where I'll be ready to eat my tilapia and then listening to the really quality conversation that was going on. Then suddenly, I just want to talk about something different for the lesson. Because that conversation between Joe and Obi, the market caring, the market not caring, I don't want to opine too much about it. I'm just going to give you a story of something very real that happened to me and then take it for what it's worth. Anybody that has been watching the show long enough probably has heard that I started out, my first paychecks, I was a penny stock trader. Maybe not the sexiest thing in the world to go home and tell your parents. Like I said, when I was cashing checks, nobody, I only answered to myself, and what I was doing was making me money. I didn't care, and I was following the market rules and all that good stuff. There was something that happened, and I'm trying to remember the exact year, but I don't. Probably sometime around 2004, 2005, it was in that range, where the rise of essentially like, it's like E-Trade and Ameritrade, trade all you want for like a flat fee of $19.95 or $9.90, whatever it was. Like that was the idea, and it brought about an obvious opportunity for people to break the law and the rules and make money. And essentially what they were doing, and I'll try to explain it as fast as I can, and it's a little technical, it's not the point, but it'll make some sense in a second. If you trade right now on any stock, and I'll pick something that doesn't move very much, like say an Open Door, right? If I sit on the offer and add liquidity at $6.40, you can get paid $2 for every 1,000 shares. If you remove liquidity, you could pay $3 for every 1,000 shares. That's that little bit of a spread. What ended up happening with this E-Trade and Ameritrade was you weren't executing and that fee wasn't getting passed on, you were just paying a flat fee. So if you think about it, if order size was large enough on E-Trade or Ameritrade, then you could be paying, say, $10 flat, a flat fee, even if you were doing 100,000 shares, let's say. Right? So removing liquidity on 100,000 shares, paying $3 for every 1,000, you're paying $300. That's what the gateway charge would be. But over at E-Trade and Ameritrade, you're paying a flat fee of like, say, $19.95. So there was that opportunity that if someone broke the rules and had two separate accounts, one their private personal account and then their prop account, they could sit there and on their prop account, they could be losing gross, like losing 1/10 or 2/10 on a penny stock, but then making the rebate in both directions. So you're making 2/10 in, 2/10 out, losing gross of 3/10, and you were making 1/10 for every share you took. And then on the other side, that same account was just punching in and out on a flat fee and then not caring about the rebates. What effectively started happening was you had a bunch of stocks for a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, that were penny stocks that just would have maximum on the bid ask locked and crossed, while some yahoos were just going back and forth, hitting the bid in the ask, paying the flat fee, and the other side of their own account was just taking the rebates. Now, while that was happening, doing that was illegal, whomever was doing it. But if you were a trader like myself, I could sit there and just sit on the offer and the bid, and if that person ended up hitting me, I would then make the rebate too. And for those 2 weeks, I sat there and watched it for multiple days. Now, if I joined and decided liquidity, I wouldn't be breaking a single rule. I'd just be seeing something happen in the market, and I would be making the rebate, and I would just be getting paid all day long while it happened. And for a couple of days, I was like, this is ridiculous. Someone is breaking the law. I'm not going to do it, even though I wouldn't be doing anything wrong by taking the rebate. And about the third or fourth day, I realized, you know what? I've reported this issue. We sent it up the chain saying, hey, look, this is what's happening on these stocks, and it's still happening. The market's done nothing about it. And I eventually said, this is silly. I'm just going to make the rebates. And I remember over the next couple, week and a half, before they did something about it, just making thousands of dollars. I wasn't breaking the rules. Somebody else was. And I'm like, whatever, I'm just going to sit there and take advantage of it. And I was maybe, at the time, I'm like 25 years old, right? Now, there's no right or wrong answer there. Did I start too soon taking advantage of something I saw in the market that was morally wrong, but I wasn't breaking the rules? Did I make a mistake by doing it altogether? Ultimately, you've got to be able to decide. But you do have to make that decision when trading because it's the most regulated market and there's a bunch of things that are within the rules. And if you feel it's wrong to do it, even though it's within the rules, then make that be your choice. But I feel like you have to be definitive about it. There is right and wrong ultimately gets judged for most people. And I'm not going to get too deep here, but for most people, right and wrong gets judged at a higher level, right? I think we can all agree on that. But the market is super regulated, and there are lots of ways in which you can make money that aren't necessarily about, hey, who just buys low and sells high all the time. And to the extent that we see things like that, maybe you want to take advantage of it. Now, I'm not going to say that APLD was manipulated today. However, I've rarely seen this type of a pattern before, and when I did, it was always, oh man, somebody is literally like algo pushing this stock inside of a range. And I've seen that kind of trade before. And I remember at first being like, oh man, when stocks are doing this, someone's pushing, and pushing was just like literally manipulating the price action of the stock to get it to go up and down in a wide range, and then you're scalping inside of the range. Incredibly illegal to do. Yet when it does happen, do you want to take advantage of it? So you have to answer that question for yourself. I'm not here to tell you what to do. You got to be able to live with yourself. But that was a real life thing for me. And would I have made more money if I started doing it earlier, even though I wasn't breaking the rules? Answer, yes. But I sort of grappled with it for a couple of days and then eventually said, man, it's just happening in the market. I should, what, or get off the pot whether I wanted to make that money. And the side anecdote of that, eventually the market did notice that random penny stocks in the NASDAQ were leading in volume over like Microsoft and Cisco and all that stuff for multiple days, and they got rid of rebates. That was their solution. You no longer got a rebate on penny stocks. That got rid of the practice, but while they were waiting to react to it, penny stock traders were making absolute bank, just jumping in when other people were breaking the law. You could just jump in and be a part of the party, and you weren't doing anything wrong. So, make your own decisions out there. Ultimately, you have to have your own little bit of a code, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to it. But, Joe was right when he said the market doesn't care what you think or feel. It's impossible to be a robot because we are not. We are emotional beings, but at the end of the day, emotions are going to get the better of you. That said, it's not always a bad thing. So you have to be able to live with yourself at the end of the day. If you think that trading and pumping stocks is horribly wrong, well, there's nothing illegal about it in some regard. Like what Josh Brown does is not illegal. He's just simply saying, I like this stock, and if I have the clout that it goes up after, great. I mean, Warren Buffett kind of has that too. Do we think it's right or wrong? That's up to you to decide. It's up for higher powers to decide. But good luck in your trade today. I know it's not very technical. Sorry about that, guys. But I thought that was kind of an anecdote that I thought might be interesting for everybody. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. APLD, okay, I have to. I'm like obliged of myself to point this one out. So since breaking this little channel it's had, it's now got a very kind of distinct trend. I'm actually curious now that this trend is lining up with where they were selling it before to maybe play it first as a little bit of a bounce zone to try to get back to the high. Because that's a little tight to VWAP for a trend break. So I am looking at APLD for the first time today. Probably a mistake to have ignored that stock. Good luck, everybody. I usually tell you how the lunch has been, but I haven't cracked it. This is the gigantic piece of tilapia that they gave us, which you can tell I'm looking really forward to eating because I haven't even pulled the saran wrap off. See you guys.
Thank you very much, Neil. Yeah, absolutely great lesson there. Market doesn't care, man. I definitely 100% agree with that. But you know, it is what it is. Market does not care at all about your average, about your position,
Nothing.
or about how you think and perceive the market. The market really is its own living, breathing creature, right? It really doesn't care. But it is a beast that we do have to tackle, right? It's a beast that we do have to fight.
Sometimes you got to play. I mean, again, like what Neil said, as long as you're within the rules, who cares if it's a little dirty, right?
Sure, yeah.
You're in the trenches, then sometimes it just got to be that way. I mean, and I like what he was talking about, like morals. It's funny. I was thinking about this in my head. I'm not going to mention it, but we have some people that just throw that aside and who are making as much, if you get what I'm getting at here, who make as much as NBA players and like high-level athletes, and we can say, hey, that's not morally right, but that's boo-hoo. They're going to cry about it in their Bentley or their Lambo. Who cares? They're not breaking the law or anything along those lines. If you get what I'm saying.
No, yeah. I get that, and that's fine. That's part of playing the game. I totally get that, but it's just. I'm just saying that I do think that pumping is slightly different. The thing is, Warren Buffett didn't get to where he got thinking that way, being like, oh, I'm going to talk about my stocks when they're going to go up.
No, not at all.
He did
100%
not
agree.
care about that.
100%
right?
agree.
Listen, like you gotta really watch a lot of their AGMs, annual general meetings, to really understand how those guys thought. And Warren Buffett, absolutely one of the greats. Charlie Munger, definitely RIP, absolutely one of the greats as well. But yeah, a lot of the players that didn't get there thinking like that. That's all I'm going to say about that. But Apple, though, looking a little weak here with the market coming in as well. So let's see if that kind of breaks this bit of structure as well. Making some lower highs here into 257s. Let's see if we can get to 257s. VWAP is down at 256.80s here. So yeah, we did point out some levels here earlier. Again, support and resistances. Guess what? This one came in as a little bit of resistance. So that was the day high, right? And we did get some selling that came in off of that level, pretty aggressive. And we held underneath the VWAP off of that selling that came in at the beginning of the day. So the question becomes, if it's going to respect again, what are the probabilities stacking like now? I have no idea, but let's wait and see what the market tells us and what the price action kind of, what kind of price action comes in. Here we go, right there, coming into the low teens there, 257s coming in. What is that level that I pointed out earlier? That's 257.02, so we're coming into into that level as well. Now this was resistance, so now let's see if this is a classic case of resistance turned into support here on AAPL. So that's what I have on watch right now. Let's see if that comes into fruition on Apple. So yeah, a little bit of a pop there on Apple off of that news catalyst. And I'm saying yesterday, news catalyst, great opportunities. Today, once again, news catalyst, great opportunities. It's sometimes this happens in the market where it's just like things are participants are just reacting to the news in distinct ways, and breaking news trades become very, very lucrative as well, I would say. So yeah, something to watch out for. When it's hot, it's hot. When it's not, move on to something else as well. So that's what I have on watch here, Joe.
Right on. All right, we got another $5 super chat here, Obi. Can we crash the tilapia business? I'd buy puts with all my savings to make it happen. I can feel Neil's pain when he finds out it's tilapia. I mean, I don't think we can do that. The chances of us crashing the tilapia business are pretty low. There's an easy solution to that. Hype the lunch lady and say, hey, no more tilapia. That's what I did. And sure enough, boom, you don't get it. Yeah, just let her know, man. And she's more than willing to help you out. And that's all I did, man. It was just like, hey, I can't, no more of this stuff for me, please and thank you. Eat more chicken, says the real Gary F. Okay. I mean, nothing wrong with chicken or beef. We like those. Favorite fish, Obi?
I think I like halibut.
halibut's a good one. All right, salmon.
Whenever we say
salmon
fish, I'm
for
like
me.
fish and chips right away.
Fish and chips?
I'm like, there's a spot.
Which is typically halibut, right?
Yeah, it's most of the time
yeah.
it's halibut, but you know that the cod isn't too bad either. But yeah, they're all kind of different.
Yeah. Again, good stuff. Ocean, fish only, no freshwater fish. Fair enough. All right, guys, let's get right back into these markets and see what we got going on. We got out break even. I was telling Obi here, we got a little bit of a move down. So we took some off, nothing substantial. And then we put in a new high of the day right here. So I have to keep my eyes on what Bitcoin is up to. But Marathon Digital slowly starting to come back in. It is now past our entry price. Oh, okay, that's Bitcoin. So yeah, Bitcoin's starting to come in as well too. Let's head back out to Mara and see what we got going on, Mara, whatever you'd like to call it. On the 5-minute time frame, nothing really. Trendline still holding up. So maybe one more retest, and then we'll get involved. And you're not pumping the stock going hard, then you won't make money. You don't ride the wave. Nobody would trade the stock. Yeah, exactly. Tofu? No, I'm not really a big tofu guy either. So, but yeah, Lemons family, good point there, my friend. Let's see what we got going on. Obi, are you still in the Apple short?
Yeah, a little bit. Okay, watching it here as we kind of hold that 257.
I think, I mean, the market's heading back a little bit higher. We can take a look at the TQQs here. So this was our downtrend line. We're heading right into that resistance zone. Let's see how we react. Some nice indecision prints off of these lows, and let's see how this market's going to react to these names. Some of the bigger, obviously, market capitalization starting to climb higher. What has Amazon been up to the past couple of sessions? It's been relatively strong. Have things started to cool down here on Amazon? Not at all. We'll be back up to 245.33 and printing a new high of the day. Adair, what do you have for us?
What I have here is BKTT pushing higher. We do have Mike Alfred, who is on the company's board, posting just now on X in all caps. Really big things in the works. Hang tight. He's also been an open door investor, a couple other names that he's been involved in here, but BKTT is actually on the board of. So I guess some people speculating that this post has something to do with BKTT. Not necessarily clear if that is the case. He also only posted it 2 minutes ago, and this move up clearly started before then, but yeah, just be aware here. BKKT on watch. If I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Oh, man. All right. See what Gabby Frigo said here, OB. I have almost liquidated in my position in the futures Bitcoin, and now I'm down just 5%. 85.5K was my liquidity grab there. LOL. I'm 30x leverage all in. I know. I don't know if that's nice, 30x leverage, but by all means, do what you have to do sometimes. Silver starting to come in a little bit here, 68.93, a big volume increase here on SLV. Look at that on the 1-minute time frame, OB. Indecision prints at the highs, maybe a potential trade there for you, a reversion back to the volume weighted average price there in SLV.
Yeah, no, silver has been a great mover, man. Great vehicle for extracting our opportunity from the market over the past few weeks. We've seen the crazy moves, man. And another one, like some of these chip names like Micron, or like some of the memory names like like Micron, SNDK as well. Yesterday, I was like, okay, my computer is running out of a little bit of space. I go to look for an SSD, and man, SSDs as well. Just crazy prices, almost double of what they were just a few months ago. So GG's to that. I was just like, yeah, I should. I've been hesitating buying a new like a M.2 SSD for the past year or so, and I was just like, yeah, they always kind of go down. Hard drives always go down in price as they come out with better and better technologies as well. My mic just fell off. Yeah, no, so that was kind of the perspective there, and I guess I didn't have the vision when it came to what was happening with all the data centers around the world. But yeah, no, some of these SSD prices are absolutely crazy as well. I mean, SanDisk. You see Western Digital as well. I have currently in my PC, I have a WD Black, which is again they said they're made for gaming. They're a little bit faster. But yeah, those things are absolutely crazy. Like $800 for a 2 terabyte. I was just like, oh my god, that's absolutely wild. And that's Canadian dollars, so it might be a little less in the.
How much you say for $800
for a 2 terabyte WD Black? Yeah. So that's for the SN850X for those of you who know what that is.
But when I first got my PC, I think I got It's like a couple $100 for 1 terabyte SSD or something like that. So nothing.
That's
nothing
how much.
crazy.
Like I initially bought just like a 500 gig one, and that cost me like I think it was like $90 or $100 or something like that. And I was like, I'll buy. And then the 1 terabytes were like $300-400 at the time, and I was like, okay, I'll just wait a little bit. I don't necessarily need all that space right now. But things are getting a little crowded. Let's just say that on my PC. As you know, I wanted to download some games and play them, and one of my buddies wants to play Destiny 2 again. And Destiny 2, if you guys know, it's about 150 gigs. And I had to clean up some space, and I still didn't have enough room. But last night I started playing Hogwarts Legacy. I downloaded that. That was on sale for a bit. I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I've been wanting to play that game for a long time. And I was just like, last night, I was watching Blue Ocean move like molasses, and I was just like, okay, I'm kind of bored. I need something to distract me so I don't punch into noise. So I downloaded that, I played that for a little bit. I started playing it for like, I got like an hour in. Pretty decent game, well made, beautiful aesthetics as well. And yeah, no, it's.
Are you Harry Potter, or do you have?
No, I'm my own character. I've named him Obi-Wan. So Obi-Wan is in Gryffindor, and currently we're learning some initial spells.
That's what Harry was in, though, was Gryffindor, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
No, but the thing is, the hat asks you questions, and based off of your replies, it puts you in a house. And I didn't know what, like I was just answering the questions, and it was like, oh, Gryffindor. I was like, I don't know. I was a little sketched. I was like, maybe they do that for most of the answers, just because people are kind of Gryffindor fans. But yeah. So, yeah, exactly. No, yeah, Obi-Wan is. I was just like, yeah, that's my IGN as well. But no, I used to use a lot of different IGNs before. Growing up, I had.
I don't know. You're gonna have to fill me in.
In-game names.
Okay.
So IGN. So like, what's your gamer tag, basically?
Yeah.
Right? So I was like, I used to use Blackout, and then I don't know if you remember when names are taken, we used to add X's and I's to the front and the back of the name. So sometimes I was like, X's,
dude, I knew you were gonna say. I knew someone was gonna say that. There's no way I would be. There's no way. Someone said I would be Slytherin. No, I'm obviously Gryffindor, man. Come on, let's go. All right, guys, let's get this going here, Obi. PDS Biotechnology, NASDAQ PDSB, is transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Learn more at www.pdsbiotech.com. All right. Yeah, thank you there, Nelly. LOL. Much appreciated on that one. Oh, someone said I'd be Hufflepuff. That's all right. I would say anything. We don't want to be a part of the bad guys. That's for sure.
Hufflepuffs are pretty peaceful, man.
Yeah, they're peace. The Ravenclaw is cool too. I like Ravenclaw. I think we're gonna put nice for putting that poll up there, guys. I think a lot of people. Let's see what the Slytherin crew are up to, but a lot of Gryffindor. Ravenclaw is pretty cool. I like those guys. A big Harry Potter fan myself.
Nice. What's your favorite movie?
Oh, that's a tough question, man.
You've read the books?
I think I read The Philosopher's Stone. I think that was probably the only one that I've ever read. And I don't know why I said I
stood in line for the third, fourth, and fifth. Like, no, the last three. So
dude, have you seen the Harry Potter stores? I've seen one in Chicago. It's pretty sick.
No.
Yeah, it's
dude,
pretty cool.
So this is a big thing for me and my siblings. Like we rewatch the series like every year. These guys went to Wizarding World without me. I was just like, oh my God, how did you even do that?
Yeah. Oh, you know what? That's a great question, Obi. I actually watched Inception the other day over the break. Yeah, great movie. So I said to my boys, in my theory, the whole thing, he's essentially dreaming the whole time.
Yeah, that's one of the
right? Like the whole thing is he's a dream. And then
the top that spins at the end.
At the end, right? That's what gets you, right?
That's what gets you. That's what gets you. Again, beautiful story writing on that.
Yeah, you're right. Newer capital. We're definitely about to get active here momentarily, man. We're we're just looking for some things. Enough of that. I mean, not enough. We'll get back into it. Shutter Island, a pretty good one. RKLB, those are some solid movies.
Leo just has some amazing movies.
Yeah, crazy. And his new one is pretty good too. I know you're still short 257.04 there, OB on AAPL. That's holding up really well for you right now as it broke through that 225 level, which we were talking about not too long ago. Market's slowly starting to come back in. So is APLD. I'm going to switch off of Apple and head back to ONDS because that's been a pretty good one for us here today. A lot of sideways price action in ONDS and in APLD, so we'll keep our eyes on it and see if we can find anything else. The market, lots of sideways PA as well too. Don't forget eastward is a direction, and that's what seems to be the narrative in the NASDAQ.
Yes, sir. So yeah, Apple's coming into its VWAP, and that's kind of what I was looking for here. I have VWAP, if we want to get specific, at 256.85. Let's see what it does. I already started kind of covering a little bit as we started to look like we're going to break into 257s. And I kind of pointed out earlier as well, I guess looking back at it, this could potentially be an ad if we kind of hold against this. I think this was an ad. Yeah, okay, I did make those decisions there. That's good. So holding a prior resistance level, that was the opening range high. Again, might hold a little bit more significance than some of the other support and resistance levels, but we're coming back into the top of this range that we made for, let's see for how long, about 2 hours there. So 2 hours we kind of held the top of that range, and then we broke out of it. And then, yeah, people definitely playing that break. They're getting clocked on the way back down. Stops are getting hit for sure. And then back through the open potentially as well. We saw a little bit of turbulence there, but kind of slicing through this 257 here as of right now as we pull right back in to the middle of the range. So let's see how much further we can go. The consolidation on the market is exactly the same as we left it when we first started, just kind of making a little bit of a flag to the downside. So kind of just watching that, keeping that in mind as well, and being a little proactive there. Wow, Softy comes up to 497s and pulling right back into the range. So shout out to my range traders, as there's been a lot of, especially when the market's kind of holding. It's not within its opening. I guess technically it's within its opening range, but this is what I'm looking at: lows, highs, and we're kind of just like compressing into that. So I mean, the banger trade here would be to get short at that 258s. And then hold for the range lows at 256s, but I don't know if those are going to come in. I don't know what's going to happen. But again, just the probabilities game as well, right? You can have something that has like a 80% probability of working, but don't forget 20% still exists, and that can take even if you do everything that you're supposed to do, right? So you got to remember that as well. So that's just little probability snippet there for you guys. I'm just reminding myself as well at the same time. This is what I said. Most of the stuff I say out mainly because I'm just reminding myself, like, okay, this is kind of how my perspective is. That perspective can change, right? It can change with new information. I'm always kind of learning, and that's the beautiful thing about the market. When you sit here, you watch and you wait, and you have that patience, the market will teach you one way or another every single day, and I'm so thankful for having that opportunity here. But yeah, Apple back in the view. That reversion, I guess it worked out. It was pretty clean, I would say. We definitely helped to measure out some levels, be like, okay, these I think were significant levels from the pre-market session and coming into the open. I know I didn't draw out all. You could be like, okay, opening range low there. This low. Sixes is still there. We did kind of clip it a couple of times, but that level really shows up when we start to hit it once, twice, 3 times here, and then catch a bid. So that's exactly, what is that low? 255.95. So I don't know if we're going to get all the way down there. I'll keep a trail on to see if we can kind of hold below VWAP and maybe re-engage as well. That's another thing I'm trying to get better at. Yeah. It's just like re-engaging. It's just like the trade is on. The trade is the trade. I can take pieces off of whatever, but if it's still on, what are the moments and places that I can re-engage to stick with it and also kind of, at the same time risk appropriately? And that's always a little bit of a juggling game here as well. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking. There you go. Apple, coming back into this range, so I could do whatever here. Nvidia, my friend. I did try to revert this earlier. It was good, the reversion, but it didn't give us much other than VWAP. Now, VWAP, great place to sell off of the open, great place to sell around 10:30, great place to sell around 10:45, and then doesn't really come back up into VWAP, and we're starting to crack lows here as well. So the question becomes, are we going to get another test of this 25,600? Or when we come back in here, look at this wick action right here. This is a 15-minute chart. These wicks are a little bit higher than the previous one. So do we actually come back down all the way to some of these prior levels, or do we continue to compress on these futures? Those are the questions that I'm asking while I'm looking at some of this price action here, Joe.
Yeah, good stuff there. Speaking of re-engaging there, Obi, I hopped right back into some Marathon Digital short here. I actually added 50% more to what this initial size was. I'm out at 52. That's going to put us right at the high of the day. So let's see if we can get this trade to work out. We're starting to size accordingly here, and this is what we want to look for as the market is relatively choppy and we're at the top end. We're at the lower end of the range. It would be more ideal. What I can do is also, if we do get a little bit of a move up regarding of how the price action's starting to form, I can add an additional 33% right here and then see how that takes us. If it decides to go now, then that's good. We'll take that all day, and then we're getting 44 print, considering I do have 50% more size. Let's see if that can start to print a little bit lower, and then sure enough, I think the target is going to be past this previous pivot. So what am I in for? 7 cents. We want to wait for at least a 1-to-1, so I guess that will put me in around 38. So let's see if we can diamond hand this and wait a little bit here. APLD is starting to form something, so I don't mind going long and short a couple of names either, considering APLD has been really, really nice to us throughout the intraday session. Same with you, Obi. Tell them to stop. What are they doing there? Just be trading. Stop what, my friend? Bro, you guys gotta stop saying Tesla flying. I'm not saying any. I don't know if Tesla's flying.
Tesla is flying.
Is it flying?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think they make flying cars just yet.
It's gliding. I'll call it a glide. We'll call this a glide,
getting
maybe.
charged
Yeah,
up.
yeah. It's getting charged up for sure. We'll call this a glide. It's not
Nvidia through day low.
It's not like going absolutely nuts or anything along those lines, but it is right around those $435 levels, testing the high of the day potentially here, guys. So keep an eye out on TSLA. I mean, it's had consecutive selling sessions. Let's see how many. Oh, okay, only 2, but prior to that, when we ran into that 449 level, out of the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 days, only 2 of them are being green, with 1 of them being here today. So not a good accuracy on that one there, Obi. If you've been going long on Tesla out of those days, it's been probably a relatively tough session. But nonetheless, we are still in this Marathon Digital short. Let's see if this can work out. The more ideal entry would be up here. I have no issues with re-engaging once again, as Obi and I were talking about that. If I do happen to get stopped out up here, let's see what price action does, and then sure enough, we'll just look to get in at the top end of the range. If Bitcoin really wants to start rocking and rolling today, I don't want to stand in front of that whatsoever. But Adara, what do you have for us?
What I have here is oil. XOM actually really strong, even though they lowered some of their guidance yesterday. But either way here, seeing more reports that apparently more than a dozen oil bosses are going to be attending this Trump-Venezuela meeting. Exxon, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips also set to attend this meeting. Unclear what the timing of this meeting is going to be. We know that yesterday we had White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt indicating there was going to be an oil-related meeting at the White House. Tomorrow, unclear if that's the same meeting, but either way here, XOM really strong. We'll take a look at CVX, which I believe was at day's highs. Yes, it is. So a lot of these oil plays at day's highs here as we send you back over to the midday show.
All right. So, yeah, it does look like Bitcoin is relatively strong here today, Obi. So I have no issues with getting out of this. The trade worked once. I think we waited for a good opportunity to get involved once again. 52s, we're out of this one. No sweat whatsoever. You dock a small loss. APLD, ONDS, half decent for us here on today's session. So nothing wrong with that. 1052 would put you roughly around a new high of the day on MARA. And yeah, that's what we got going on. ONDS, I might go long here one more time as the market and both of those names are just kind of moving sideways right now.
Another thing that's trending to its highs is Amazon.
Silver,
Amazon
man.
is pushing as well. You're saying silver is going?
Yeah,
where's
right back
where's that
up.
silver chart there?
Right back.
Oh, yeah, straight up to the highs.
Yeah,
there.
right back towards the highs, man.
69.20s we're coming into. Nice. Okay, so yeah, Nvidia kind of cracked that day low. We're pushing back below okay, wow, I missed the 180. So 187, I did take inventory into 187 or into it, but I kind of understood that like this, or thought that this could be a little bit of an interesting level here, and it did end up being a little interesting as we just reject and then break that day low with that. Apple catching a little bit of a bid here in and around VWAP, so you know what, I'm just gonna get rid of the rest of these at the same time, so don't necessarily need to stay involved in that one. That worked out, I guess, 58 40s all the way down to 56.80, so not too bad. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm asking right now. Amazon, let's pull up that one here. That's the one I'm talking about. And at the same time, like these are the levels I pointed out earlier. I gotta kind of see if we do hold distinctly below that. I'm more than willing to take a little bit of a re-engage if the market gets weak and we pull right back down into some of those range lows. But again, sometimes I just, you know, you gotta take what she gives you sometimes, and that was a clean reversion back down into an area of interest from before, and things could continue to get choppy in and around here. So I'm gonna move on to the next one here. So Amazon. Hello, my old friend. Amazon here, pulling up to the upside, breaking some fresh highs, looking distinctly different from that of the NASDAQ here, but ES is pushing its highs as well. So Amazon has been on a bit of a bender, man. This thing just straight up, back to back here, especially after Monday. Monday, Tuesday, we got that breakout 235. Wow, that feels like that was like last week. But 235 breakout, that came in yesterday as well with a little bit of a prior day high push, and we're coming in once again. So Amazon showing us some real strength here. Let's take a look at this higher time frame at the same time. So I'm gonna try to get rid of all of those indicators there and trend lines. You can see here, beautiful, beautiful hold of the trend since December of 23, right? Even the COVID, like this was where was the COVID drop here on this thing? I think this right here, yeah, that was the COVID drop on Amazon, guys. People thought the world was gonna end, and that's just a blip on the chart. And we've had some crazy years after that. Can you believe that was almost like 6-7 years ago?
Yeah, man. This year, March this year, 6 years.
Yeah.
6 years. All right, we caught another fill on Mara, but it looks like it's going to break out, guys. I'm taking a look at the daily, and if it does crack the high of the day, this is going to be a pretty bullish session. So I don't know how much to the downside we're going to actually get on this name. I did have that bid at 1050 to see if we could just add a little bit more, considering this isn't the best area of entry. So now we're getting a little bit of a move to the downside, but as soon as we blow past that 1052, we're at a dodge there on Marathon Digital, and I don't think we're gonna try the short anymore until maybe later on in the session. So we will take somewhat of a hit if we do get stopped out. It looks like we're gonna be on that trajectory right now, considering the intraday. Once again, we'll pull that up here so you can see it. And just a strong day, right? Like, so we don't really want to mess around with that. And I was looking at Bitcoin as well to see, like, what is it up to? It's just essentially an inside session, if you ask me, right? Like, you have a gap down that's been filled, but it's just a strong day, relatively speaking, from $50 to 70 cents to almost $1 higher there. And I think that Marathon is going to be doing the exact same. So one more penny, we'll take the stop out. No worries about that. We'll mark a small L on that and still be nicely green here on the intraday session. As we print 51s, it's heading towards the HOD. We're up 4% on the day. I mean, risk to reward, not horrible, considering I did add 33% more right there. But as soon as we tap into that, we're going to get out of dodge. I missed the ONDS here. I should have been a little bit quicker on the key. A nice indecision print that would have gave us a nice 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio on ONDS. But there's going to be plenty more opportunities throughout the day. So yeah, that's what we got going on. If we're wrong, then we'll go 1 for 2. We didn't make very much on this considering the break-even stop out. It was just a re-engagement. Should have been a little bit more patient on this, like obviously looking back, hindsight being. So you just write that down and you mark it and you learn from these mistakes. So Adira, what do you have for us?
Keep an eye here in this CRNC. This is Cerence. This name has rallied in the past. This is not its first time making this type of move. Not a ton of volume either. I just checked, around 350,000 shares traded on the day, but it does get a bit of an Nvidia announcement. Apparently, Nvidia accelerating its LLM and VLM inference for automotive and robotics here. I guess CRNC is tied up in that or related to this announcement. So with this headline, looks like CRNC is trading higher. Also, in about 20 minutes, we are set to hear from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt for the second day in a row. Also, she's going to be joined by J.D. Vance, Vice President of the U.S. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But again, that is supposed to start at 1 p.m. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that, Adara. We got Bitcoin. What is that up to heading towards the high of the day? So it seems to be the narrative that it wants to just continue its grind, which is totally fine. It's one of my largest, I tell you guys all the time, holdings in the long-term account. So we're not going to cry home about that whatsoever. The higher Bitcoin goes, the better. But ONDS, what an absolute beautiful print right off of these lows, holding support levels once again, and then continuing to slowly climb higher. So I got to get prepared to step out as soon as we hit the bid. Oh, we're at the ask right now. So I'm going to step out of this momentarily. We'll give back a bit of our day. Yeah, there it is. We're out of marathon. We tried the short on multiple occasions. I think it's just going to be a nice steady grind to the top side. So we'll avoid marathon to the short right now.
Yes, sir. So Neil kind of pointing out this name here. So thank you, Neil, for that. SoFi, big stick to the upside here. 2784 is kind of pulling right back in. And I'm also watching this weekly chart. Bit of an interesting level here on the weekly as we get back through open. So we had a little bit of a pop, a little bit of a drop, and this is panning out to be a little bit of a doji now. So the question becomes, are we going to continue past this opening price of the week? The opening price of the week is 27.81. We're currently trading at 27.84. So just in and around that area and kind of just magneting back up. We see that Tuesday, we had some aggressive selling here as well. This is the open of the week right here on Monday where we did catch that bid. So top wick, bottom wick, a little bit of a balance happening of that reversion back. 50% reversion, you can just give it a bit of an eyeball there. 50% reversion of Tuesday's price action there. So we'll continue to keep eyes on this one. We'll be right back from Adara.
CRML on another Greenland headline here. This was its headline yesterday. We heard the company announcing that they're going to be approving construction of their Greenland pilot plant. Now, the reason to bring this up now is because I am actually seeing reports, as we get a little spike here at CRML, that the U.S. is considering paying Greenlanders $10,000 to $100,000 a person to support, I guess, joining the U.S. So if we get more details, I'll let you know, but CRML is popping on this headline. Again, they do have that pilot plant in Greenland that's been approved. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, that caramel's been real sweet over the past few days, back-to-back days where we just kind of bid up here Friday, Monday, you can see there as well. So the weekly's been looking nice. This thing's kind of been a little bit sideways and dead for a while. Let's take a look at the relative volume over the past few days. At the same time, you can see here, it kind of crumble. Is this a low from before? Let's go to the daily. Let's go to a daily and figure that out. Okay, yeah, this was a low here in November of 25, maybe some lows here from December, coming right back in, and then maybe some catalyst-driven push as we start to gap up 1, 2, 3. Day 3 gap up? Well, guess what? Did not sell off of that one there. So a little distinctly different this year, maybe. But interesting stuff here on the day. Yeah, this would be the day 3. We did get a little bit of a flush and then nice little squeeze action. Maybe this was catalyst driven as well. Maybe some news as well, but volume expansion through these day highs on Tuesday gives us leg consolidation. Now the question is, yes, leg off of the open, but a little bit of a balance back below 15s. That 15 clip was nice. We were watching this in the pod as well. That 14 breakout, that was clean. That was so clean. You can see the volume as well. Great reasons to kind of slap that ask right there. Prior day came in at 1398, and yeah, just does not look back, just straight into 15 there. Easy dollar on caramel. That was pretty clean, and then back down as well on a 15 failure to follow through on top of VWAP, and then breaks down through VWAP. Now just consolidating underneath that. 13.99 is where VWAP is sitting at as of right now. There was one more stock that I was going to look at here at the same time, and I'm forgetting which one that is. Oh, right. Yes. Acon off the open as well. This one, I did kind of ask for borrows here in the morning, looking for a bit of continuation, right? Kind of chop. It does come in to those highs there and then just slap that all on the floor was Acon all the way back down into 774. So back into the opening range lows there, and we've just been kind of chilling there on top of a low of 728. So this one was interesting there. I didn't quite get involved here. I guess it halted up, I guess, once and then kind of opened up below. Didn't really give us anything much after that. Nice little wick dance with the pre-market highs. And then, I don't know, I wasn't watching the tape, nor was I watching anything else, but kind of slams right back down with a halt down into 790s and then just kind of chopped sideways since then. So Acon might be one to watch out for going forward. But I don't know. I don't even know what these guys do here. Technology packaged software. Let's take a quick look at this summary here. Healthcare technology company engages in the provision of magnetic resonance spectroscopy and proprietary biomarker to optimize clinical treatments. Utilizes AI, of course. They're going to have AI in their description. Where are they from? That's what Broomfield CO. So I think that's Broomfield, Colorado, if I'm not mistaken, is where they're based off of. And yeah, came up on my scanner this morning because, Joe, this was doing 200,000 times relative volume.
In the pre-market.
In the pre-market. So that can give you a perspective of how much volume it normally does.
And then does Jack throughout the intraday pretty much? Oh, I guess I didn't see that.
There was definitely opportunities in the intraday there as well. So, but now the volume has pretty much died off. We're getting a little bit of a crumble here on Acon at the same time. So. Decent opportunities today, man.
Yeah, a lot of good opportunities. I'm looking at APLD right now. I like what I'm seeing here on the 5-minute time frame for a potential bounce off of support levels. Where's my risk at? Again, I like giving 10 cents. That's just kind of my base. Easier to do the math as well. You post up at those specific zones in which you like, and then you look for a potential move. So APLD, you see, that's why we get out when we're supposed to. If I held the amount of shares that I had right now up into where we're currently trading, I would have gave back the rest of my day. We take a hit on a Marathon Digital. We had one small win on it, and then sure enough, we try to get this move a little bit higher, but from a daily, just correlating multiple time frames together, it should be like, hey, is this truly a short or is it not? So, yeah, so that's what, oh, look at that pop there. There might be a big time pop there in Bitcoin, a nice move there in Marathon Digital. You're up 5%. But let's get involved in some APLD. Just because I like the risk measures, I could be totally wrong on this, but I have to take this opportunity. I'm not frustrated that we gave anything back, but we had a nice little bit there that we did give back on Mara. So it's just like, hey, where's that next opportunity? Because I did miss ONDS, which is unfortunate. So I'll keep an eye on this pullback here in APLD to see if it does break through this candle wick low. But Obi, what do you got for us?
All right, so savvy Canadian traders who are looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs, featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, guys. So Apple kind of just chopping around. It's VWAP there. Kind of a little expected, right? We came back into a zone that showed us that this was straight chop. Guess what it does when it comes back in? The likelihood of chop is good or is decent, and it's doing more of the same here. But holding VWAP, right? Maybe that's the continuation. Maybe the 257 is going to come in for a continuation. I have no idea. The market looks like it's attempting to break through some of these prior 15-minute candle highs here at, what is that, 250. 25, 670s. Yeah, I think so. 680, sorry. 25, 680 is some of those highs there. So that's coming in as well. Softy pulling back up to its highs. Let's see what Tesla is doing. Tesla continues to print some fresh highs there as well, and Amazon trending up at the same time. Let's see what else is going on here. Micron with a bit of a curl, so maybe that's something here. So let's take a look at Micron. All right, so I'll go to a 15-minute here. All right, cool. So Micron, strong sell, bit of a consolidation under 325. Was that a bit of a level earlier? Maybe. Opening range highs of Monday, so week open. So weekly open is what we're kind of attempting to bounce off of right now. We got to a low of 322, so we did kind of violate that, but pushing right back up. Again, market tailwind may be on our side as well as the ES makes some fresh highs. Let's see if the NASDAQ here can catch up at the same time. So I can go through some of the stocks that I had on my watch list this morning and take a look at how they are faring as of right now. So IWM was the first one, and I had one level. I said prior day low breakdown. That's what I'm looking for. Guess what? That did not happen. But what did happen was prior day high breakout. So, you know, you got it. This is again an example of staying nimble. This was a bit of a range on the day, and what I like to do with some of these ranges is look for that range break. So if we kind of point out the high and then point out the low, we didn't quite get to the range lows of prior day, but we did get above. We pulled back, holds that 257, 256 level, and now pushing up even higher here. So that didn't really work out as per plan. But the range break, if that was the plan, that's working out quite nicely here on IWM. Now, RTX and LMT were also on my watch. As you guys know, these things had some negative news from the president. And then RTX was the one that got slapped even harder at the end of the day, right after hours, where I think he had some more statements specifically on RTX. We got down to 175 and then rips right back up, saying that they're going to get a 1.5 trillion injection into defense or something like that, something along the lines of that. Don't quote me on the specifics, but it was something like that. So it wipes right back up, kind of giving back that move. I was like, okay, if this can break these highs, prior day highs, we can go all the way, maybe potentially up to 200. 200 is definitely in play, but guess what? That didn't really happen. We came in, flushed, ripped up to pre-market highs, couldn't really get through any of those pre-market highs with any sort of distinction, and then selling came right back in on RTX. So it wasn't really involved in that one. Now LMT, kind of a similar story here. Look at this one, straight wipe, shake and bake. Talk about a little bit of a dip buy off of 500 on LMT. So that held 500 quite well, and coming in off of the open, we had an opening price of around 530s to 531s here. Got to a high of 542s. So there goes the ES, there goes the NASDAQ as well, catching a bit of a bid. And now ACON as well. We talked about ACON, so I'm not going to cover that one again. APLD, that one did exactly what I was looking for. Earnings name. Again, on this one, I had the range kind of drawn out. I was just like, this is the range high, this is the range low. I'm only going to get involved if we do anything distinct with the range. Guess what? We did. And this, I guess I missed out on, because we did, I guess, dip all the way in the 32.26s and then ripped all the way up to 35s once again for a retest. But that flush, that 35 continues to stay a bit of resistance as it was coming in off of the open. So we looked like we were breaking out of this range intraday. We come back in. Look how beautiful that hold is. Talk about support and resistance.
On APLD?
On APLD. Like,
yeah, that's where I got in. I got in on that second hold right there.
Right here?
No, the following hold, the one that you're going to go through next.
This one right here.
No, this one here.
Okay, right now.
Yeah.
So this one here. But yeah, no, I think this was the level that I was looking at in the pre-market, and holds significance because this is the earnings reaction, right? And that right now is the day, not the day low, but the consolidation low on the day here right now. So that level was very significant for me. So APLD, great opportunities off of the open, both long and short. That's what I took it as. I took the long off of the opening range high. Didn't really take it to 35s, but when that buying kind of fell off, I was like, all right, the probability of VWAP is starting to get higher and higher, so I do want to stay involved, so I took that piece off as well. And then Open Door.
Who's
This
punching
was
that and getting
another
94s?
one here as well. I was just like, okay, this moved with that with the BX news, BX and RKT news yesterday, kind of moved in a similar fashion where we kind of sold off and then pulled into this one. I was like, okay, if we're going to sell off, this has been running a little bit over the past few days. We're going to continue selling off. I'm just going to keep it simple and look for a $6 breakdown. That didn't happen. I didn't get involved at all. So a lot of plans, but not all of them followed through. The only one that really did was APLD, and I only traded APLD from the watch list. Other tickers that I traded were Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia. Good friends on the Mag 7.
Okay, there we go. All right, so now we got on APLD, guys. You've seen that we were in at 3280s. I mean, now it's starting to rebound. So we were talking about re-engaging earlier in the day. It comes right back to my break-even point, and then now you're getting that little bit of a bounce. But I mean, we went full in. So whatever we just lost on Mara, we gained right back here in APLD. I was thinking about, I had a strong hunch it was going to do that, right? Come back right into the break even and bounce. See how it reacts around this zone. So just that little scalp, in a matter of literally 4 minutes, we just gained back exactly. And I only had 25% remaining right at that specific zone. So APLD has been definitely our best trader here on the intraday session, guys. I mean, from the morning, even ONDS has been pretty good to us. It's not doing anything right now, but if there's a chance we're some key support levels here on APLD, we're going to hop right back in if it's any form of indecision. So on APLD, a scalp 4 minutes in and out, comes back to break even, looking to re-engage. Just keeping an eye on the right? That's when I was just risking 10 cents, and then we were fortunate enough. I take off at a 1-to-1, so there it goes, breaking through that lows. Happy that we got it exactly when we were supposed to. We don't want to winning to a loser, but yeah, there. 33.05, so a little bit more than the 2.5 to 1 roughly there on APLD. Did we lock all of that in? No, because we had 25% remaining and we were partialing on the way out. So I've got my eyes on a bunch of other things. I'm curious what you guys are looking at. Yeah, let's see what Robinhood is up there, Gorev. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. It's such a difficult name to short in my opinion. Every time I try to, it just is like, no, we're going to start buying back up. And look at this daily here too, brother. I mean, another indecision print. You have a couple down days, but after this print right here, you get a nice gap up. You come back, you're retesting it. Now it's starting to establish a higher low. Pretty good, right? So we'll take that 100% APLD, crack through that neckline to get out of there. And we're just going to sit on our hands. We tried MARA. We go 1 for 2 on that one, ending up negative on the name, but we've traded 3 here. We'll go 2 for 3 on names in itself. ONDS, pretty good for us. APLD definitely being the better one for the intraday session. We're drinking black coffee here as well, too. I've always been a black coffee guy when I do drink it. I don't drink it that often. But Adara, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here on Sweet Green. CNBC just basically releasing an article here saying the new food guidelines were released yesterday by RFK Jr. and the Health and Human Services Department of the United States Trump administration. Basically, CNBC saying that these guidelines could actually boost some of these fast casual chains with maybe healthier options like Chipotle and Sweet Green. Sweet Green here at intraday highs. CMG near intraday highs, but not getting that same boost that SG is having. So again, keep an eye on Sweet Green and Chipotle, as we do have CNBC touting these names as a potential play here after that new food guideline was released. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for measuring our guy, Kevin. Lost polio. Have you back, Lost, in the chat. I know you were on vacation for quite some time. Trust me, people don't forget. Cheers to coffee. Yeah, I'm not the biggest coffee guy, but I figured we might have a little bit here today. And then, sure enough, you're having a solid one. What did you trade? I know you said that I think you were trading Nvidia or something along those lines this morning, Klaus. I hope that's working out really well. Aside from, I mean, what has Meta been up to today? Not much, but starting to display some prints that are slightly. Oh, okay, no, that's a daily print. Let's head over to the 5-minute and see what we got going on. I mean, it did recover from that 5-minute opening drive. Let's pull it down to see. You guys can see exactly what I'm looking at here. So 5-minute to the downside, and then come right back into that range. Couldn't quite test opening price, and then now you're starting to come back in a little bit. APLD really moving to the south side, considering. What do we got there, Assassino? Pull it up, brother, and see what we got going on for the super. Hi, guys. You're my 2 favorites since Sharif is out. Appreciate that. We love Neil and Sean as well, too. CVS Rivian, can you give me your take? Absolutely. quickly, Leanne. Oh, is it Leanne from South Carolina? Or is that someone else? So, thank you very much for that and the super chat. We're going to take a look at those for you right now. CBS, we're going to start that off with an intraday PA. Looking pretty clean. Indecision print right at the lows and a recovery heading right back to the high of that opening drive. This is the 5-minute orb right here. You get a gap up as soon as the market opens up at 9:30. But what's more important, CVS Health, we're going to head over to the daily and see what we got going on. I mean, I like it right now from what I'm currently seeing just from a technical standpoint, especially considering you have this trend line being formed, it's consistent higher lows, and then now you're right into some resistance zones. If it fails this attempt, then maybe you will crack this downtrend to the downside, but if you're fortunate enough to get an open above 81.90s and maybe even 82s, if you're really, really lucky, I like your chances for going to test this previous pivot high here on CVS Health. And there's no reason to think that it wouldn't other than what goes on in the market, considering if we look at some of the primary trends, and I mean, I'm just pointing out a secondary trend right here. The primary is right to the top side. So if you're following that, I think you're putting odds in your favor. So not too bad of a look there on CVS. Obi, did you want to take a look at Rivian for Leanne?
Let's take a look at Rivian here at the same time. RIVN. Okay, so yeah, Rivian Automotive. I guess it's up on the day. It's looking decent, but I am not too familiar with its higher time frame. So right away, we know that Randy is involved in this stock as well. So that's working out quite nice for him over the past few years. Since about 2024, we've made a bit of a base here at $10. I have $10, yeah, roughly at $10 right there. And then kind of just sideways chop, chop, chop. Finally, catching a bit of a break and a trend break as well on the weekly. So I like that. Maybe I do have some indicators on this. Okay, so nothing too crazy, but I do have anchored VWAPs all the way from 2024. And guess what? All of those anchors eventually, they're all event driven. Some are earnings, some are other events that I thought were significant as well. I don't think every earnings is that significant, but some of them definitely are. Eventually, all of them kind of compress and price holds and steps up onto them, giving us more confluence for a bit of the trend break. And trend break is what we've been having here on the higher time frame picture. So we can kind of look at where's my trend line? Okay, we can kind of look at a bigger picture here. I don't think I need these anymore because those are probably intraday. I'll get rid of those. But you can see right here, as we stepped down, this was a little bit of a dominant trend here, especially in and around here. Kind of once we started breaking this trend, yeah, this reversion seems like it's coming in on a much higher time frame. Now, we can probably see it nicer on the monthly as it will be a little bit more distinct. So can't really sell off anymore, starts to go sideways, steps up onto some prior levels, and now off to the races, breaking out of prior resistances in back-to-back months. So for the past 3 months, this thing's been going green, and still 22 trading days left in this month to go. Sorry, 22 days left in this month to go, and it seems like it's starting to catch a little bit more of the same trend as we had the prior 2 months. And again, volume hasn't really come in to rival that of the prior 2 months, but it's looking good here. Definitely buyers a little bit more in charge than they were over the past few years, over the past 3 months here on Rivian. So I got that. So that's how I kind of see this chart on Rivian today. So we had another super chat here, 32 bagger on NOC short. Shout out to Adara, spready ticker. Yes, great short there. I was looking at it a little bit earlier here. NOC, take a look at this one, man. Beautiful, beautiful short there. I asked okay, so I asked, where did you hit it? Short at 630, stop at 640, had to go to work, just got back and closed it out. Great trade there. So 630 right here, the trend is broken, sellers are coming back in, volume is starting to dwindle off, the same kind of volume that brought us to the highs there, and then risking to the high, risking a little bit above the high. 638 was the high, so great trade there, and now still kind of consolidating at the lows back below 600. So I'm assuming you got some fills below 600, so great trade for you there. It's 32 bagger, you said. So yeah, you got 598s, I'm assuming, on that if you're short from 630. 30. So good trade there. MF dangerous.
My boy MF, all right, man. The Katina man himself, long TQs here. I mean, he's onto something. I'm looking at it. He might be onto something here as the market is just moving sideways, but I'm looking at some of the big names here. We're starting Apple heading towards back the top side here, and then also Amazon putting a new high of the day. So, yeah, good call out there, Mr. Katina. Yeah, nice little pop there. I can hear him punching keys. He's taking a little bit out over there. Let's see how much he's taking, a couple percentage points as it's climbing a little bit higher. Nice move there by Mr. Sean as TQs, as soon as he hops in, bang, he gets the pennies just like that. So a nice little move. Boom. Hey, we'll hit this one for you there, my brother. Nice little trade on, I mean, this is beauty. As soon as I seen this happen, I'm like, oh no, nice call out, man. And then he gets that move at automatic, like 10, 15 cents right there. So no, Katina man, I think he would be Gryffindor, maybe Ravenclaw. Not Slytherin, that's for sure. He wants to be Hufflepuff. He's Hufflepuff. All right. He's Hufflepuff. Yes. He likes Hufflepuff. Nothing wrong with that. We like all of them. Draco Malfoy. Give it here, Malfoy. Give it here. All right. I love Sean makes money. He gets me pumped. Yeah, Los Polios, man. We gotta love it, man. There's no questioning that whatsoever. We're heading back to our scans to see what we can potentially find. Oh, Obi, look at this. If you're thinking about a reversion, here's BMNR with an inverted hammer indecision print right at that high, almost an isolated print right there, brother. So we're having the close equal to the open on 3 candles in a row. Insane. So you can see open, next candle, it opens and closes there, and then you have that open at the 31.49 level. That is a nice 3-bar play if you're asking me. Are you looking at BMNR right now as well?
I'm looking at it right now.
All right.
No, it's looking
pretty good.
Decent there.
That
volume kind of done after that. I have it on my chart. Maybe my chart's different after the hammer candle there. So I like to look at a 3-minute, but I know you're looking at a 5 there as well.
Yeah,
but
5
even then, the hammer candle comes in, and then the large volume bar comes in about 2 candles later there. Underneath 31.40. So yeah, maybe on the break of trend, I just instantly drew a bit of a trend line. Whether you're using trend lines or moving averages, we are breaking below that level. Wow, look at that. There's confluence on this, Joe, right here. This was that consolidation high from yesterday.
Nice. Yeah,
we
great
come
call.
right into that area, and then that's where sellers were off of the open yesterday, and then they were there once again during the midday. Guess what? They're showing up once again here, again on the midday after a strong bid for over, I guess, what, 2 hours? 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes here, according to the measurement. So yeah, good look there. Apple still chopping it around between 257s, 257.70s and 257s here as of right now, man. This chip sector looks really, really weak, and TSM is the one that I'm watching here when it comes to some of those here. So you can see consolidation, maybe a flat bottom break here
look at that.
on TSM. This is looking quite nice here. Let's take a look at a higher time frame. Hourly, are we in a downtrend, bigger picture? We've been selling off over the past couple of days. Bigger picture, nope, not really that much in a downtrend, but take a look at this. Sideways consolidation. Where is the resistance? 313s, that's about $3 to $4 away from where we are right now. Does that prior resistance turn into support, even though we've been selling off aggressively for the past 2 or 3 days, especially today? Today's selling is a little distinctly different than that of yesterday and the day prior. Monday already came in with a gap up, and then we sold that off as well here on TSM. So let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. SoFi, someone just said, and I just remembered that Neil pointed it out earlier. Oh no, 28.05s. It got all the way up to a little bit of a pullback. Excuse me, but it's not really kind of accelerating the same way it accelerated to the top side. So I'm asking myself, what's the likelihood of making higher highs on this or higher lows? We already talked about what that weekly opening price was. We can just go back to Monday. That was in and around, I think it was 27.80s here. This is Monday. What is the opening price of the first bar? Okay, 27.79 I have here. So we're in and around that same area. So the question becomes, are we going to stay green on the week? Do we hold green on the week? It's coming in to be a little bit of a doji on the weekly here. So this is what I'm looking at when I say that. Strong top wick, strong bottom wick. We have been chopping around in this zone between 30 and 25s for the past few months, since about September here. We've been chopping around in this area, but holding structure above all-time highs, which is what I like. Right,
oh, okay.
24 is right there, a bit of a double top. We broke out of that. This is a nice, beautiful trend over the past few years on SoFi as well. This is a nice consolidation as well. Let's see if it can continue to hold above 25s and give us a potential leg to the upside. What do you got going on?
Silver, we're getting a nice little pop here in silver. I don't know if I'm going to hit like a one-to-one on this one. This is just more or less a breath, I think, in the downtrend, but I've seen on multiple occasions it just started to print indecisions right on the 1 minute time frame at a key support level. And I'm like, if I'm going to put my money anywhere, it's probably into silver bouncing off a support level. I think that's somewhat logical. So I don't know how much this is going to be sustained. I'm not going to give it too much room. I'll pull it up for you guys here, considering, even though we do want to try and hold it for a one-to-one, just in case this is a breath. See, there it goes. Like, I got an instant pop right here. So you can see we're in at 63s. It does climb up to 70s. I would have liked 73s. But as soon as it cracks this low, I have to get out of this because thesis, therefore, invalid. So what was I getting involved on here is these prints right here. So that's not too bad of a look. So boom, boom, boom. I told you detail is extremely important, especially for my style. But yeah, that was a nice little move. 73s is where we're going to look to take some off. So we're out at the low of the day. It's only a couple of cents worth of risk in order to hit that 73. So yeah, that's what we're looking for, 10 cents approximately with only 3 cents worth of risk. If this works out, then that's going to be absolutely phenomenal. But it's not looking like it right now, to be honest. We'll stay optimistic. We don't want to get too aggressive. So yeah, it's printing 61s. Let's see if this bounce can be sustained. If not, we're going to head right back into AP. Oh, there it goes. Wow, what an aggressive crack to the downside. We're going to get out on SLV. It's putting in a new low. Oh man, that was a nice little pop. We could have took some off, but we didn't. So we'll give a little bit back here on SLV, but I still like the opportunity. I'm going to stick with APLD as well, as it's starting to print something that I personally like, as it's heading a little bit south. Trying to find that bottom gets a little bit tough, especially when the momentum's really starting to increase. That pop would have been nice, but I wanted to try and hold it a little bit longer. I'll take an additional stab at it, and if I end up giving back more on it, that's okay. I like our chances here in SLV at some key support levels. Here it is on the 5 minutes. So we're right back to my entry price and now going north. Oh no, Obi, we were talking about no tomfoolery there in SLV. Seems to be the case right now as it take a nice aggressive move and then now right back to my entry price. Did I say OP? I meant to say entry price. But I like what we got going on here. So I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities throughout the day. I want to see buyers start to re-engage here in APLD, considering since the lunchtime hour, yeah, okay, we got to take this stab. Regardless of what happens here, we're at 27s. I'm going to post up at 25s on APLD to see if we can get that. If it wants to tank, then so be it. But yeah, we're just going to take that chance, guys. Here, oh no, that's not what I want. But yeah, super slow on the keys. Adair, what do you got for us?
Keep an eye here at Instacart, CART. As you can see on your screen, I'm seeing reports that the Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, demanding answers from Instacart with regards to their algorithmic pricing. Now, there were earlier some indications that they're already stopped doing this, so unclear what the investigation would necessarily be about at this point. But CART, again, dropping amid reports that New York Attorney General Letitia James is looking to probe the company with regards to its algorithmic pricing. Back to you.
Yeah.
Now we're getting the consolidation lows, so all of those longs holding from there.
Yeah, exactly.
They're probably going to get rocked.
Exactly.
I don't know.
I think so.
My thesis.
I think you might be right.
It
Let's
could
try
just
it.
bounce from here. This was a
No, it's not looking like it, to be honest with you, Odie, but instant OTM on that trade there. So if not, we'll take this loss, we'll give it a little bit back, and then we'll sit on our hands for a bit, wait for a higher quality opportunity. But I mean, 5 minutes starting to display something. It's just a scalp, right? If we can get a 10, 20 cents bounce, then that would be ideal for the kid as it's really starting to kind of come back in. What am I in at? 33? All right, we're pinning 24s. Yeah, not too good of a look there, my brother. We've got to be patient, as it looks like the momentum is most definitely to the downside right now in the overall market. You're short APLD from 32.28. Oh, okay. So yeah, I hate going against each other as well. So I mean,
It's funny, you were just talking about that,
Yeah.
and I had already pulled it. Someone in the chat
You pulled the
mentioned
trigger,
it,
eh?
And I saw it coming
Yeah.
into those range lows, and I was like, all right, I'll take a quick stab at this. Nothing too crazy, right? I think, again, the best opportunities in this one were right off of the open. If we're going to come back into those day lows, I was just telling Joe, I was like, yeah, there was definitely longs that took these breaks for sure for an attempt at 35. We couldn't get to 35, and that's where we see a bit of this trend break from the lows there. That's happening. And then we also, if you want to point out some support and resistance levels, this is the range, and then this is that's the range high there at 35 halves, and then the range low here right now coming in at 32.24 as well. Opening price, that's what I'm looking at, is at 31.65s. So that's still a distance away, but this is also that pre-market high right here as well. We talked about this level being a little bit of a significant level. And after this story has been built up on the day where, yeah, you attempt to hold, you attempt to go long, and then you crack, sellers are definitely in charge. You see the volume spikes on the way down as well. Now we're testing that level that I thought was key from before. Once again, I don't know which way the probabilities really start stacking, but I think that on the way down might be some players caught offside. That's just the thesis. Let's see if the price action and the chart and the volume really confluence with that idea and see if that actually comes into fruition. The market tailwind, of course, it kind of helps, but I think, again, APLD does its own thing, even though it's been chopping around sideways since the market, and the market has been doing the same as well. So see if you can crack this with any sort of distinction, keeping it light and tight on APLD.
Oh, look at silver go now, man. Just a little bit early on the gun on this one, and you're getting that nice little bounce. There was a couple opportunities, Obi, I think, to re-engage in this one, but I was like, oh no, APLD, it's been working for us. So we'll try not to be too quick next time to jump ship. I think you might be okay on this trade here, considering you're in at 32.28. So we're in roughly around the same time, same place there, OB. So let's see what we got going on. A couple pennies, a nice indecision print there on the 5-minute in APLD. So let's see where it wants to go from this point. I think this is a big time battle that we're experiencing. If anything, I believe that your thesis, you're on the right side, I believe, in my opinion, right? So you can see the trend line break and then the aggressive move down. I'm counter trending right now, so I have to be really cautious on this and for a potential target as well. So a tight move like that, typically it's not easy. And then on the 1 minute, we'll head over to the 1 minute time frame. This is not a good print right now in which I'm seeing. So you can see that you get buyers push it up to 38, but then you get aggressive selling, pushing price back down, closing as an inverted. So once you get past that candle wick, it might be a good idea for me to just hop out. Right now we are at the break even. Just wait on there. Yeah, there it is. This thing is delayed, man. So make sure that we have market latency is extremely important when you're trading. I mean, you want direct access to the market, so you're literally milliseconds away. Not something that's lagging like that. That's one fault in those charts that I just told you. It's just really late to the dance. All right, Obi, we have to get out of there. You're right on that one 100%. So we take well, I mean, you just got a 15-cent move. I wouldn't say it's a chop zone right now. It is a little bit of a chop zone, to be honest with you. You're not wrong. But we had to get out at the lows, considered due to share size and everything along those lines. We'll take another attempt on it, to be honest with you. We do give back the majority here, which kind of, it sucks considering, but I like our chances. So we'll take one more stab at this, give it a little bit more room. All right, let's take one more, a better price. We might be able to get a bounce, but this will be the last one. If it does crack that low, then we'll have to look at something else and see if we can find something more patient. Oh, there it goes once again. So sellers stepping in aggressively, OB. Not too good of a look there in APLD for the boy who's looking to go long. This wick here on this candle is driving me nuts. All right, what do you got going on other than APLD, brother?
No, I'm just staring this tape down because I was familiar with it this
hell?
morning. When it goes, it can really teleport. There it is, back down into 32, just slapping it down right there. This is market highs here right now. So that's the next level here. Can we get through pre-market highs? Again, I was talking to some of my pod members this morning, and taking this reversion, we were just like, yeah, what's the likelihood of this coming right back into some of those opening prices? And when it was selling off aggressively, I was like, yeah, maybe right now, maybe later. But it seems like it might be coming into fruition now. So let's see if that can come in. That's sitting again at 31.60s here on the day. That's opening price, and that's where it was a great long. I think it was an absolutely solid long through the pre-market highs as well, and a little bit of turbulence. I think we're still in this bit of a chop zone here now, because that 3020s was a key level not only today but on the earnings reaction as well, in the pre-market as well, off of the open, and once again on that pullback around when it was around 10:30. So yeah, still in this chop zone. We'll see what happens. See, it's coming right back to 32.20. So we did come all the way down to 32s flat and then coming right back in. But yeah, sellers have been very much in charge since we failed to follow through up into 35. So we'll see how this one pans out. Just waiting patiently, just watching some of this action here. So that's what I really have going on. I'm going to try to keep it tight as well. Apple seems like it made a lower high relative to some of the levels that we were looking at before here. So Apple as well. So we held lower than that 257.70 level here from before, and made a trip right back down into VWAP and holding some of those prior levels as well. So a little bit of a chop here as well, but 57.60s all the way to 56.70s here on Apple. So that's all I really have on watch. Let me know in the chat what you guys are watching. SoFi, it looked like it was starting to curl, but we're currently making a higher low as of right now. So just going to be a little patient with that. If I do want to take a piece off of it, I think I want to see some structure build before I really get involved. Blackstone, one from yesterday. Let's take a quick look at that one here. BX. So rejecting some of the same levels that we sold off of yesterday here. So 156s comes in off of the reaction there. That anchored VWAP, I still have it on from the event yesterday, and that came in by the end of the day. That came in off of the open as well with a bit of a bounce, but we still are rejecting. Again, just simple support and resistance from prior days. So you have that pull up there. So maybe you want to mark it there. Maybe you mark it at the lower high. Doesn't matter. This is that kind of area where you're seeing some selling step in, and this all the way down here was the area for buying, but that's a little extended, right? That's a little too far. I'm just going to use an anchored VWAP for that, just being like, okay, well, anybody and everybody who kind of bought are sitting in and around this line as well. The average participant there. So let's see if it can kind of revert back in. That's kind of what I have on watch right now. Blackstone, what else do we have here at the same time? APLD, yeah, that's working right now. SLV, SanDisk all the way back to its VWAP. So SNDK, wow, look at this reversion here that pulled right back in. So I was watching this one and I just took eyes off of it. That's my problem. Again, talk about skill issue here. I should have been involved right here, but not really watching the stock that is selling off. Again, very, very much in play, and a beautiful, clean reversion to VWAP when the buyers finally step back in. And you can just keep it simple. What marks that? A little bit of a volume drop off. The first green candle on the 15-minute happens, and then you start to break some structure, and you have a slow and steady grind all the way back to the highs there. And that started to happen around 11:15. Funny enough, as soon as I sat down for the midday, I was watching SNDK, and I was like, this is looking like it could curl from here. This is looking like this could happen. And then I take my eyes off, and lo and behold, we have reverted back to VWAP on SN. So that one's coming in pretty nicely as of now. Yeah, APLD holding that 32 pretty well as well. So I got to keep a close eye.
I got out of it. We got a nice little pop higher, and I'm like, you know what? Let me get out here on this breath, just in case, because yeah, the sellers are most definitely in control.
Sellers are definitely breathing.
Yeah. I didn't want to fight that, considering, right? They just give back more and more. So yeah, nice trade on that one. I mean, you added to it?
We're not. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. All right. Of course. Oh, well, of course. All right.
Yeah, I see the sellers coming in, so I'm like, yeah, of course, I want to join them as well at the same time. So we'll see if that 32 cracks with any sort of distinction. The Memex boys on the bid. Hello, what's up, Members Exchange? 116 lots on the bid, exactly at 32s. They get taken out. Thank you for providing that liquidity. Let's see if we can trade a little bit lower here, or if 32 holds, that's perfectly fine as well. Chevron is another name at the same time, which is trending much higher. Now, this is also another name in play that gave us a bit of a shake and bake at the beginning of the week. Again, Venezuela-related trade here, strong selling off of the open, and then reversion. Coming into the end of the day, those sellers step right back in and pull right back into some of those areas from earlier 156s. We're seeing that pull up into prior day's highs as well. So very, very strong sell day. Tuesday, that was aggressive. I did get involved with a little bit of a chase here yesterday. If you guys were watching, you guys saw that. And then coming right back into prior day's highs here. So maybe a little bit of consolidation back into prior level, which was, this thing ran up, man. This thing ran up on Friday, and then we got the new, when was the news? I think it was going into the end of Friday, maybe?
No.
I don't remember. I heard that there were some bets taken on Polymarket for the whole Venezuela situation, and some dude, he made like 400K after betting like 30K or something like that. I don't know if you guys remember that, but
We are.
yeah, exactly. Somebody definitely knew something, and that's the thing with markets. You can see it. I'll say this again, and I forget which trader it was on Twitter, and he said, and I observed this kind of action happen over and over again. I just didn't have a good token phrase to go along with it, and he said it right, man. He's like, price precedes news, and you can see that happen more often if you just sit there and stare at something and you're like, oh, what was that just now? And then like 5-10 minutes later, some news comes out and you're just like, okay, well, somebody definitely knew, and the tape and the book told you the story before the report was actually out, and it just reiterates and reinforces the fact that price action is king, and the tape and the book are always, they give a little bit of information, right? Now, of course, candlesticks are great as well. You don't necessarily need the tape in the book to make money or do really, really well in the market. So that's just how I like to look at things. But then again, what do I know?
For sure. All right, yeah, I mean, I think you know a lot there, Obi. There it is.
Call me Jon Snow.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, we all know nothing, regardless how smart you think you are. We live on a little blue dot. Oh, there goes silver, posted up just below 40s. We live on a blue dot in the middle of nothing. We essentially all know nothing.
In the vastness of the universe.
Yeah, exactly.
The great abyss.
It doesn't matter how smart you think you are. Anyways, aside from that, 68.40s, a nice move there. We would have been in at 39s, just a little bit below 40s, and then you get a nice little pop there in SLV, and then now APLD is starting to get a little bit of a bounce as well. I don't know if I want to take another attempt. I mean, I have one more opportunity to take a loss on that, but we'll be patient. I do like the 5-minute break here in silver. So, let's see if this can hold up. Break up the low of 60.20. It's going to give it 20 cents risk there approximately. So we'll continue to take a look. We give it back. We give some back here on those losses in APLD and on SLV. We made it back initially, but then we do give some back there. Full disclosure, obviously, we don't hide or shy away from anything. So. What we're telling you from a P&L standpoint. Joe, thank you for reading me. Joe, I'm really DK. How exit that is trade? Yeah, anytime. Luckily that you got out, and I think it's a smart move that you got out at break even as well, because That's essentially what happened to me on a couple of trades here. I'm like, you know what? Let's just get out here, right? So we take a loss there. I know it's a little bit tough to see. It's some wick candle. I don't know what's going on with this stuff. So yeah, we take a little bit of loss as the momentum picked up, and then we take another one here. But I was like, we got that pop up, and I'm like, do I hold this to see? But then once it started to not really continue its momentum to the top side, I'm like, let's get at it, dodge, and find something else to potentially trade. So thank God, I'm happy that we didn't hold on too much for that, as OB is still currently in that position. And I think we're going to catch a fill here on silver momentarily. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Hopefully that we can get that one to work. But APLD back up to 32.20s. Adair, what do you have?
Yeah, just worth noting, guys, this White House press conference or press briefing with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt has just begun. As I mentioned earlier and a couple times now, J.D. Vance, Vice President of the U.S., is supposed to be here with her. If he does make an appearance, just be aware here. But yeah, either way here, keep an eye on this market. I also want to let you guys know that we're having comments at the same time from U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on the Fed chair pick. He says that he thinks Trump will make his decision by January, and that apparently they have yet to interview Rick Rieder. Now, Rick Rieder is considered one of the top contenders here alongside Kevin Warsh, Kevin Hassett, and Christopher Waller. So interesting look. Apparently, Rieder not yet interviewed. Back to you.
There he is, the man himself, Mr. Mike Peter Ryder, in the chat. Yeah, welcome, brother. I don't know I think I do know what you were up to last night, but we're not going to call you out on that one, my guy. How's your APLD? Oh, I guess I can look at it, but there goes silver. There goes silver.
Like I said before, it's just a chop. This is a chop zone. I'm expecting a little bit of a chop because of the significance of the level from before that we pointed out. 32.20s again, earnings reaction high. This could very well catch a bid, man. Like that's I know that for sure. But as long as it continues to show some sort of seller dominance, I want to stay involved here. And again, there's a bit of a range. We can go all the way up to 32 halves and then come back down. We can make a lower high and then come back down. Or we can not do that at all. We can just turn on a pivot here. So there's a lot of different iterations of how this can pan out that I'm kind of thinking about going through my head right now, and just kind of trying to dance with some of this price action here at the same time. But yeah, Apple coming right back up into its range highs here from before, 27.60. So yeah, just kind of chop, chop, chop. The market still hasn't done anything crazy, man. We're still kind of compressing in this range. We're making lower highs, maybe some higher lows as well. So let's see where this windup really takes us. I do think that most of the best moves do happen during the pre-market and the after hours. So Blue Ocean session has been, to say the least, absolutely solid. And we talked about that yesterday, about how I need to probably manage my time. And once again today, or last night, there was a move that happened. I guess the market puked a little bit in and around 1 a.m. and I was well within deep REM cycles by that time there. So I'm just like, do I stay up for these? I'm really seriously starting to think about staying up a little bit later, maybe change my sleep schedule around so I still get enough sleep, but the commute plus everything else, I do have to kind of figure that out. We'll see how that pans out. But Blue Ocean has been great opportunities for those who wait. Have you been swimming in the big blue? No, Sean, I'm telling you, no paddles. Hey man, you don't need paddles at all. You just need maybe, you don't even need a floaty, man. Come on. You gotta be involved. Some of that price action is crazy in the Blue Ocean, but it takes forever, dude. I was waiting for that trade to come in for a few hours, never really happened. Went to bed. It comes in 3 hours later. I'm like, all right, cool, thank you. I think something better would be just to have better stops. If I could just, I think Neil and I were talking about this, just have a stop in and then just go to bed and have something that just punches you out at 4 a.m. on the market close. So if your stop hasn't been hit, I'm sure I can cook that up pretty easily. But yeah, I'm thinking about that as well. Just something that punches me out at 4 o'clock if my stop hasn't been hit, or just getting involved and just sitting on it, maybe with some alerts. But sleep is definitely priority number one right now on my list.
Dude, I'm in bed by like 9:30 this week, man.
Yeah. You're here pretty early as well, pretty consistently, man. I'm here, sometimes I come in at 9, sometimes I come in at 8, sometimes I come in at 7. It's all over the place. It really depends on how the night goes and what kind of things I have planned for the day as well. So just something I'm trying to figure out for this year. But there's like eventually we're gonna go 24 hours, man. It's gonna be a 24-hour market.
Yeah.
So I'm really starting to think about like what's the sleep schedule gonna be there. I'm gonna have to pick and choose, and also have like, excuse me, maybe some algos to do some of the work for me when I'm offline.
Absolutely, I think that's the ultimate goal. I know you've been working on your algo. Same here. I'm just waiting really to get it going. Plug it in. Let's see if we recover from our IBIT losses. Then I might just go on my personal account. I'll probably just go full-time automated, essentially. So, all right, Arun, I got you, brother. CEG. Let's take a look at it. Constellation Energy. We'll pull it up here on the 5-minute and see what we got cooking for you, my brother. You can see that the downtrend is most definitely intact. I don't know if you're short. Hopefully, you want to go with the flow on this one. I'm thinking about doing the exact same thing here on APLD. We missed our potential fill on SLV, but there it is on Constellation Energy, CEG. Let's get this changed up so you guys can see a little bit better. This thing does this every day. It's crazy. Angry Way, for you in the chat, it's like it fixes one bug and then another bug comes up. And before, I forget what was happening. So yeah, I would have to adjust all of my charts in a manner. And then sure enough, it doesn't update. I'm like, oh, it fixed it, fantastic. But then now the bug is that it has the inability to show VWAP on lower time frames. And I'm like, what the hell? It's one thing after the other. So I think it was you who was saying it's such an ancient technology, and it's like, oh my God. And it's also delayed, right? It's better to look at your quotes than actually what the price action is. And I told you, market delay is so important, and make sure you get yourself a platform where you can figure how much you actually are delayed, all right? CEG, let's head over to the daily for my guy Arun Warrior and see what we got going on. I think you want to stick with the short. As you break through some key support levels here, you can see that on CEG heading lower and lower, and the momentum is most definitely. So you have 4 consecutive down days, and if you want to go into this kind of mess over here, you have out of the past 9, you have 1 solid green session. So it looks like the momentum is to the southeast. All right, Arun. And then someone asked me about something else. Sorry, I forget what it is. Would you take a look at ATRO? Absolutely. Let's pull that up. ATRO. Astronics Corp. All right, $62 name from a daily. What has it been up to? Oh, wow, okay. So there's so many diamonds in the rough here. I mean, if we go to our August low, to where we're currently trading at 137%, that's a pretty good look. And I mean, from the daily, we can tell what it's been up to. Obviously, there's going to be liquidity issues here. We don't got to display that. We can see it for itself. And the lower time frame you get, the more kind of barcode type price action you're going to get. Really tough to trade this stuff and get involved. So just be cautious. And if you get any major participants stepping in, it can cause you a world of trouble. So keep an eye out on ATRO. Now, as for anything, you're still short APLD, OB. Nice look as it's starting to get a little bit of a bounce, heading back towards my previous entry prices of 32.20. SLV coming into 68.44s. Let's see if that level can hold up. We're going to be a little bit more patient here, considering we did take that silver loss, and then we took 2 losses in a row on APLD. Yeah, market just moved. It's a really choppy session in the market. I think it's a range-bound day, obviously. Thanks, Captain Obvious, I guess. Just right around the volume-weighted average price, key support levels being held continuously. But then you also have the resistance zones that are coming into play as well. So keep an eye out on this to continue throughout the intraday session. A nice strong one yesterday. Unfortunately, you give up the majority of that and then some as we start to form a range here. Condor trading looks like it's going to be in vogue for all the options individuals. Same thing here with the SPY. We have a high of around 690.61 and a low of around 680.70, so a $3 range in SPY. What's Rocket Lab? I know Rocket Lab is, I thought it was decent here this morning. I could be wrong. Yeah, another choppy session, but potential opportunity being displayed here in RKLB. I'll keep my eyes on this one. I like Rocket Lab a lot. Oh, I really like it even more now, Obi, in RKLB. I'm gonna look to get involved in this. Lots of volume here. Let's display what I'm looking at. Indecision print, but we're starting to run in a little bit of liquidity issues, I find. So RKLB, let's see if we get a bounce. You can have your risk profile relatively defined. You have to give it quite a bit of room. So from a, yeah, so about, let's see, about 40 cents or so, a little bit less in RKLB, Obi.
Yeah, so I also got involved in that SoFi. Shout out to Neil for pointing that one out. That got all the way up to 28s and then now taking a little bit of a pullback. But that buying was very, very distinct. You can see almost parabolic it started going into some of those levels. And we talked about that opening price being around 2770s, 2780s roughly. We're trying to trade below it with some volume pushing into it as well. So I did get involved. Unfortunately, did not have entries on the actual trend break. Look at this, green candle after green candle, just back to back right here. And then first red candle, back to back red candles, and the selling starts to kind of come in here. So very distinctive as to when the buyers are in and then when the sellers are in as well. Let's see if that comes in with a bit of continuation as of right now here on SoFi. It's a bit of a parabolic, almost a parabolic move here. Intraday, of course, on SoFi. This thing absolutely crazy. So where did this really come from? I have no idea, but when I say that, I mean this little breakout here. So we did have some volume on the push of that 27.29, and then we started to kind of crank much higher here on SoFi. So that's a bit of a parabolic for me. Sure, it's not a straight line up, but it was pretty good there on SoFi. So let's see, it's just a little involvement here. 28.05s is the day high. Let's see if that can come in. I do want to kind of add to this position, but don't really. I think the place to add really was this little bounce here, 27.90s. That's just my opinion, because it kind of comes in with the buying again, and the sellers step it right back down. So I was just like, okay, if I was watching that, maybe I'm getting involved there at the same time, but we'll wait and see how that one comes into fruition. What I got going on? SoFi, yep. So I got up a little bit here. So APLD seems to be coming into some of those lows. Yeah, I want to remind myself what that opening price was. That opening price is 31.65. We just got to 31.85, so about 20 pennies away from that opening price. Let's see what we do in and around that opening price. Now, again, always having different iterations of what price action can potentially do here. So it's following through. Sellers that were here about, almost 2 hours ago are still here very clearly through that 32 area. So let's see if we can get more of the same, and let's see if we can take out some of those opening prices here on APLD for a potential continuation. The market's still kind of doing sideways chopping. Danny's boy in the chat, thank you very much for the super chat here, saying, hey guys, could you take a look at the chart on HUN? Looks like a turnaround to me. So let's take a look at if this honey is going to be sweet. Here. So HUN Huntsman. Okay, I thought it was going to be honey something. So HUN. Right. So yeah, maybe I don't know about a turnaround, man. We're at the high a day. We're pretty much attempting to break a high a day here, but I don't know. Let's take a look at a higher time frame. Broken out of this weekly high as well. We tend to break lower. So it's just looking at the intraday here, it seems like we've made a bit of a, not really that much of a bottom wick here, but interesting enough. Let's see what the daily looks like here. The dailies, I guess we've been kind of breaking out of a much higher time frame. At the same time, $11 is that prior high. A bit of a support happening here at that $10 level, coming into prior month highs as well. So talk about a breakout, another breakout. It's a bit of a stack for me. Let's see what the volume is on the day. 3.25 million with an average volume of 4.6. So maybe we're doing some extra volume on the day. I want to see what relative volume is looking like. Okay, so off of coming into the open, we did 20 times to 30 times relative volume here, and then throughout the day, we've been doing about 1.8 to almost 2 times relative volume. So it is doing more volume than average. multiple levels. So that's just telling me that, yeah, the trend is probably going to be my friend here. As again, relative volume breaking out of highs, trading at the high today. I don't know if it's going to be a turnaround right now. I can't really answer that question. But thank you for bringing this to our attention here. Huntsman Corporation on the day. So what else did we have here? STX, yeah, man. STX is another crazy runner that was going absolutely wild yesterday. To the downside, yeah, exactly. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. Was it SMX? Maybe SMX. Security Matters. I think this was the one. Yeah, this was the one going crazy yesterday here. So all the way from $17 up to $40.50, kind of sideways drop on the day today. But it seems like SXTC is what you're talking about. China SXT Pharmaceuticals. Wow, okay. Talk about going crazy. This thing is absolutely wild on the day. What's the percent run on this? Take a look at this. Again, relative volume scanners. They're probably going to give you some of the best opportunities in the market because it's going to show you some indicator of when a stock is in play. 200% on this first leg. Pulls back. Maybe people are expecting it to go through day low. Pulls right back up to the highs for another 130% pop. So great look there. What's the float on this one? I'm going to suspect anything under 10 million. Oh, no way. Wow, 75 million. I stand corrected. 75 million share float. Question becomes how much of that is actual free float? That's the next question I'm going to ask as well. But about 62 million shares traded on the day. Average volume of 2 million, 2.36 million on SXTC. So thank you for pointing that one out. RZLV saying Nvidia in the chat, net 8240. Let's take a look at this one as well. RZLV. Okay, wow, another runner. And not that much relative volume, okay, but we did break out of prior days. A technical trade here. It did do relative volume yesterday and the day before, roughly in the pre-market. Sometimes that can kind of dumb down the relative volume on the day. If we've already been doing so much volume and then we do start to do a little bit more of the same, the RVol, mine is a 5-period RVol, so it only measures the past 5 days. So if we're doing a relative volume for the past 6 days, it'll just read it as 1 time if we're doing the same, more of the same day. So I do have to keep that in mind when it says it's only just doing sub 1 or around 1 times RVol. But that breakout of that 350 absolutely mint, as it gives us, or gives you about a 10% pop to the upside to B82. So nice little step on that one on RZ or ZLV, however you like to say it. What do you got going on?
Yeah, I was going to say, nice work on that APLD. You're still in. Nice, man. Oh, all right.
Man. I mean, it broke down, it held the level, it broke down. Now we're continuing to sell off. The sellers have been very dominant for the past, again, since 12 o'clock, and it's just showing more of the same weakness. And I talked about that opening price. We're right there at that opening price now, so let's see where that takes us.
Right on. Nice trade there, man, on the short there in APLD with the ad as well. So we like seeing that. Silver starting to work out. I posted up at 38s. We never happened to get the fill, and now it's starting to come a little bit higher. Volume, a small volume increase there, but I'm going to wait a little bit more. I do think that APLD can get somewhat of a bounce as the market is as well. So I'm just running through a couple of names. I've seen Joby looking like it wants to do something, holding up at 1551s, but it's not the most liquid name, and I don't want to run into any form of liquidity issues. But the risk profile is relatively tight. I mean, we can give this thing 5 or 6 cents to see if it's proven right or wrong. But oh, there it is. Yeah, I'm glad that we didn't get involved in that. It did just break down a little bit there, guys. So not the best look in Joby. That's what I'm looking at. So this was this. If it was a little bit more isolated, the issue is being like, okay, so this candle opens up at 54, closes at 51, but then you have a gap up. No, sorry, you don't have a gap up, so you open right back at 51. I would like to see that a little bit more isolated in order for me to get involved. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm just running back through the scans to see if there's going to be any high quality opportunities. What is Tesla up to? As it's consolidating, the higher time frame is going to be able to tell us a lot. As it is hovering around those highs, could be a good opportunity to get involved, considering indecision print and having the inability to break through that 434 level and that's holding up strong. So that's something that we like to see. Silver, oh, what a bounce in silver. Wow. Yeah, I think I'm just going to have to punch that next time, get in at 40s, and then sure enough, we would hit a nice little one right there. So that's what if history. So we'll continue to roll through and see if we find anything else that's kind of catching our eye. We like that bounce in SLV, AMD. What have you been doing? RCAT, okay, so in the world of Joby there, RKLB, we're headed back to that one. See what that's been up to. So just a nice little consolidation. MARA came in as well. So just about around our entry price, but you can see that it peaked at around 1067 and then now punched down approximately 20 cents from that level. Silver going up to 68.90s. Beautiful bounce off of that 5-minute print right at some key support levels. Oh no, oh no. A nice little move right there in SLV. Heading back to the scanner, AAPL, what have you been doing? Did you sustain that move in which we were seeing earlier? It brought us some news of the new potential CEO. That is, if Mr. Cook himself were to ever step down. I don't know if he's going to or have any plans to. When his contract expires, we can always look a little bit more into that. SoFi, a strong one here, $28. You're getting somewhat of a pullback, only a 1.25 right there. So an SOFI, a nice little move. I think OB's slowly starting to piece out there in APLD. It's now printing 3136s. Your average price being 17 on multiple ads, it seems to be on that specific trade. Nice move with the momentum to the downside and following that price action there. INTC getting a nice bounce, 5-minute hammer candle right back up to 41.24. Was it yesterday that it had that strong session? It was. Yeah, and then sure enough, crazy, we're giving back the majority of that move, heading right back to that 5-minute opening print high, a little bit south of that level. Talk to us about your APLD, Obi.
I mean, I'm just kind of watching it bleed here, continuing to just. We broke through that opening price, and then you just see just flushes of red. So I'm just like, is that people either punching into the bid? It's not SSR, or stops getting taken out from anybody who's holding from the morning, right? There's there's going to be participants that like hold throughout the day. They buy the open.
Did you have to? Sorry to interrupt. Did you have to order shorts for that?
Nope.
Okay, cool.
I don't think so. I don't. Sure. But I don't think I.
I mean, you would know. You would have to put the request in if you had to order it, right?
I think so. APLD, I might have. I gotta check. Let me check. There was, I think, for Acon I did, but let me see what I asked for this morning. Yeah, only asked for Acon.
Right on.
So yeah, no, we do not need shorts for that one there. So that one's coming in. Let's see if we can, what we do with these opening price. So opening range low now is the next level, and that's sitting at 31.06. We're only about 30 pennies away from that. But if we're going to catch a little bit of a bid, I do want to kind of start the piece off here as well. Just kind of just take what she gives me. If buyers are going to start to step in, I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just trying to go with the trend and just trying to read what the price action and the volume has been telling us for the past couple of hours there. Market still kind of in a chop zone, man. Nothing too crazy. Let's see where Apple is, because last time where I left it off, it was still just ranging within its prior levels here. So that's, again, look at that. More of the same here on Apple, just chop, 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 chop. Sure, if you got involved, you got about $1 each way, because the consolidation was from 57 halves all the way to 56 halves. But not really my thing. If I'm sitting there and I'm staring it down, I'm more than okay with taking something like that, but I do think it requires a little bit more concentration that I'm really allocating to things right now, because, again, we're looking at a lot of different things. I'm watching SoFi as well. I'm reading what you guys are saying in the chat as well. Is Tesla short a good idea? I don't know, man. We'll see. Let's take a look at Tesla and see what it's up to. Last time I checked, it was at its day highs. Okay, all right, a little bit of a trend break happening. I like that. 435s I like as well as a little bit of an area. I like to work in fives, the 35s, the 25s, 185s as well. It's just something that I like to look for. And if there's a little confluence for me, I have a little bit more confidence in taking some of that. But you can see the little pop up into the 35s, breaks the trend right here. So let's just draw a little bit of a trend line because those higher lows have been coming in quite nicely. Wow, look at that acceleration to the downside. Absolutely beautiful. Where's VWAP? All the way down at 431s. So do not forget, sellers have been pretty active and dominant on Tesla over the past couple of weeks. We keep kind of mentioning that. From the 500 failure to follow through. Sure, we didn't quite get to 500. We got to about 498s, I think. Let me just go back and check for specificity. For specificity's sake. Let's see, boom, boom, boom. What is that high? 498.83. So since then, we've been kind of chop, chop, chop. Seller dominance for the past couple of weeks happening on Tesla. And more often than not, even in the blue ocean session, even during the end of the day after we've caught a bid, more often than not, just if you just go back and look at the price action, sellers keep stepping in. Take a look at this. We'll just go through it together so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Here, right here, prior day, selling coming in. Day before that, selling coming in in the beginning of the day. Before that, selling coming in going into the close. Before that, selling coming in off of the open. Before that, selling coming in into the close, into the close, into the close, into the close, off the open and into the close, off the open, not really into the close, chop sideways day, but off the open for sure, into the close on the day of that 500. So what I asked myself, what more do I need to see here to understand and know that sellers are in charge on a shorter, slightly shorter, but I wouldn't say bigger time frame, but over the past couple of days, few days, over the past couple of weeks is what I mean. Sellers are definitely very much in charge on this name. So where are the places I can get involved? And we kind of talked about, like, you know, selling calls and maybe buying some puts against some of those prior structures as well. We got a super chat here from G-Talk. Thank you very much, G-Talk. Please cover Netflix for my girl Phyllis. Okay, all right. Let's take a look at Netflix here. Alex, what has that been up to? Okay, we're holding. We're holding in and around this 90 area as well. I've talked about this one quite extensively when that WBD news came out, and that's been quite nice as well. You can see here, sellers very much in charge all the way down into and through those 90s. Let's go to a higher time frame here. Look at this. They were already in charge before that news came out. Back-to-back earnings got slapped down on and continues to pull back in. So where is that prior support that I see? I mean, just looking at the chart, maybe some at 85s. We close down at 81s here. Let's see if we can kind of balance ourselves out on a higher time frame. I'm going to a weekly here now. Let's take a look at the weekly. We've been running. Why are you running? Where are you running?
These are runners.
Those are the questions I ask when I'm about to revert something. But for 1,000, almost 1,100 days, we are up 600% on Netflix. That's from 2022 to 2025. Take a look at this beautiful reversion. Sure, we have news on the way. Sure, we have earnings that are good and bad. But I'm going to stand with the fact that price action is always king, and the bid has been broken. A multi-year bid on Netflix has been broken, and it's getting slapped even harder with some of those catalysts, right? Again, to reiterate the point, price precedes news. That's my look on Netflix.
Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of have to agree with you, even though I'm kind of swinging this name here. This downtrend has not been broken. You're down 32% off the previous high. And it's I'm not going to call it waterfall type price action, but until this breaks, this is an example that we kind of want to use here. And I know it's kind of comparing apples to oranges, but we did this on multiple occasions, and when stocks are going to rebound, I think that you're going to see some continuation here in Costco. Let's go back to a tech name, which we used as an example from before when we got involved with, and this is last year to be exact. So I'm in extremely early. You have that aggressive move, obviously, from January to the lows of April. But then as soon as that trend is broken to the downside, look, it's off to the races for Nvidia. Same thing here in Costco. A nice steady trend line to the downside, and then sure enough, you're getting that break. I don't think this is going to be a whipsaw move, to be honest with you. I think that you're going to see a little bit more of a sustained move here in Costco, considering what they got going on, trying to get their money back from the United States government for paying tariffs. I don't think that's going to go over well. So there is somewhat of a weight on their shoulders. But you go down 21%, Costco a staple, an American staple? Come on. With Walmart a little bit stronger here. I think this is going to be one of my picks. I told you, you're not going to see any insane returns, but from that April low, you grab a nice little 40%, which is really nice in WMT. I'm going to stick with the stronger names. So that's what we're going to look for here at Netflix, right? A good ad opportunity as soon as this trend line breaks. So you get this move lower, you get a nice pop higher, move lower, you get a nice couple point pop higher, so you go from 117 to 116, same thing, but it slowly starts to decrease, and that's not the most convincing thing, right? You just want to kind of go with the flow. So if we do have the ability to get somewhat of a pop, 97 is something that I'd be keeping an eye out on. And then once you have the ability to sit on the backside of this trend, then I would look to engage. You will give up a little bit on the bottom, but it's really hard trying to play the knife-catching game, considering full disclosure, I'm in at 93.44, and if we open up a little bit lower, this would be absolutely disastrous if you head into 82s. I won't be holding it that long. The lower we open, I'm giving it to 85s, I told myself, and then if that's the case, then I have to get out. I give it 8-point move, so I'd be looking for a 16-point move roughly for where I'm currently sitting at to have a positive risk to reward ratio. And a nice little pop in Applied Digital, 31.38s all the way up to 69s. That was a nice little move there. Again, I think I took my stabs on it. We did give back the majority of what we made on it on those couple attempts at the lows, considering the momentum really rushed. So I was providing the liquidity for Obi there on that trade. So it's all fun and games. At least one of us was a little bit more profitable on it. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Now, as for Amazon, guys, Amazon still hovering around the HOD. Nice little move, strong stock, continuous bounces. It's exactly what you want to see in a nice, strong name. And we're talking about lagging. Did we put in a new all-time high this year? Let's kind of zoom this out. So we did right in October, but then we come back aggressively off of that 258 zone to a low of around 214, a 17% pullback, but now holding its own and heading back towards us. I think at this pace, you're definitely going to run into this neck of the woods and see a new all-time high in Amazon in the coming months. You heard it here first. All right, no, I'm obviously playing. Not too bad of a look, but Obi.
Yes, sir.
It's 2 o'clock, my brother.
All right.
It's that time. Are the boys ready? Time flies when you're having fun and you're putting on some trades. Best of luck. I know you'll be probably sitting here for the remainder. I will be too. ONDS might be on my mind a little bit. Going to try to find a couple more trades before the end of the day. But that's it. We'll be back same time, same ad channel tomorrow. Anything you want to leave them with there, brother?
Nothing else, man. Have a good one. Have a safe rest of the trading day, and give it up for the big boys coming up next, Neil and Sean.
Wow,
I like that.
the big boys.
He just gave the Wakanda. Just went like that.
We're ready to go. We're ready to go.
We're locked and loaded.
Yeah, welcome back. Great midday show there. The market continues to make a couple moves lower right now. If you talk about a couple moves lower, we just have basically 15 candles straight to the downside the last 15 minutes. We tried to defend Palantir 177 until eventually we said, nah, let's go short. So we're short. Oh, my position's not showing up. Okay, I will get out of some Google so you guys can see what positions we're in right now. And there it is. So I'm long Google, still from that morning, 322 and change. And then a newest position is short Palantir, now $1.20. But yeah, man, welcome back. We've got our Finance Bros vest on, and so that's going to be a lot of fun. It's, you know how gorgeous, I don't know if you've been outside. It is
It's like above zero.
It's springtime, basically, here right now. It is gorgeous. I went over to da-da-da-da-da.
I got the
nice
wrong
coffee
coat for this afternoon.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what, I'm not going to wear. My winter jacket is pretty light anyways, but I thought I'd put on the. Brendan's wearing the Finance Bros there, so he motivated me to go throw it on, and it was nice to walk around outside. Yeah. It's a great afternoon.
Apparently next week it gets back to normal.
It gets to 12 tomorrow.
Tomorrow's ridiculous.
12 degrees. It's like 60 degrees.
But it kind of gets nasty when all that snow.
Yeah, that's why I'm hoping it melts today, and then we get over it.
I'm a fan of when that happens.
My son has chess tonight, so that's all that's on the chess and hockey, and then hockey.
We got a new one tonight.
What is it? Swimming.
Ninja parkour.
Oh, good. Oh, that's fun. Yeah,
it's
Did she used to do gymnastics or no?
yes.
Yes. Okay, so that'd
this is when she stopped gymnastics. My daughter stopped gymnastics a while back and decided
Yeah.
she wanted to do some ninja parkour. It's like it's in a place that does gymnastics on one side and they have this parkour course on the other, which is pretty cool. So I'm all for it. So we'll see.
That's gonna be awesome.
Like, she's always, I don't know, like she's always been
Gotta keep her
interested.
busy, man.
But it's like finding once she had a birthday party at this place, it's like, oh, this is great.
That's it.
This is something that's actually for kids, and like it's done for.
They also have those trampoline parks, but they're like sky zones. Like you can climb
yeah.
things, and you could like
Those are intense.
yeah, hit like crazy ropes and all this kind of
The
stuff.
best at the trampoline park is dodgeball.
And back when we were growing up, man, the only thing you have is like you either went to the movies or you went to like Chuck E. Cheese or something like that. And
Nothing.
nowadays, there's like everything, man. You can do pottery stuff, bouldering. Anyways,
There's so many. That's the thing. Kids
should've
can't
been
claim to be
Chuck E.
bored anymore, man. You can't. There's just way too many options to have fun.
yep,
But
yep.
it is what it is, man. People always claim to be.
Trading a party. They have the kids. They can trade with Obi and Blue Ocean over there over the weekend.
I don't know
And
about that.
He'll babysit all of our kids, and he'll just tell them, "What are you doing, punching long or short?" My kid will just be like this, bang, 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 and it might be hard to manage, but yeah, welcome, man. Yeah, look, we're pieced in here. So if there's any sort of news that hits, you guys are going to be in the right spot. Yesterday around this time, we didn't know anything about this whole military story, and then all of a sudden defense contracting and this and that started to go crazy. We still do have CES on board right now. Yesterday's afternoon, you know what I wanted to check out was Caterpillar, because I know yesterday this is a name that I know you own and I don't, and I want to. Okay, it's up today, and I want to buy some of this. I know I've been saying that I want to diversify a little bit and buy the S&P 500, but Caterpillar is diversifying. So if we can get something there, yesterday I heard Kramer on his show. A big one for him is Procter, and it's just Procter & Gamble's been beat up so much. It has a 3% yield. So I was thinking, like, to get, and I don't want to do it just because Jim Cramer is mentioning it, but this is just one of those other names where you can get diversified a little bit and take a shot or a swing here at Procter & Gamble. I mean, a name that shouldn't really be affected too much by this AI collapse, if that's what happens. And then again, with a worldwide recognized brand, it should be good to go. So yeah, P&G would be another one of those names to possibly get your bonds all diversified up there.
I used to be in that
with Wu-Tang Financial. I might still be in it, but I'm talking about just like, adding to a new position. That's the one thing I got to do.
Remember when our boy went from Procter to
That's what we should have bought it the minute he left.
It was hilarious.
And we knew that was going to be more.
No,
more
we
efficiencies.
literally had a friend that went from Procter to TD. It's like the second he left the company. We clown him all the time. I don't even think it was. I think it was literally to like the wake. It wasn't the day, but it was like the same week. It was like it was just an instant turnaround in the stock. It was like, what are you supposed to do? It's not like he's not the CEO or anything.
I know.
We clown him endlessly for that, deservedly so. Just one note: I am in APLD for the second time, but I trailed out and don't like the trail out in SoFi. So I'm just going to jump back in. SoFi, I don't know why it went ham in the afternoon or in the middle of the day, but it did, and just started going parabolic. It put a red candle at 28, so shorted that. But I want to short this lower high instead of trailing out for sure. Arun Warrior 2004, GEV is quite down today. Should you suggest to buy a little bit to add around 620?
GEV, see, that's another good name.
It's at the 50. Oh my goodness. How
it's
long,
at the 50
How
already?
long have I been waiting for the 200 period moving average on this stock and completely ignoring the bounces off the 50? It's hard. I love the stock. I own the stock. I sold some like months ago and was like, I'm going to buy back on a dip, and I have not pulled the trigger because I've been waiting for the 200 period moving average retracement, and smart man would get like 20% in here that I want to buy back and then wait for the rest at the 200 period moving. Yeah, you can't go, whatever. I wouldn't argue against it. I'm still waiting I am still waiting personally at like 550 something in here at that 200 period moving average. Down 6% today, but sometimes when other people are panicking is when you want to buy. So yeah, good stock. I'm still waiting. Maybe I change my mind this afternoon and do nibble in here on GEV.
Yeah, GV, another one, but yeah, it's not low. I agree with you. It's already been here. This is where it was 2 weeks ago. So, but great question, and keep those questions coming in. I just see something here in the chat, which is pretty cool too. We just have this new poll. So, why are you here today? So, day trading, swing trading, long term, or options. So, yeah, I would have thought that this is probably the way it would have set up. So. Yeah, that's good to know, and thanks Fabian or Andre for building this poll, because I think that's good enough. It gives us an idea of what maybe we should be also talking about here in front of y'all right now. Okay, so let's talk about swing trading here, because the thing is, I mean, this would be day trading, sorry. Let's talk about day trading. Like, look how many positions we have here. Palantir, man, I've traded over 4,000 shares today, so it's not a lot of shares, but it's enough. And it's just like catching this falling knife was just a disaster. And I'm going to be red on this today. But I just wanted to say, like, once we broke the low of the day right there, that's where we tried to go short. Well, not tried. That's when we decided to go short. So it's like, you know, we had the long and Palantir on here because of the defense contract. I'll turn my hat around. I'm just not trying to be. So right here, we did have 187 written down and like that break. And then we had 183 written down. So, you know, I'm still feeling like, and I have a note here about different rules that I should be following on my own notes. And part of them is basically follow your notes and try not to get too caught up in what the market's doing. And I think that that's a good little tip for myself on day trading, and then let it settle down. I never had any markers here about 180, you know, so like me trying to fight this because it was yesterday's close, sure, fine, but I think that that's a lesson to be learned there. I could have waited until we got a little more interesting on this stock and or flipped up the idea behind this and wound up going short earlier once we broke through one, like we wrote down 183 on here. Once that was sort of breached right there, that could have been the short. You know, the fact that I'm just changing that up now, fine, sure, it shows a little bit of like maturity in the strategy, but you know, at the end of the day, we probably should have followed a little bit better there. So I think that, you know, in honor of that poll that we have, I think it is important that, you know, you follow your initial guidelines when you're day trading, and then, you know, have the ability, like we both do, and everybody here does, especially you guys watching, to have a stop order in and possibly flip the other way. Like, we could think, oh my God, this is a huge long day, news hits, stocks fall unexpectedly, and the next thing you know, you're like, shoot, why am I not short? And I just think that today was one of those days for me on Palantir, and we finally wised up a bit, and now we're about in the money, about $1.20. We'll make back about like a third or so of what we lost, so it's not like we're you know, celebrating a huge win here or anything like that, but at least it's a little bit of a flip up. So there's a quick little advice there on day trading, as I can see that that's one of the number ones there. Wow. I mean, Neil always pumps this side of it, but keep putting those symbols in the chat there. Like AMD now, low of the day.
You also don't have to all caps, everybody.
Yeah, it accepts anything.
Luis Valencia. That's fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm going to notice it more when you go all caps, but you really don't have to. This morning I said to get into Pepsi at 136.50, and you got out at 137.98. Stock is now at 139. How do you know when to get out? You don't. A win is a win. I think the best you can, look, the best you can ever do is just have a plan of action in mind when you get into the trade. Like I'll just use the example of the stock I happen to be on right here. Okay, so I was really late to this trend break. And so in my mind on APLD, it was like missed it, didn't want to chase. So I finally short it when it consolidates. I'm thinking, well, if this move I'm playing to here, then when I take the consolidation, I'm playing right back into that same low. Okay, so that was the determination I made. That was the trade I was looking for. I was risking to here to get that. When it goes further, I'm like, oh well, but that wasn't my idea. So you know, you can only go with your plan of action. Then after the fact, you can go back and say, well, is there a reason? Is there a strategy I could have employed that would change that? And maybe after the fact, like look for a different way of either executing, or maybe a reason where I would have jumped, like seen this trend and that consolidation here, and then maybe jump back in the trade in there, and then that way I'm getting that second leg, like I'm trying to do here. There's all kinds of ways you can think about it, but the easy answer, the real answer is, you know, you don't automatically know. You just have to come up with a plan. Right? Once you have a plan, you can articulate and therefore figure out whether it makes sense or not. Then, if you can improve on it, great. But you can't improve on just trades that don't have a plan of action. Like if you can't articulate the idea, then you can't evaluate it properly. And if you can't evaluate it, then you can't improve upon it. So you got to start from somewhere, but knowing where to get out, man, like nobody really knows that. We do know where to go to. That's to the desk with Joe for the rundown.
Lonely Joe.
Welcome back, guys, to the afternoon rundown, the ever so popular segment where you guys get to vote about the tickers we talk about in the intraday session. So make sure you get into the chat, $, and then put the ticker that you could potentially see here on the afternoon rundown. But let's get this started. We're going to take a look at some of the top performing sectors here this morning. Leading the way is the energy sector, up 3.29%. That's in first place. In the second place, we have the consumer staples, probably being led by Costco and company. Walmart putting in a half-decent day as well, too, guys. Consumer staples up 2.65% as the material sector sitting in that show place for all my fellow pony traders. Should I even say that? Anyways, 1.9%, not too bad of a look. And as for the bottom three, guys, we've got the communication service down positive 0.4%. So there's really only two negative sectors here today. Now, is it either feast or famine? I think that seems to be the case as of late. Healthcare sector down 0.84, sitting in that second last spot, but the technology sector down 1.92%, double than what the second last place percentage mark is. But as for the major averages and performance here today on the intraday session, 3 out of the 4 of them are green, with the NASDAQ being the only red one here today, negative 0.4%. We got the SPY holding on by a thread. The Dow Jones is up about 0.7%, and the IWM is up 1% here today, guys. But let's get into some of these names in which you guys were talking about. Oh boy, let's get digital. That's right, Applied Digital, guys. The stock moving higher here throughout the intraday session, coming back in, but finding itself a nice recovery and a bottom off of a double beat, with analyst estimates coming in around a 10-cent EPS loss. That's coming in flat, and then also a nice beat on revenues as well, too, guys. 126 billion, beating the consensus estimates of 89.75 million. Sorry, not billion, millions, guys.
I just want to put this up here because just to help everybody out there, thanks Fabian and Andre for this. Someone said here, Ian Gantner, if you do refresh the stream, it should be better, because on our side, we're not really seeing anything, so it could be a connection with YouTube. So thank you, Ian, and everybody there in the chat. We have our whole team always, when you guys put, if there's a problem in there, we will definitely be attending that. So thank you so much.
Really my horrible microphone that has...
Yeah, that's why I was like, that's why I said to Fabian, like, if it's one of ours, we can get it fixed, but I don't want it to be the stream, you know. So, okay. APLD.
We just use the force with it.
I haven't...
Like, blow on. I'm in APLD right
now,
need some
but strategies
I think
that.
Obviously, okay, so just, I literally was just talking about it, so you probably have an idea of this morning low. I'm now shorting off of that after being on the front end, topping tail wicked, and then I got it on the back end. I'm just looking for a pullback to morning support at 31.3. However, the real crazy action was whomever was... Okay, so manipulating is the only word I can use to describe this kind of a pattern. So just understand that I don't know for a fact that that's what was going on here. Parabolic move up on APLD, which was a very clean breakout trade, and then turned into whatever this nonsense is. You're used to seeing this kind of heartbeat action in a small range, not a $2 range or $2.50 range on a $30 stock. To see it that many times go back and forth. But what I found interesting was once it stopped that behavior, then it turned into, this is, if I, like the biggest fail, I've got red stocks today, but there is no bigger fail than this one. It turns into something different and then does this reversion, and this was all this time to get short. Like that is that's what you want. Like if you're looking for a reversion trade, it's like it does insanity and then changes its behavior. That's exactly what you're looking for. But I missed that one on APLD. On the higher time frame, hey, this looks really good. Ultimately, you're back above the 50, a little bit of trouble with the 35 zone, lots of sell action in here. So you would love to see it close above 33. Maybe I won't want to see it close above 33, but you'd love to see it close above 33. Good start for it today. Maybe let it calm down and hold that 50 period for a bit before taking on this 35. Just seems like it's on the back end of things. But who knows? Like maybe it busts through here and gets to VWAP, and then I'll be out of the trade.
Yo, Commodity King, man, you go off, King. Like this is okay. Up 6%, 5.5% here, Occidental. So have to find out what the story is with this one there as we are off to the races with Occidental. And you check out, okay, so Valero 191. We really like Valero there. That's got going. Wow, that got going as well. I don't know, Joe, did you guys look at these on the midday? Because like there's a lot of this right here. I don't know if it's the same thing for CVX. Yeah. So, okay.
Up 3%.
I have missed a story here, but there's JP Morgan.
Look at XOM. Program buying.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Not just that's why I wanted to look over just to see if it was Occidental or not. But thank you so much, Commodity King. As yeah, man, we just get right there to the upside. Wow, here we go again. It's oil time.
There's an analyst note on Valero.
Valero, I just saw that JP Morgan. Yeah, but that's just now.
Nothing else.
Yeah. So, anyways, wow. There it goes.
Sandler this morning with an overweight.
I mean, I already said that it'd be hard to find somebody here on CVX to, if you bought on Monday, like I know a lot of you were rushing to do that. I thought that was going to be a little bit of a problem up there, but maybe down here it's more appropriate, right? I mean, this is basically, it just got bought. Maybe this is the thing. At least when I'm looking at CVX, it looks like it got bought up from its breaking point, right? So there's pre-Venezuela, and here's post-Venezuela, and here's 4 days post-Venezuela. So we buy it up as if that didn't even happen. So that would make sense. I don't think that Chevron would go lower on the fact, or any oil company really. I mean, I think this is a good opportunity here, especially for United States based companies to take advantage of the 30 to 50 million barrels that Trump is throwing back into the market. And don't worry though, everybody, Donald Trump is going to take care of all that money for everybody. So that should be a good boon for the US economy. But all right, that's that. So APLD victim number one. Give us another one, Joseph.
Oh, no, victim number two is going to be ONDS, Ondas, guys, to present at the 28th Annual Needham Growth Conference on January 14th, being a leader providing of autonomous aerial and ground robotic intelligence through its Ondas Autonomous Systems, OAS. This name is up a staggering 200% from its November lows. What do you guys think about ONDS, guys?
This thing is a rocket ship. How many, it was a penny stock just going back to May. You gotta be kidding me. And then what was it, 2 days ago? No, check, like 3 days ago when it broke out that high.
Check it out.
I think we were talking about it. And you know what? Here, sometimes we talk about consolidations being boring. Remember, when you do this, like 1, 2, 3, 4 up days, break out some fresh high, and then just consolidation for 2 days. That's not bad. That's good. Hold the higher, look at it on the last up day, it holds that support at exactly $12. Oh man, that's a great structure in a stock. And then now it's going breakout again. So maybe you get a little more sideways action before the next available break. I don't know, but this thing is an absolute rocket ship, and all that social media talk is definitely going to be good. I'll go back to APLD because someone's like, yeah, they want it to go back up. It got 32 quarter to 32 and then broke back out. So I'm jumping out of it. It did not follow through. I think wait till 33 or wait till VWAP for the next opportunity. But that ONDS, you know what, this is...
This guy Obi comes back with his
iPad,
food.
and I do not have this sucker on my iPad. And I don't understand why I wasn't looking at this. We've been talking about it for a couple of days in a row. I swear I had it on my iPad 2 days ago, so at least I would go over it in the morning. But there is not much of a reason not to. So I like this. It's trying to break through VWAP. Might be a nice little pull back into 14 and look for an afternoon move. This stock is an absolute rocket ship. Technically, it looks good. The volume is fantastic. It's done over 100 million.
So
why does
I had to throw?
because I had
to show. I had to throw the tilapia out. Back on again, Andre. I need to show that. Show one more time there, Obi. I just want this is the chicken. Look at this man. This man's got chicken. He's got the lettuce. He's got the salad, the rice, the veggies.
That looks so good.
The problem is that he reheats it. So he comes in here, sits down, and then all you smell is whatever. And I'm just like, oh, damn.
But that's also
good for you, Obi.
The catered chicken, and then you reheat it in the microwave. That I wouldn't be the biggest fan of.
Yeah, I'm not. Okay. Is that mic working yet there? Pardon me?
I
No.
think that's just to remind us not to try to use it because it doesn't work.
The last time I tried to use it was when Mark came and I like handed the mic to him and he's just like talking. It's like, oh yeah, FYI, no microphone. Okay, let's go back over to, yeah, I know, now you can't focus on trading. I know, me neither. Talking about this lunchtime food here. It's 2:22 right now, Eastern time here in lovely Toronto. And Joe has got rundown stock number 3.
Number 3 it is. And I was telling Mr. Katina, man, that this might be my lottery play for our yearly picks. Yes, that's correct. It is going to be Rich Tech Robotics, guys. A lot of options activity here. On the the earnings is February 13th, but these January 9th $4 calls, we got to sweep across the board. So just trying to grab as many as we possibly can there on Rich Tech Robotics. Open interest still relatively high. We were talking about this not too long ago, around 23,920. But looking into Rich Tech Robotics short float, which I think is really important to see if we're going to find somewhat of a squeeze in this name. And in the corner of my eye, I'm watching APLD continuously climb a little bit higher. But the short float has now risen 8.44% since its last report, according to the exchange reported data. There are now 25 million shares traded sold short, which is approximately 16% of its all shares float available for trading based on its trading volume. So a 16% short float. What do you guys think about Rich Tech Robotics?
I'm thinking Randy needs to go over there. Like that's Fabian right above Neil's head right there. I just don't want him to go boom over here. Fabian knows what he's doing though. Is insurance paid up over here? But there we go. Thank you. There he is. Hey, what's up, Fabian? All right. So, it was Rich Tech Robotics.
You know what kills me about this is, we were going to do 3 or 5 picks. I literally have my 3 picks on my iPad. And the frustrating thing about it is this is one of them, serve. And it's like, okay, well, that's a little bit far gone. Like, do I switch it up because it's gone 50% since the beginning of the year? But hey, you know what? If you want a name in the space that is doing a very similar move where it's only starting to go, well, then there's Rich Tech Robotics there for you. Maybe it's not going to break $4 today. I don't know. I mean, it's having a very good day today. The volume's at 27 million. It's not incredible volume or doing something completely, it's still barely breaking out of the range from this prior high here at 390. But yeah, it's a little surprising to me that this one gets on the list over a few other things that are moving more, like Bloom or I don't know, maybe like SoFi. But it's a fantastic day, no questions asked. So I'm actually considering it. I don't like moving from one pick to another, but there's a nice potential secondary play here on the daily chart. Today, it's already gone to the top, and now you're sort of sitting in this 390 to 4 potential chop. And then 4 is going to be a big psychological level, but it's the daily chart that looks much better. Like I would say Rich Tech looks much, much more enticing from a swing off the 50 period than it does for a day trade this afternoon. So sometimes people have different time frame looks. Mine would be, yeah, look at this one on the higher time frame. It looks much better than it does today.
Yeah, I was just going to look here at 31 million shares short and 20% short float, and boom goes the dynamite there for Rich Tech. I was going to look at the PE, but of course it doesn't have one, so we'll wait to see if and when it reports. And then we look up here, and Rich Tech Robotic, I don't know if you know this over there, Joe, but they are reporting in 12 days. So we are getting into earnings season again, and Rich Tech Robotics is going to say, hold my beer. And if they can somehow turn profitable, then we get ready for Rich Tech Robotics. This is what the calendar looks like right here. Unconfirmed, but EPS looking -3, -3, -3. So we'll see if it can get going. They just started on, reporting back on February of 24. So we're going for a year, 2 years now, their next report. So we'll just figure it out. -2, -4, so they just got to turn these minuses into pluses, and then it'll start getting added to different indexes and whatnot. So Rich Tech Robotics, great play there, up 15.5% today. And honestly, man, looking pretty strong. And yeah, good couple picks in the robotics space. I mean, space, robotics, and wow, like this Occidental and some of these, like I'm still short Palantir.
They're going nuts right now.
Palantir right now is $1.80 in the money. We're $4 in the money on Google, but that's an early trade, and we're $1.80 in the money on Palantir, and that was put on at 130. So like that's a relatively recent trade for myself there. A couple ins and a bunch of outs as we get lower. My next bid is 175.55. All right, Joe, good pick there with Rich Tech, and let's go figure out what number 4 is on the rundown.
It's going to be Netflix, guys. A lot going on with this name still, so we're going to talk a little bit about it. Warner Brothers chairman defending the Netflix deal, stating it's still superior over the Paramount deal, and despite Larry Ellison's guarantee that he's going to increase his bid, that has yet to happen. So the mass media conglomerate Warner Brothers Discoveries Inc.'s chairman Samuel DePisa, the company's commitment to its merger agreement with Netflix, rushing the recent Paramount guidance. Despite Larry Ellison's, once again, his promise to do so, he has yet to do it. Now still down 32%. What do you guys think about Netflix?
The first thing is, and I'm not doing this to shout out this person's site, but like if you are a person that is really interested for whatever reason in this deal and buyouts, why is it here twice? Kind of weird. Then this website, literally free. Alpha Rank, which when I'm looking at buyouts or looking for information on, this is kind of a good place to go. If you want to look at what the terms are in the deal, it'll tell you exactly the entire complicated setup for the shares and cash that you can get in the Netflix offer. It'll describe everything, the unsolicited $30, and then the actual Netflix transaction as well. So you can always check them out if you want more information for Warner Brothers. Like maybe you own the stock and you're kind of curious. Okay, let's get the nuts and bolts. Compare the two. Anyways, that being said, maybe we're not. Oh, that's right. I use my e-signal for daily charts on Netflix, which I always forget up until the moment that we're sitting there. So maybe we're not going to get these 80s on Netflix. Every single time it's gone underneath $90, you can see only like a couple of bottoming tail candles. That's what I'm still waiting for us to get back into. I throw up the weekly. It's this level in here that I still think we're trending down. I know it's made like 3 bottoms, and it seems like maybe that we're making a low here at that 90, the way it's been bought back up. But until the weekly trend changes, I'm still thinking the next buy on Netflix is to wait for it to get into 83. Downward trend, let it come to you kind of deal is the way I'm thinking about it for NFLX. But it's making a nice solid base here. This is what it looks like for the last 3 days. Nice solid base at the $90 level. So for now, it looks like you can trade off the 90, but I'm still waiting for the 80s.
All right, guys. OGen, you've heard about them on the show numerous times. We want to make sure that you guys do check them out. Symbol OGEN listed over here on the NYSA. They are rewriting the rules for neurological care. They're looking to develop the first FDA-approved treatment for concussions. You could book a meeting. You can scan the QR code that shows up on our screen or check the link in description to find out more information about OGen. Very important segment there with the concussion market looking to reach over $9 billion this year. They're looking to solve some of these problems with its first intranasal application for brain health and concussion protocol. So we've even had Pat LaFontaine on here, and it just explained, how important, I mean, obviously it's your brain, but it's just more about the fact that, it can happen to anybody at any time. So if you've had a concussion or know somebody that has, definitely give OGen a talk. We want to thank them for sponsoring our show, and what a great partnership that has been. All right, so I'll just talk about Palantir here quickly. Okay, so I only have about 15% left. We just hit 175.50. Like, that is $2 right now. So, like, I don't want to get too greedy, but it can go down a lot more than this, man. It's only down 3.5% here today, as some of these defense names like Raytheon, RTX, LMT, they've all gotten hit today as well. But it's really Palantir. Like, this is near the lows, but Palantir just keeps on going lower and lower. So I don't know exactly why the stock is more broken than the rest of these names. They all shot up, prematurely a little bit on some of that $1.5 trillion military spend and defense spend that Trump had mentioned there after hours yesterday. But if you check the Palantir chart, and I don't know if Palantir is going to get, obviously it'll get talked about when we're done, but That move yesterday, like it only went down to here. That's why that 180 to 183 area that we were talking about was so important. And now you're bleeding lower, right? I mean, and what I mean by you can get a lot lower, that's just where we were yesterday. So, as we zoom out on Palantir, there is an opportunity to, basically free range down here to 170. I mean, that tick up right there was 166. So not that that's happening today, but there really is no support levels. So what I'm doing is just trying to get out basically every 25, 30 cents, get out at 10% here, 10% there. And that's just something that we've been doing here on Palantir. So, okay. As long as that was something that dropped and not your physical body. Okay, let's go over to Joe for number 5, and then Joe can go have some of his tilapia or chicken or whatever he's having.
We don't got the tilapia, Katina, man. We got that grilled chicken today. All right, guys, let's take a look at some Costco here and some of the options activity. We were down approximately 20% off of its previous high, but now it seems to be cracking its downtrend line. But where is the sentiment lying here in Costco? And the majority of it seems to be bullish, with around 73% of traders, while only 10% showed bearish tendencies. But the value between the puts and the calls is a big variance there, $136,893 to the put side, while 26 were calls valued at around $2,234,000. So that's a substantial move. And in the coming months, the options market potentially placing in a move to $1,000 in Costco. A nice bounce off of the lows, breaking the trend line. But I think the question lies in, is the battle with the Trump administration going to continue to weigh this name down, or are we going to start to recover? What do you think, guys?
Well, imagine a world where the tariffs get, or some of the tariffs get rolled back with the Supreme Court decision. If that happens, you just made a point about it. I have it on the weekly chart, which looks, heck, if you think the trend break looks good on the daily chart, then look at it on the weekly chart. It looks way better on a weekly chart than it does on a daily, which is fantastic. So I would tend to think if that's true, then what's stopping this from getting to like 1,000? Like if this breaks trend and that breaks in their favor as well, we really think it would only go to 1,000. That looks even better than that. But that would be like, that's the piece of news that I think you're hoping for. And then if it doesn't, then you look for the more shallow bounce on Costco. It's been a while. Like everyone's been complaining about, it's like, oh man, look at this versus Walmart. And obviously tariffs have been a bit of the story for sure. And yeah, it looks like it's distinctly different above the 50 on the daily. No one really day trades this. You're probably going to play it with options because it's so expensive. Why don't they split? But yeah, no complaints there. I think you're looking forward to that Supreme Court decision for the next catalyst. And if they get it in their favor, I'd shoot for more than 1,000 on, I almost said Walmart, Costco.
Yeah, there was some buy the dip opportunities there in Costco. We've talked about that a few times here on the show, and you had to stand in the way of it. And I was saying, remember yesterday, I was saying switch out of Walmart and get into Costco just because of the way the divergence has happened. But for me, my retail play, of course, has been Target. And yeah, we're on target with that one. That's been an absolute monster of a trade. So Target breaking out right now, back there to the upside of 110 again. So watch out right there. Target, we did take some out there. We said we would do that during lunchtime. So we did take some Target out during lunchtime, and we took some Intel out as well. So other than that, that's the retail look for me on Target. I still like it. We talked about it in October. I tweeted it out that we went long down there, and I talked about Activist and that something's wrong with Target. Someone needs to come in there and fix that, and magically that appears to be what is trying to go through right now on TGT. It might be worth waiting for the next earnings call to see if we do get even more of a bump there on Target, because it does have a ways to go back to the upside. I think it's a decent PE. We can check that out after a minute. And then I didn't get out of this one, but we are close, man. This is going to be 220. So we're just sitting there at 220. Hopefully, we get probably 219.75 or something. I'm always sitting in front of that level, but right there for Lululemon down long around that 180 marker. So that's going to be a good long for now as well. Just in the retail space. I own many stocks, but those two are decent ones. I always get reminded of that when we talk retail right there. Yes, the 100% tariff on foreign films. I don't ever think it was 100%, was it? And even if it was 100. Okay. Watch Supreme Court tomorrow. So yeah, I didn't
understand. Like, see,
that's part of that. Wow.
I didn't really understand how that worked, because So what happens when you have multiple locations and like?
I don't think it was like finalized. That's
I never really thought that was sort of settled as to how that would play out. So I can't. It's hard to answer a question when I don't have a really fantastic understanding of it. To be honest with you, but look, if that gets thrown out, it can't be bad for Netflix, right? With all of their international context, it can only be a positive for them. I just don't know how big of a deal it was in the first place to be able to quantify it. That's all.
Oh boy, here we go, man. Hit the sirens. Thank you so much for the super chat. But if you're a trader, here we go, man. It's Palantir, $3. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna 175 a key level there. We just took another bid at 175. Actually, I just took it every quarter. Like I said, there's 175.25, there's 175.05, and yeah, now a move down lower. So we're still gonna try to hold on to this as much as possible. But there it goes. Wow. Palantir here, where is it, Dara? Maybe, was there anything specific on Palantir today that I'm missing? I mean, I know we had the defense spending and we had all these things popping through, but wow, Palantir right now, what a move back down to that downside.
Only story I'm seeing is just related to the defense spending.
Okay, good. Not good, but good. Okay, still nice move down. And again, we talked about that earlier. Like, it does take a little bit of, not just admitting you're wrong. I mean, I already talked about this. Full disclosure, got absolutely smoked here, But yeah, right there, boom, switch it up. We broke the low of the day right there. First it broke and then it went back up. So we're like, oh no, we have a problem there. And then we shorted it again in front of, at that point, the 50-period moving average. And, if I was a better trader, I would have held on to all of this all the way down, but just kept on like taking money back. And just would hate for it to have reversed on me, but yeah, I got to do better. So right now, I've just trailed this stop the whole way, man. And I think now I don't have any more bids. Like I'm bidding 174.50s. If that comes in, I mean, that would be absolutely fantastic, man. But here we go, 170. So let's just go 175. 75, all right? So if that breaks, we'll get out of 75%. Let's go 75, 75, 75 right there, because that is your 50-period moving average, and I use that as sort of a trend break indicator. I was looking at this 21-period. It's a little sloppy, and as far as some slippage you could get in here once it breaks and just comes right back in. That's part of me getting out right there, and a lot of outs there at 175.50, but yeah, still bleeding to the downside goes my good friend Palantir. And yeah, so Google as well, just these are all outs on the way down in. This is by far, I mean, this is a big stock today, Google. We are pumping this one too, long. And someone in the chat was like pumping this and that. It's not pumping anything. These are just ideas that I write down for free to give to everybody. And they're ideas that I'm looking at to trade, and then some different opportunities there, including, a name like Ford. I mean, Ford was written down on the, 1450. So like, I'm not pumping for it. I'm just telling everybody that if you get over here, if you go to my profile and you'll see today a couple trades that I had mentioned on this board here. Palantir long, Google long. So we've talked about that dips into 321. That's where we make all the money. We lose there, we lose here, and then we flip this around and go short. But Ford, possible 14 break long, right? On the L3 driver list systems, 30K truck by 2027, and then open door 650 short. So the Ford trade would have been nice. And if you can't read my writing, it's all in here as well. So go have a look. If you're brand new to the show, this goes every single day except when I'm not here, which would be tomorrow. You'll get more of OB all day. But there's the Ford break, and it was about as clean as anything.
Check out open at 6 when it finally broke.
Broke 650, yeah. Well, we should have been short on open door there the first time. But yeah.
It wasn't short, but like the break was crazy.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
No, like it's the break. I wasn't actually at my desk when it broke. So to say that I was shorting it the entire morning and then once off VWAP, but to say that was such an easy flip. I don't know what it looked like when it did it. It looks easy when it broke that 650 eventually, but I don't know what it looked like on level 2 or anything like that. But that's the thing. And sometimes you're like, okay, well, you sit down and you're like, I know this price, this is what I want to do. Like yesterday, open was a great short. Today was okay. I consider it okay. It went 650 to 630 a couple times. And then when the breakout happened, it gave you that same, like 20 pennies, which is pretty good on a $6 stock. Ultimately, you're talking 3% if it goes 20 pennies. So like it was pretty good in both directions, but you first decide where it is you want to transact the stock then you pick a direction, or maybe you do the I want to go short first, and then you pick the place. But once it's a key price area, you should be open-minded about what you want to do at that price. I'll give another example. Like I liked Intel for a breakout trade, and when it didn't work as a breakout, I wanted to wait till it retested down here from yesterday, that's 41.7, and when it did, I tried a long at that price for like a VWAP retracement trade, and then when it filled in the rest of the gap, waited for it to fill in this gap, like I was favoring the long, so I waited for it to get to the long execution prices. Filled in this gap here, took the long, that worked better, so it was 1 for 3, but I'm actually looking short now on Intel. Because this long didn't follow through, and it held underneath that one. So I'm still waiting from actually 2 o'clock, which it doesn't look like it wants to get there, but I can be patient. If we end up just breaking down, I like my key prices to try the long, but eventually those same price areas tell me that I want to be in the other direction. We just had a super chat, which I don't know if we threw up there. I'm going to guess we didn't because I don't remember. And that's from Adam James Abroad. Abroad where, Adam? Let us know. Most big names been downward since opening candles. Yeah, I think that's, not all of them.
Look at the NASDAQ.
Look, the NASDAQ is trending down. So when the first candle on the NASDAQ looks like this on a 15-minute, then that's going to probably be true. But there are a few exceptions. First one off the top of my head is Tesla, which, by the way, is number 2 on the stock visualizer. And it's very close, at least from what I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't refresh this, but APLD is 1, Tesla in here, very popular. And maybe it's because it resisted that crazy down move that you just saw in the NASDAQ. This is looking very relatively strong. It's up less than 1%, so I don't want to get everyone thinking that Tesla is the greatest stock in the world. If you pull up a 15-minute chart, the thing about this will be the second up day. Knock on wood. There's still over an hour left. This will be the second up day in like 11 or 12 trading days for Tesla, and it still couldn't break out this prior day. So I'm still on the hunt for this 440 breakout. Like this resistance all day, and then this little top in here. I think a 440 break looks great. It just hasn't happened yet. Maybe today. It's 4:30. It's $5 away. Tesla's done that before. It's possible.
Yeah, very possible. It's still very, very early. There's lots of time left, man. An hour and 15 minutes until the close. And yeah, I do think that this is actually a pretty good point here as well in the chat, talking about tariffs. It's right here. What's up to Turbo? We'll send that selected over right there, and just talking about Turbo Beaver. If the tariffs get struck down, these are the companies: GM, Caterpillar, Apple, and Procter & Gamble. So you guys can all have a look at that. Again, I won't be here tomorrow, but that should be an interesting couple minutes once we figure out what's going on in the market. Once those headlines start to hit, what are we expecting? Any time for that tomorrow, Adair? The Supreme Court with the tariffs, or any sort of a decision coming in? If you can find something about that, that'd be cool.
I think it's usually hard to find set times.
Yeah. I don't know if there is a release there, but if anyone can find it, it would be her. So we'll see if she can get that to us. All right, just in understanding that we are probably going to get punched out of this trade right there, but we just took another fill right down there. The low of the day, we bounced off there a couple times, so I did take another fill there at 86. I told you that my bid was going to be at 55, and it still is, but couldn't not take that fill there. Just when it keeps on bouncing, it's kind of like right into here. Like when it bounces again, when it comes back that third or fourth time, I take a fill there just to make sure that, it does hit, and then you get an active move down there. So take a couple there, and we are getting ready. Our stop out is already there for half of what we have left. But right now, I only have, I think it's about 10%, but it might actually be less than that, what we have left. Like I said, traded many shares here today on Palantir. And I know I asked Neil earlier, but I've only traded 3 names. So it's just Google, Palantir, and the TQs. And I was in and out of the TQs real quick. Like, this is actually live on the Midday show. I remember I said to Joe, I'm long the TQs, and it was good. We got out a little bit there, and then it broke, the 200 period, and then it was just like boom. And I was actually pretty good to get away from this, because once this happened, I was like, nah, too choppy. Let me go over to another name that I know real well, and that is the Palantirs of the world and these high-tech names. So I was just like, I'm going to go over to something that is trending and was pretty easy to follow. And we choose you, Pikachu. So that was a good little level there. And I think if you're talking about the major names this morning that have really helped the S&P 500, you have to look no further than the banks. I mean, you know, the ES is flat, down 0.12. It's the NASDAQ that's down that 1%. Look at JP Morgan. I mean, all of these bank names today just continue to be extremely impressive. You know, some of them hitting 52-week highs. Goldman down. I guess I haven't really looked at this, but I saw WFC there earlier. I think Goldman was up earlier, but JP Morgan. I don't see Citigroup, but oh, there it is. But I'm assuming it was up, but it's not. So it's Wells Fargo really leading the way today. Capital One, another stock that we have, and I like that name. But I mean, it's a lot of green everywhere. And Robinhood hides out here somewhere. There it is. So Robinhood now part of the S&P 500. So it's part of this heat map, and it is also down. I heard Joe talking a little bit about it. Here we go. Some brokerages right here, Robinhood and IBKR. And then, you know, our good friend SoFi, although it's not been a friend of mine the last couple of days. Yesterday it was, the day before it was not. SoFi did make a move back up to $28 or so and then cranked, okay, not that much lower, but did start to fade off of that. Got to 27.60 and then 27.70. So, you know, SoFi got going today, oppo of what it did the last. Like, I was trying to catch this long, if you remember how stubborn I was being, trying to catch this all the way in. And then yesterday we made a little bit of money back on the long. And then for some reason, should have looked at that as a day 3 play. But we'll go over to Neil and then to Adair, and then we'll start talking more trades.
We'll get into it right now. Well, if you're looking for maybe more movement than the small range that the futures are in right now, then one thing you can do if you're a savvy Canadian trader is boost your exposure to the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3X Daily Leverage ETFs. They're using built-in FX hedging so that you can amplify those market moves while also minimizing the impact of currency swings. So whether you're bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for you active traders that are ready to take on these markets. With more volatility here, you can amplify it. Now understand, of course, you want to read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing or trading, because DK can be a thing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I'll come back. We'll discuss some SoFi, but we have breaking news at the desk.
Couple stocks on watch here. RIO, Rio Tinto, moving around here. Glencore and Rio Tinto reportedly resuming talks on a potential mining mega deal here. Financial Times reporting this, saying that their combined group could carry more than $260 billion in enterprise value, though apparently this is still preliminary talks. I also want to talk about PL bouncing a bit here. Fox Business calling this one a speculative short squeeze pick. Back to you.
Rio and Rio and whom? Who?
Glencore.
Oh, Glencore. Okay, that's what I just I just didn't hear that. So thank you. That's that wouldn't be a small deal. That'd be massive. Oh, you can already smell the antitrust lawyers enjoying their time for that, getting paid, because they love those big deals. So they can put some wrenches in them and then spend hours with the legalizing. And SoFi just there. I jumped out of it the third time short on SoFi. Each time, like, smaller moves. Like, I don't mind going back to the well, but when, you know, short and you get like 20 cents out of it, so close to a point, and then all of a sudden then it's only moving 10, and then it's making higher lows. So unless it starts making lower highs, or maybe like a fail up at 28 where the better short came in, I think it's like wait and see time here for SoFi. As Sean mentioned, like a pretty big rebound. You always want to see how the stock reacts to either bad news or like a really, it's kind of weird. My 15-minute is missing most of the day. Hey, it looks like it halted multiple times there. No, you always want to see how it reacts to like a really bad day or bad news. And the response in SoFi was a consolidation with higher lows. And, you know, I can't look at that chart with all those gaps. Or like the strong program buying that happened today. So in the overall, while, yeah, if you were short around the top, it worked out, this has been a strong reaction to one of the, well, I mean, one of the most intense short days that SoFi's had. I mean, you said the exact last time SoFi was down that much. I don't remember what it was, but you'd mentioned it. I think you mentioned. Oh
no, it was Intel was up since September 18th was like its biggest day. That might have been one of SoFi's biggest moves. I mean, it was 10%. It went SSR.
Yeah, like I can't remember the last time SoFi was SSR.
No.
But
Probably on
speaking of Intel, so that came right back into when I was long. The top ended up being right around here, which was the 41.25 to 41.4 zone. So this is where I wanted to wait to be in the short side of it. Disco just asked, is PayPal, is it a stock to avoid? I've never owned PayPal. I haven't used PayPal in forever, and I find it, like, I'm probably the wrong person to look for reasons to be long that stock. Yeah, I can't get myself behind like what it is that PayPal is going to do to differentiate themselves and get off the lows. Technically, it looks like a fantastic bottom. Fundamentally, I can't get with the story, but technically, like, this is a great level. If you maybe catch a trend break and then like scalp something or swing it, but yeah, PayPal's just not, that one's not for me. Adara, again, news.
Yeah, just keep an eye here on ACHR, that's Archer Aviation. Nvidia robotics account just now posting that they are excited about Archer's plan to, quote, integrate Nvidia IGX Thor at their Hawthorne Airport facility. So yeah, I guess Nvidia robotics just giving ACHR the nod here. Back to you.
Yeah, look, partnership with Nvidia, we talked about the Thor partnership, ACHR, like man, that is choppy. It's still doing the same crazy chop inside the range that it was before. I remember this because I'm pretty sure what I said was, well, I know this is what I said, it needs to break out above $9. And guess where it went to? $9.01 today. So this high is like 9.10, or yeah, like 9.10, and this one here is like 9.08, and then today it's 9.01. So once again, you're failing the $9 level, but Archer is a breakout. I think you just wait for it to break like maybe the teens, like 9.15 or something, or maybe like 9.10 exactly. But the 9 level just keeps on failing, and that's the break that needs to happen here on Archer, and then you can get really excited. You like this kind of it's a good consolidation off the lows. You had your big pullback, it triple top before. Just needs to break out this range, give you a 9 to 9.50, and then maybe some continuation into 11. So yeah, just be patient with Archer. This is a good story, and you can see it. 3 days of accumulation here is not bad because it's kind of bullish. It's bullish because it just made an up move. So the bull flag. That's what I'm supposed to call that technically.
All right, we haven't hit this in a minute, but we're going to do the money storm here because I'm going to go over who's making money, it's called. And this is who's making money here at Real Trading. So this is a compare your profits page that we have. And this just gives us an idea of what I just said. Who's making money over here right now at Real Trading. And we have over 60 live markets, including in Blue Ocean's not on here at all, including Blue Ocean, including Moon, including pretty much, how about this? Every single market, capital market you can think of, I would say, is available here at Real Trading, and soon to be options. And of course, that's a derivative. So that's not on. No options trading at all. These are all straight equities, and a lot of trading happening. Market on open orders, market on closed orders. Get down, Palantir. Oh boy, right there today. We'll see. Who's on this list tomorrow. But Canada, 17,000. So we say, oh, Canada for that one. And so, might be a little late market. Someone's figured something out over there. NASDAQ 6,700. There's another big trader in Canada, $6,600. And again, we have over, I don't know, 400 to 500 live traders in the company. I'll try to confirm that number for you guys in a second. Amex, NASDAQ, New York, they're leading midway there. Amex, so it's all the same. And then here we go. The other countries that we're talking about will always hit Canada, of course. But there it is for Australia. We're in the Australian market as well, in Hong Kong. And someone was over there getting hair transplants and decided to trade the Turkish market. Remember, you can also be involved in these markets. This is not the location of the trader. These are the markets.
Yeah, you can trade it from it.
That people are trading.
What was crazy? Like I remember the Greek credit crisis years back. Like if you pulled that up during the Greek credit crisis, everyone was making money in Europe. When Turkey was going ham for a few days, everyone was making money in those markets. It's all about opportunity. Like Toronto has been consistently profitable for lots of traders. It's just a matter of finding opportunities. That's one of the best things about Real Trading is that you can find edge in places where you might not think, because in the reality in trading is a lot of the money from, especially day trading, a lot of money comes from places that you might not normally think. Like, it's not always about figuring out whether Tesla's going to go up or down. There's other ways. We talked about this in the lesson of the day, like penny stock trading. As long as you get a check, man, like that's what you should be concerned about. Like when I was a penny stock trader, I don't think anybody really takes you all that seriously. That's just the reality. Like it's one of those things like no one wants to say they're a penny stock trader. But if you're getting paid, it shouldn't really matter. And it's the same thing trading Turkey or Blue Ocean has been fantastic. I know Obi trades that. Maybe not my cup of tea. And eventually we're going to 23.5 trading. So those who've been trading Blue Ocean have maybe gotten themselves a step ahead. Although when we were talking about it last year, it does seem that's somewhat going to be not as imminent this year as we thought. Like it might be delayed a bit. Big changes in the market take time. That's the reality.
Yeah, I'm not one of those guys that has figured anything out. Basically, what you see is what you get. Like, my P&L is basically all, like I used to trade a little bit of pink sheets. My P&L is all what you guys see here. So that's why, like, I'll tell you if I'm having a huge day or a bad day, you can clearly see it right into here right now. But that's the point of prop trading, man, is there's so many different things you can get, man. We have over like 150 order types. Like there's so midpoints, dark pools, everything. So there's a lot there. Yeah, trading is hard just to acquire a country like that, Jason in the chat. So, all right, man. And we said 174.50. Money. There it is. Just keep on going to the downside. Right there. There goes Palantir, man. Huge downside play there for PLTR. So gone right now is Palantir. But I don't know. I'm not gonna look at it because all my stocks just keep on, like, they're not getting run. It's just downside. And zero gravity, you in the chat was like, there's different ways of obviously managing these kind of outs and exits. So I'm always looking for things like that. I stayed a little bit later yesterday and the day before looking at charts. I felt like Obi, so we stayed back there and studied some charts because we needed to try to figure that out. But there goes Boeing right now, down 0.6. You know, a name that did benefit a little bit from that government talk here today earlier, but it doesn't seem like it really wants to do too much right here around these levels for Boeing. So yeah, just maybe calm down. Maybe we did find a bottom, and if you're going to look for a potential rebound, this is a play right now. You could go long. I mean, I would stamp sort of the long in Boeing. I mean, 227. You broke through the 50-period moving average right now. That's the, I should look at that. That's what I'm looking at for Palantir in order to get out. So there's the move down. You're short from 229.50 all the way down, and there's where it finally breaks. So 229.50 out at 226.50 for $3, and I'm doing that for Palantir as well. So 177.75 was our last out there. So I'm going to put that right now at whatever this is. This is the 50-period moving average on a 1-minute chart. Let's go to 175. I mean, it's not going to come anytime soon, I don't think, but 175. Should I just go 25? I mean, by the time I look at this again, let's just go 26s. We'll get out of 75% in case it does rip to that level. But here we go, man. $3 in the money here, $3 in the money on Google. And really like, IoT. Who just asked me that? A guy from work. I like IoT and waiting to get into some more of this. So yeah, okay. So this is near the low right now so we bought this stock into here, and then it did this. And, you know, like always, we don't have this out. We do have some outs in here at $44, but yeah, dropping right back in. So I bought SMR a little prematurely on their move. But yeah, this is a good little look here too for IoT. So I think that there's an opportunity to buy some more there. I do like Samsara there, Internet of Things. I like that. I like Big Bear AI. Potentially one of these names could be on our list, which we're doing on Monday. So join us Monday right now. So however many hours away that is from now, this is when on Monday we're going to be going over our three, not necessarily top plays, but 3 plays that we like heading into the new year. Obviously, the new year will be a week old by then, but still okay. Who knows what's going to happen?
Well, the funny thing is, someone in the chat was like, Neil, make this one of your picks. I'm like, huh? How is the stock that someone just told me that I've never even looked at going to be like one of my picks? I have legitimately had my 3 names written on my iPad since the middle of December, and I'm not like I did have, like, there's a couple of other ones that I was like, oh, if we can do like 5 or 6, there's a couple that look really interesting in the meantime, but we've settled on 3, so we're going to go with that. But you know what? Here's the fun thing about it. Like, we can always go over, be like, these are the 3 picks, but I like this too, and this is the reason why, and all that fun stuff. There was a question, as we were showing the execution, someone asked whether we're trading with real trading. Yes. You saw that question up there. Yes, we are absolutely trading with real trading. That is the prop firm that we are trading with on the P8 platform. So the platform is P8 with real trading. It's proprietary. You're not going to find that platform anywhere else. Like if you're not using this trading platform unless you are with real trading, and that's as Sean was showing in tip. That's where all those traders, and I think you said 400 or 500 traders. Whatever that might be, in all kinds of locations outside of just
Barcelona today.
Just not the U.S. We had Luis from Barcelona. We saw some traders on his floor, which is fantastic, which is great. And you saw them in Barcelona, and they are trading small cap U.S. stocks, right? I don't know if they've ever traded European stocks at Luis' office.
I'm sure they have.
Oh yeah, they probably. I just don't know. We see him every single time he comes on. They're looking at U.S. stocks. I know there was. I forget his name. It doesn't really matter. You know the guy I'm thinking about, begins with a P. Where they did trade. He was one of the oldest offices from Europe, and they traded primarily the U.S. as well. That guy was a joker on the conference calls. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. Diet soda. Here, spoiler alert. Niels 3, Walmart, Google, and Microsoft. Absolutely not. None of those 3. I own a lot of 2 of them, and probably some from back in the day in that one, and I absolutely love Walmart. Walmart was really close to being being a pick last year. I've already bought Walmart. I love them, but absolutely not. That is, like, none of those are my picks, for sure. On the rail, can you look at Meta? Seems to be getting stuck at 644-ish. Sure we can. We can always look at Meta. Why is my scale? Oh, this wick. Okay, let me zoom in here. There you go. Oh yeah, big time barcode from about 644, right in the middle of that range. Is anything going on in the? Yep. You pull up the daily chart and wonder why it's getting stuck at this price. There's the 50-period moving average. I think every time we look at Meta, I keep saying, there's your 200, there's your 50. Wake me up when it's trading outside, either above the 200 or breaking down underneath the 50. So downward sloping 50 period, so you're getting lower lows, and then you're kind of stuck with the resistance at the 200 period moving average on the daily here in Meta, but it's going the wrong direction in this consolidation. So it seems like you're going to find resistance. It's trying to get back above the 50 and struggling to do so. Wow, well, close underneath. Like, if it closed under 640, that's pretty bearish on Meta. I mean, it's already somewhat bearish, but it's very bearish if it closes under that 640. So good watch, but zoom out that higher time frame. It's not abnormal behavior for Meta at these prices.
Yeah, no, my tilapia was more than mid-rare. It was like rare, I would think. I threw that in the garbage, so thank you to Hyper.
Mine was cooked better than most people's.
Okay,
but then my portion was like somehow like way bigger.
Yeah, you were saying how big it was there. Oh my God.
You gave me more.
Yes, tilapia sashimi was bad today. So yeah, I'll probably be off the tilapia front. Oh yeah, so well, yeah, sashimi especially. All right, what's up, Adara?
Like months.
Okay.
Interesting little post here being shared by, I guess, a former, looks like former Trump senior advisor saying, quote, there is a good chance that AI and OpenAI could merge. Random post here, not much of a move here in MSFT, but certainly something worth being aware of. I'm also seeing, again, some circulation here of reports suggesting that the district attorney or attorney general of New York is seeking that Instacart share data on price testing. So again, CART facing some investigations here in New York from the New York Attorney General. This was reported earlier, but I'm seeing it recirculate a bit now. Also, it looks like Glencore has just confirmed that it's in preliminary discussions with Rio Tinto. Back to you.
There it is. That'd be a big deal if it happens. The name with the most Canadian name ever, Maple Bear. Like, it's such a, like, it seems like it should be some kind of Canadian company.
Yeah, exactly. That's weird. Yeah, Canadian Natural Resources. There's a few names out there, but I just made an executive decision because I think it'll be a lot of fun to do this. A draft. We should do a stock draft. So that way, you know, everybody picks.
We should do that in the NFL draft.
Yeah, we should do something like that and be able to figure out that way. It's like with the first overall pick is Adara, and then she can figure that out. I think that would be a lot of fun to do that. So we'll talk about it. We can get some graphics going for that. But Friday is tomorrow. Monday at this time, everybody, we'll figure out the format, whatever it is. We'll figure that all out. But I think a draft would be fun. We can put it on the board. But I'll talk to Fabian and
There's so much you could do with this.
I mean, yeah, just like could have our names and then like all of a sudden we like reveal what our picks are. I think that would be.
Because the best is when the audible groan anytime it's like you got your draft list out there and then the person in front of you takes your pick and you always get like, oh.
That's what I mean. So it's like if someone else wants one of your picks, they can kind of snipe it if they wanted to. I think that'd be kind of fun.
And then there's a value in having like, you gotta have like 7, 8, 9, 10 names or however many that you want, depending on how many draft picks you're making.
Just we can have, no, we can't have Randy in. Well, we can do as many of us as possible.
It's just like you have to think of the logistics of how like, we have only so many camera shots and how we can have everybody worked in. We can get 3 people at the desk and then 4 people here, so it's very doable. Easily.
Yeah, we could do it. I just think Randy is, he's fine. Okay, so
picks already.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. Okay, so there's the stop out there. We said 25. Would be the stop out, and it looks like we did that a little premature. Remember, it was at 40. So whether or not we should have actually got stopped out of 75% of our position or not, we did right there. So that basically concludes the play, and we actually wind up making back about 30, let's say a third of what we lost on Palantir earlier. So, you know, that was a nice downside push there, and we're able to take a advantage. Oh yeah, I've seen Roblox talking about this a couple times here today. For people, I don't know where the bottom is, man. I'm not into Roblox so much anymore. I do like the stock, but it's just a matter of where. My kid had basically told me back when I was up here, and I even talked about this live on the show, that there was some concern there about, predatory actions and stuff like that, kids, and stuff that I'm not even really want to talk about. But, they've had to deal with some of that, and I just don't think that it's time to get back in yet. Wait for some upgrades on Roblox and get that all settled out there. So, I don't really like the stock anymore. I liked it. I don't know if it was 23 or 20. I guess it was probably summer of 24 because we just had summer 25. Yeah, so we had talked about buying it back then, and that's where we did, like in this $30 or so area for Roblox, and then rode that through the summer because I was like, my kids are just going to be sitting here all summer playing this, and we have never rebought it in. So, some outs and then just watching it fall to the downside. So I think you just got to be a little careful with Roblox. But I think it's been beat up, man. It's cut in half. So, definitely something to do there with Roblox. A name that I think I could add to the list for potential draft capital would be right into here, Affirm. I like Affirm. I think this is a name that you could get breaking. Well, it already broke. I gave you this trade. Same thing that we were talking about. We gave this trade right here before it broke 80, and then there it goes, now breaking 80. It's only at $81, $82. It's not a huge one, but I think Affirm can work on this upcoming year. We just did see some PayPal negativity, I think, today with some deal with paychecks. It was going to the downside, but PayPal's not a bad swing either. Like if you're thinking about something near the bottom, we've drawn this line here a couple times. Here, just 50, whatever. That was rough there because my chart was still going, but $58. Here for PayPal, goes all the way back, Andre. If we get my face out of there, you can see, there it is. Yeah, so it just goes, even if I zoom out even more, all the way back here into, what is that? That is February, so that's summer again of 24, these levels. And even if you zoom back out, you're still right here. It was very, very, these are all 23s. So you go all the way back. This sort of level has been good from November of 23. So $58 there on PayPal potentially holding. So that could be a long-term idea. Let's just check out this vote section here for real quick, man. Day trading ideas, swing trades, long-term options. Okay, so we're working on some more options ideas, and options probably coming like end of first quarter. So it's already January. So I would say March, end of March, early April, you could see Joey Options at his finest, and we'll see if we can trade some options. I don't know what that's going to be like because unless you have special permissions or anything, you can't hold overnight. I don't know how that's going to work for options, so we'll have to wait to see. But
the way the risk and execution will work, we'll We'll find out. That's but the big thing is new opportunities. If you're at real trading, then understand that over the years, what has been true, at least from what I've observed, is the traders willing to seek out the new opportunities often do the best. Like if you get a new market, try it out, for better or for worse. Figure something out or you don't, but it's worth going into. That's exactly what happens to a lot of traders. They'll realize, hey, this other market I can apply these skills to, and then boom, off to the races. Someone just asked me in the chat, what do I think of UiPath? Okay, so today, nothing good. Obviously, I mean, it's down 5% and kind of getting smoked. That being said, you know, it's making higher lows on the daily. It's look, it's going to be a stock that is going to move 10, 20% in a few days often. But look at the base at 16 bucks here. It's holding after holding the 200 clean. That's as clean as it gets. Dip down, cross it, and then the same day across the 200, not just break back up, but go parabolic. And then look at the support at the 50 period, which is 16 bucks. So you got that support underneath you. Now, ideally, it's already double bottom. You'd be long when it shows you the support there, not, you know, waiting for it to come back in. But as long as you're, you know, whether you have an out here, I don't know your time frame or whatever you're dealing with, but you know, you get the 50 is one potential out. If you're long from the 200, maybe you're waiting for that. But yeah, let it come back into support, I think, is the way to go on UiPath. Just a very violent style name, realistically. So you got to be able to understand like the nature of the beast that you're in, for sure.
Easy peasy. You are welcome, and you know, we're here for that. And there it is. You've promised and you've stuck to it, man. You're going to give point two. I just got to find the super chat. There it is, right here. Send that over. Oh, you already got it in. Okay. Yeah, point two. So there it is. Thank you for the SNDK. You're welcome, my friend, and I hope you're able to do real well on that trade. Obviously, we sit here and we talk about, you know, yesterday afternoon I was short Micron at 337. That was huge for me yesterday in the afternoon. I think Micron still falls down, so if you want another play, Micron. And then there's your SNDK, so I'm glad that that saved you as well. Wow, yeah, good move there. And we saw the playbook yesterday with with WDC, so yeah, nice move down. I remember asking Adair, like, what's the news? She's like, nothing. I'm like, okay, it's starting. And there it is. Today they pick on SNDK. Tomorrow they'll pick on Micron, probably more. So I would watch out for a downside play also tomorrow in Mr. Micron. What's up, Adair?
Seeing some reports here for CVX suggesting that apparently company is going to be seeking authorization to export Venezuelan state oil company PDVSA's own production. So again, apparently it's not the only company here involved in this, though. Chevron competing with companies including Vitol and other oil companies in order to get this deal to export Venezuelan crude. I do want to talk as well here about MSOS because MM here, Marijuana Moment, reporting that the U.S. House has passed a bill rejecting an attempt to block Trump's rescheduling move. So it looks like there was a bill that was supposed to be blocking the rescheduling move. Looks like that bill has been rejected. So interesting look there here. Again, bill passed to reject this attempt to block the rescheduling move. Very confusingly worded, but either way, looks like one hurdle towards rescheduling has been removed. So MSOS pushing higher. Back to you.
Yeah, and of course, on like literally as Adair was saying that with CVX, which you would think would be maybe a positive, it's breaking trend on good news. Maybe sell the news event happening here, possibly. By the way, you guy 33 asked about WDC earnings today. What do I think about it? I don't think WDC is reporting tonight, but I'll double check. My first thought was I don't think they are, but I will double check at another source in just a quick little second here. But yeah, so I don't really have any terrible thoughts on WDC. I think it's WD40 is reporting tonight, and maybe mixing up those two symbols. We do have a David super chat here. Dumb Duddy Trade looking to turn on my good friend Miss Wood and buy puts on Katos. And no, don't say so. Don't say it. It's so ABAB. For a pullback, you can day trade options just fine. You swing trade though. Look, you would have heard me this morning say I believe. I said that this morning on AVAV. It was a 200 period bounce, and it already went like 30% in like 1 week. So it made some sense to do so. I agree. Like that's a very parabolic move in the last few days. And then you have all this turmoil with defense spending. But it's a very different thing to short than it is to your long-term takeout profit. I'm not I'll be short and like trading short or just different things. And I've literally never done the latter. I've sold covered calls on long positions that I've had before, but that's about as far as it's gone for me. So yeah, like I took some profit on AVAV. I think it's just responsible to do so. I don't know that I'd be saying go short, but I can understand exactly the same reasons why it made sense to take profit. Why it also makes sense to look for a bit of a turnaround. But look at how parabolic this went, and then you get a top, lower high. It looks like it's going to close, rejecting this prior day level here at about 350, although that could change. So I see what you're getting at. I still like this theme a lot, and like to me, this will be a dip buy if it gets anywhere back into like the 50. I mean, the 200 for sure, but possibly the 50 in the shorter term here on AVAV. And then Katos, you're talking like you just everything I said about this. You're just looking at another defense name here. So I would just echo the exact same point, right? Like it made the move at the same time technically and went to a local high, ring the register. So I agree there.
Agreed on all of that. I think at some point you got to start to ring. The only Cathie Wood product I have is this one, Autonomous Technology ETF. And of course, that is going to be right here with ARKQ. So this is a robotics name that we bought, little while ago, and it's cooking to the upside. So that has all of those stocks in it. So if you are interested in getting like an ETF that has pretty much all of those names, AVAV, Katos, whatever, this is probably the one for you, the ARKQ. We like that one. Yeah, easy peasy. I mean, if you have this super chat as well, Andre, you get them up faster than I do. Yeah, you're not the first person that has mentioned something like this, but I'm busy doing what I'm doing here. So investment made 4K, added at low to survive. Good job there on SNDK. And look, man, you're the ones hitting the trades. So congratulations to you, easy peasy. Maybe you can be the one executing and I'll be the one suggesting. So yeah, thanks for that talk there, easy peasy. I do hope that you, do continue to make a little bit of money here with trading and, keep enjoying the show. And thank you for supporting us with those super chats. So that's a good one there. All right, just quickly here. I got another piece out of, we're almost out, one more piece out into the 200 period moving average, or the 50 period moving average was Google right there. So we'll take another piece right there. And probably if we can get to VWAP, find out. Palantir, we will. Well, fruit salad's good too. All right, it's enough. We will get reloaded from fruit salad over to this. If we get this 200 period moving average, which is 70s, so I'm sitting there right now at 176.70. So we're getting close to getting more shares here on that level. And if it does come in, then yeehaw. We will take that. So, and then we'll use 177 as our out. Real quick timeout, man, if that does wind up printing for us. So, yeah, just alert on that one. We will be stepping out of the way of Palantir if it steps through our key level there of 177. But the short has to print first. So we're going to wait to see if we do get a short opportunity there on Palantir. 176.80s would be the key for me there to short, 176.70s in order to short there for Palantir. Tesla is the one that seems to like to move anyways in the after show, which is this one, or the afternoon show, I should say. Yeah, Tesla again, man. Yesterday we had a nice move. Cracked lower. Tesla yesterday, pretty violently lower also there at the close. So we'll see what Tesla's opportunity to do that here today is. Another top side play for Tesla. I mean, we were here yesterday, and then we went whoops to the downside. So let's see if Tesla can hold on a little bit more today. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to mention here, guys, SLNO on the move. I'm not seeing any news about this as of yet. Some people on X trying to speculate and figure out why this is moving, but this is not halted. This is, as of right now, looks like still open. So keep an eye here in SLNO. Soleno Therapeutics, the second I see or hear anything, I will keep you posted. Before we send you back to Sean and Neil, I want to take a moment to thank our friends at PDSB or PDS Biotechnology. They are trading, though, in the NASDAQ as PDSB, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer, with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. Learn more at https www.pdsbiotech.com/. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And just to confirm for the trader that was asking about WDC, they report on February the 4th. So it is WD40 that reports tonight. WDC is not for another month or almost a full month. And we are getting back in earnings season. And you know what we start with. Well, I mean, most people know what we start with. It's going to be the banks, which, if you're wondering some of the reasons why the ES has been doing a little bit better than the NASDAQ, well, JPM looking relatively strong. You have, it won't be, again, a spoiler, it's not, I won't pick XLF again. That is not one of them. But if we do a draft, I think that's, I'll probably have this one on my draft list, let's put it that way, because you got to have a draft list. You don't want to go in there with only like a couple of picks and then get snaked, and then you have no plan of action, and then you spend all season long just doing absolutely nothing when you don't get the team you want. We know a guy like that in fantasy, and you don't want to be that dude. You have no chance. But XLF looking very strong. Look at the crazy, no, it's not crazy, but it's very structured, higher lows and higher highs. It just hasn't been terribly exciting space, but it's good and boring and green is a good way to put it. With only about 20 minutes till the imbalances. Whoops. Why is NM always on my drop down? Intel, still the same area, 41 quarter, we've shorted a couple of times. It's only now breaking toward the low. It came in looking bullish on Intel, and we'll end finally looking for the short side of the trade back into some of these lows. But as far as the early looks go, every single day we see BM&R on here, and it just doesn't seem to matter, so forget about that. But COMP, 2.4 million to the buy side. You've got Halliburton with a 1 million sell. That's probably the most interesting name on the list that you see for an early look. So nothing too crazy, as we only have about 25 minutes to go to the imbalances. Halliburton, much like all of the other energy stocks, trending up. So this could be an interesting mover for the back half of the session here. If we get an imbalance on Halliburton when it's moved 6%, that can be spicy.
That means new trade. All right, so we're going to go long on IBIT. I mean, IBIT's bouncing here off VWAP. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I just try to put the odds forever in my favor, and we'll see if it does bounce off of VWAP here back there to the upside. I mean, I think the market may. Well, there we go. Now we have our full position. I mean, it's only going to be basically 10 cents. So maybe we can put a little bit more on as we get into VWAP right there. But just for a trade, you guys are here. Check the poll here. Day trading ideas. So right into here, this is an idea that I have, and we're going to try it off of this little VWAP. And I was just thinking that the Nasdaq and Bitcoin, although obviously not correlated anymore, if this does bump up right now, we get better feels for the overall market. I do think that crypto can go, but it's not been like that sort of one-to-one relationship or anything like that recently in BTC, et cetera. We're still waiting for Palantir to go upside. I take a little bit out of Palantir right there just because why would I wait all the way just to get more shares? I might as well get a little bit out now. We will be adding to this position and getting out at 177. I realize that it might be hard to win on Bitcoin and on Palantir. So, oh wow, Palantir is really busting up here right now. Let me take some here at 64. Oh, well, 64 is okay. And then we'll wait to see if we get, I'm literally at 70. So if that happens, great. We just get into the 200 period moving average. What a good out there on the 50 period. So I think there we go. So now we're in, our out now 177. So if that does come in, and again, we talked about this trade down here. So far, so good. IBIT trying to work out. Palantir is a new position. It's a reload. We'll see if we can put this one back into the chicken dinner tilapia winner right now. But Palantir short, IBIT long. I don't know what's up.
Keep an eye here on CVX and some of these other oil plays. I'm just seeing some reports suggesting that apparently U.S. President Donald Trump is demanding that Venezuela partner exclusively with the U.S. on oil and cut ties with other countries. So yeah, can you just keep an eye here on these oil plays, specifically CVX, of course, with his Venezuelan ties. Back to you.
Look, at the moment that Adara mentioned that story, it was almost to the moment. I'm going to venture. It was right here. I bet you could go back, you could rewind. It'd be right about 312. And look at the trend break that CVX is doing. and probably XOM as well, but I mean, certainly CVX. CVX is going to be the one that moves the most. Obviously, they're the one with the presence in Venezuela, but a little bit of a pullback there at XOM. We do have a super chat, and it's from SP Williams. You're asking about, will Under Armour fill in the gap? I'm going to assume you obviously mean this one on the daily chart. So that'll probably earnings here. Our charts don't actually show you, but I'm probably earnings. So you must be talking into about 675 from here. The last catalyst was that Fairfax on Monday, Fairfax Financial reported 22% stake in the company. So yeah, anytime you get firms that high on stocks that get this bad, you think activism, you think sale, like those are the things that start going through your head, and it's already making a curl. So yeah, usually I tend to think it might have a little bit more juice because that just came out a couple of days ago, and since then it's been bouncing the 200 period. So it looks pretty solid there. What you wouldn't want to see is Fairfax come out and say something like, oh, we're not seeking any changes. If they were to make a statement about that stake, saying, oh, no, we don't have any interest in shake-ups on the board or any activism, that would be that probably would pull the stock back. So you got to keep your ear to the ground. But yeah, that looks pretty interesting to me. When retail stocks get this badly beaten down, you'd start to think about strategic alternatives. But that's good for playing moves. It's not great for a long-term plan of action in a stock. You know, if your long-term plan on liking on a stock is, well, maybe they get bought by somebody or shop themselves, it doesn't work out. It can be good for short-term moves, but
my short-term plan right here is to get stopped out of Palantir very soon. I mean, we just tried it there. We did not. This is not something that we put really too much risk in. I put about a quarter of the risk in that we had right here the first time we tried to take this trade, but that was at 177.50. So 5%. So we're at this one. I always give it a little. Okay, well, wow. Okay, bye. So we have to hit the fail on Palantir, but at the end of the day, we didn't. We did give back some, so that's fine. But we tried it at the 200 period. Thought that there was a chance. Like this is why, like all the way to the downside. Thought that there could have been some support. Really liking this 50 period break right there. So that's going to be something that I can look for to try to get a little bit better in the positioning and all that kind of stuff for risk management and whatnot there for PLTR. So I cannot be upset with that trade, but that was an idea that I had and I actually liked it. So, no crying over spilt milk on that one. But yeah, there goes Palantir. Congratulations for anybody that was able to, catch that long down there. And I thought we did real good doing it. But yeah, loss. We did put it on. And we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, loss right there. So off the 200 period. Okay, now it doesn't matter. We got stopped out, but I don't, it just got going. This is what happens with Palantir. Just boom, straight there to the upside. But that's worth a try for me. Again, what's up, Bobby? Worth a try right there. And we'll see if we can get something else going on that as well. DraftKings, we got out of DraftKings. I'm just seeing that one. That was kind of barcoding pretty much all day, and now it's 4% up. So I think we talked about getting out of some of this yesterday. So we did get out of DraftKings, up 4%. So that's a nice trade, and maybe that does break here. You have NFL playoffs, some college games coming through, and then after that, almost nothing until March Madness, golf and whatnot. So we'll see if...
You're not going to bet on the Winter Olympics?
No. If DraftKings go higher there, yeah, I mean, I'll probably bet on some hockey, probably. All right, so that's 36...
I like that short track speed skating.
37.
Just utter damn chaos. It's a complete chaos. Someone goes down in every single race. Like I feel like that's got to be like if you're looking for like somewhere where like the person that's ranked to finish last in the race actually has a chance, it's got to be on short track speed skating. But I have no idea like if you can even. I'm sure you can bet on it. I don't even,
yeah. I think you can bet on everything. I think.
No, there was one race. Was it a couple of years ago? It was the most entertaining skating race I've ever seen in my life because the Chinese had the greatest strategy of all time. You know those races where they just go slow and then.
Oh yeah, I saw the highlight and the guy was going slow.
They go so slow and then they lap the field and they just kind of chill at the back and everyone forgets that they're a lap ahead, so the bell goes off and everyone thinks it's the last lap, but it's the last lap for the person at the end and everyone else has to go too, and they literally just walked over and their teammate knew the score, so they didn't sprint and then they end up going 1-2. You'll never be able to do it twice, but. Cool ones. Yeah, I think that could be spicy. I don't know how big of a deal it'll be for betting apps, but it can't be bad. I can tell you right now, international sports and betting, you have no idea. Like, the fantasy cricket is going to be gigantic I keep telling my dad, like, he's such a cricket fiend. I'm like, you'd be all over fantasy cricket for the IPL. But I'm watching Halliburton. That 1 million sell imbalance has now grown to 1.1. And you know how we just showed you with CVX that was pulling back and reverting? Halliburton's not. So it's still staying on trend at the highs while everything else in the energy space is pulling back with a 1.1 sell imbalance. So
Oh shoot, it's almost...
in 19 minutes, imbalances will come out. It would need to break this trend line before that because I wouldn't want to take this trade. I don't want it to be an imbalanced trade per se. I just want to take advantage of the fact that before the imbalances come out, it's staying sell and could break trend for me. So that's the only trade I'm looking at that, outside of, I don't necessarily see this, like Intel's just slowly moving down. It's not really falling apart. The fact that the market's bouncing up and it's not breaking back out is good, but I'm just kind of leave this bid at the lows and then have my stop right in here, like really tight stop, like a 5-cent stop. I'm just going to leave that in there, and now I'm just focused on Halliburton to see if it can follow its energy brethren, for lack of a better word. It's not a direct oil play, obviously, but the rest of the group is pulling back, and it doesn't want to. And I like the fact that I couple that with a sell imbalance, and I'm good with that. CNME Fly Todd. Interesting name. No one is talking about Apple. Now we are. I have not been watching Apple. I'll admit that the stock is turned into kind of a weird barcode most of the times. But yeah, relative strength. The market's bouncing here as well. The thing about Apple, and I said this morning, is I think I'm just sort of waiting for it to get down at or below 250. And I think at that point, Apple looks like a pretty attractive. I mean, it's probably always a good dip buy, but for me, a little bit down here. The baton got passed to Amazon and Google for a little bit here, and then it eventually get passed back to Apple. I just think you got to wait this out. Just hasn't really shown any signs of strength yet. So if your plan of action is to dip buy Apple, I ain't shorting the thing, then you just got to wait for it to get back into favor. So maybe another $10 or so. It's at 58, so yeah, like $10 down, and I think it'll be worth a dip buy.
Yeah, good call out there by you, hyper-stagflation. Whether or not there's stagflation, inflation or not, you may want to look at silver. And silver today, 100%. We talked about this on the morning show, that it does have a pretty choppy last 2 weeks in here, as when all the eyes are on it, it gets very difficult to trade. So silver kind of quietly all year was up like 180% or something, or 140%. There's a lot of the focus was on gold, and then now silver just now starting to break out of the daily channel of the channel today. Anyways, 69.25 was the high. We just broke that now, and now you're up about 30 cents from that level, and it looks like it wants to work out there again. And I'm trying to use like this is a 200 period here, so silver right now trying to break back above, and I think anything underneath would be a sell and anything above would be a buy. So you're buying silver all the way up here, then when it breaks below, now you're trying to think about going short, which that would have printed, and then now once it breaks up, you kind of do the same thing again and just rinse and repeat over and over with some of these commodities. So silver only being down 2%, was down 6% earlier, so that's a good little look there. Thanks for the shout out on that one. And then this is what gold's doing meanwhile, took out its day high as well. Silver down 2% today. Gold, oh my God, up 0.5% goes gold there today. And same kind of thing. This looks a little more calm. Obviously, silver is called the crazy cousin of gold. So, that's part of the problem there, that it is a little wild. And we've heard some, CME rules and all that kind of stuff. We talked about some of the margin requirements. Everybody thought that the banks were going to get squeezed out of this. Yeah, that's hilarious. But right now, we are starting to go to the upside on gold and on silver again. So I think there's a good trade there for the new year. I mean, maybe that is one of our picks. Join us in a couple days at this time, and we will be going over all of our picks for the new year. And I think silver or gold makes it. I think someone will choose that. So
in the draft idea, like it maybe some people, but if we had a draft, it would get picked. That's the thing about the draft, is like, because you have to field a lot. Someone's going to take your picks with you, then you're going to have to go deeper down. I kind of feel like my gut tells me that the things that were ridiculously parabolic are going to get avoided. But you have to, you know what? You're going to have to tune in on Monday afternoon to find out. So many people are like, what are your picks? What are your picks? I'm like, you've been pretty fortunate in that we've if you've been watching the last couple of weeks, we've probably accidentally dropped a bunch of them if you were paying attention, but you got to tune in on Monday. The whole idea is to actually get a segment where we can talk about them individually, the reasons we like them, and we can go down the line, and everyone's going to be involved. So make sure you're tuning in for that. It'll be at 3 o'clock starting around 3 o'clock on Monday. Obviously, we're not really held to any particular time, but it'll be right around that time, and we'll all go through our picks for 2026. And then we can also maybe do a formal recap of, that's another thing we should have done. Like a formal recap of last year's picks. What did you like about it? Would you have done anything differently? Not just, hey, let's look at the percentages. Because one of my picks, I started hating halfway through the year, and we never really talked about it. It'd be fun to go through that rehash.
Yeah, I had Coinbase. Coinbase was up about 200%, and then it finished down.
Yeah, XLF worked for me, but remember, I stopped liking it at some point, and we can go over the reasons.
I think XLF, went out at the highs.
Yeah, we can go over the reasons. But even though it worked,
yeah,
at the middle of the year, I was just like, man, if I could get rid of this and maybe add to the others, that's what I would have done, and that's the kind of thing we can potentially go over. So Jay Bronson, that's why we'll go over the ideas. That's what it's all about there. And then Hyperstagflation says, take HL. No, I'm just going to take Helka Mining because you said so. Maybe I have a resources or mining stock on my list, but I can tell you it is not HL. That's had a fantastic run, but this will not be one of my picks. What a run this one's been on, but not one of mine. Let's go to Adair at the desk.
Yeah, I'm seeing some more talk on oil just really quickly here. Trump apparently, or reportedly, convening roughly 20 top U.S. oil executives from companies like Chevron, Exxon, ConocoPhillips, etc. But the story I wanted to talk about here actually involves drones. RCAT and DPRO both on watch here. We do have the FAA announcing that they're going to be having some sites here to scale drone technologies. Not much of a move on this news yet, sorry, but either way here, FAA announcing, again, sites to scale drone technologies. RCAT, DPRO, back to you.
All right, we have a key for that.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Thank you, Adara. All right, so obviously, it's funny because they tried to get long at 32. It went to 33 there. Woe is me. We could have done, no excuse there, but we could have gotten a little bit longer on Bitcoin there ahead of VWAP. And, that's the life of a trader, man. You take the trade and then you wonder if you should average in. And we were sitting there at 32, like literally at VWAP, and it was going to give this maybe a heartbeat below VWAP there. So, the fact that it bounced off again. Let's just take a little bit out here. It's at 46 right now, slightly in the money right now on IBIT. And, I took 2.5 times the shares that I did on that Palantir reload. Not that overly matters, but this was a much cleaner trade. We had VWAP there. We don't have too much movement on IBIT, so it just based out a little bit better for me than the other names. And, Palantir, just go back to it just real quickly right there just to see what it's doing. So it was on a huge move up. So now it actually, with this kind of an action happening right here, that short is much more justified now, 177.50s. It's just giving it to you right there. So that could have been a look there for anybody interested in Palantir short. That's where we first made it, and then boom. And then when we're going to lose, if we can lose, and when we lose 25 cents or whatever it was, and then when we win, we do this, we take that. But, as I said, in full disclosure, I'm not going to be green today, and it's all because of Palantir. So that's that movement down, and we did, layer into it and got hit. And then, like I said, made about a third back right there, and then gave back maybe 10% or something, and less than that right there on that move. So Palantir will kick us red. And then Google, this trade right there would put me green, but the problem is we already had sort of lost a little bit there. We were up right there on Google. I was talking about how funny that was, that our highest spot on the day, which is still true, was when we were, we actually had a little bit more there before Palantir dropped. But one of our highest spots was actually in the pre-market because we got that 326 break, as we had mentioned on Google, and then that happened, and we were able to get 330s out on Google just as the market opened, or just before the market opened, on some of those imbalances. And then that was basically our highest spot. And then whoops-a-daisy, down there to the downside. Okay, now IBIT, I see you, my guy. Here we go, man. Traders, we say that, got to trade. We did put on a position there on IBIT. Oh yeah, and by the way, man, what's up to everybody there? Spark one up, because tonight is Tilray earnings. So get ready for Tilray to come through here tonight. So watch out for them. Expected, here we go, we got Tilray on board right here. Expected earnings, this is what their conference call looks like. All red earnings tonight on Tilray. Yeah, probably
well, they'll
won't
have revenues.
Yeah, they probably won't have any earnings, but they're coming tonight. And then we go over here to overview, and just to see 16% short still on Tilray. So that could be a
The
positive.
good news is if they do turn a profit somehow, then it should be really good to trade.
Yeah.
But you're always, in the cannabis space lately, you're talking about how good are the revenues, revenue growth, and just not being bad. That's what you're looking for. But they're going to move. MSOS, I still think, and I'm with Brian Shannon, it's like it's in a good range that you could easily break out. It's just not happening. Just going to quickly, with 8 minutes to go to the imbalances, Halliburton still a sell. So it broke trend. Thankfully, it broke trend before the imbalances came out. You saw CVX. Let's just start from the beginning. CVX broke this trend, and Halliburton didn't. So essentially it was like, yeah, the second we break that trend line, which I didn't save, there you go. Pumped into the short. I'm going to get some out here into the, I'm short at 24 and the high is literally 30, so it's like 7 cents worth of risk. So when it goes that 1-to-1, I'll take some out. I'll take another leg out if it gets like to 2-to-1, and then try to hold for the imbalance. And then that way, if that works out and this comes out as expected, 1 million imbalance or maybe more, then you can get the push. If this flips, then I already have my stop in. So some of those oil names, we showed you CVX and just showing you Halliburton, there's XOM, all trend up, and they've all seemingly broken the trend here at the highs. But big time day for these dips. I feel like nothing is dipping as far as you want it to. Certainly for myself, that was the case with CVX, because when we had that move, we had that reversal back in, I was like, oh, just remember that CVX, if you wanted to make money in this stock, here, let's pull it up. I had to pull up on the higher time frame because I don't think you can do that. It's not going to do justice on a daily chart. You've got to pull it up on a weekly chart you can very clearly see, and maybe in a monthly it'd be even better. Buying this thing at or below, just below the 140, and then getting 15 or 20%, and you've been able to do this at least once or twice a year and while collecting a dividend. That's how you can actually, the only possible way that you could be at or beating the market on the oil names is to rinse in and out of these things. And that means waiting for the low. But that sell-off didn't give us a chance.
Yeah. It's still 343, as Neil was saying. We are waiting for those imbalances to come through. So just in talking about IBIT, like, I don't know if it's going to continue to go up or not. So we get a 48, we get another 47. So we just clear out some 45s, 47s, 48s. Like, it's not trying to hold out for this move. We are out now of about 20%, not even, of this trade. So hopefully it'll print up for us, and maybe we can get something around that 200 period moving average, 51.60 or so. Let's just put an offer. Well, I'm still at 48 again, and then we'll see. I'm waiting mid 50s. Maybe we get an imbalance there. Just trying to see if there is anything on these imbalances. And right now,
just very quickly, remember yesterday it was AbbVie and RVMD was the speculation on a deal, and then nothing happened and it tanked at the close. You're now halted to the upside on RVMD. I haven't heard or seen. Wait a minute. Okay, Adara just got back to the desk, so we're gonna probably go to her quickly in a second. But this is halted now, up at $108 with a tap of 110. Let's go to the desk and find out why.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I was just using the bathroom. RVMD, Financial Times now reporting that apparently Merck is in talks with the company now. What I was going to say before I even saw this headline is last night, right after the close, AbbVie said they are not in talks to buy RVMD. So it looks like the AbbVie story was some kind of miscommunication there. Now, as RVMD reopens again, the report here from Financial Times is that Merck is in talks to buy the company.
And in the chat, ERAS is a sympathy play. They have some kind of a similar profile, and that's why they moved yesterday on RVMD News. So it is a sympathy play on ERAS. Just keep that in mind if you're trying to play this, which is also halted into the upside. So this moved exactly like RVMD yesterday, and you'll see the charts are basically identical. Well, I mean, one's $100 stock, but the charts are identical.
All right, guys, here go Google, man. Like I said, the P&L number one. I have P&L number one, upside and downside. But that's every day. Like, on risk, and what are you going to do? Google right here, 325.50s. I'm waiting right now. I'm at 75. So if that hits VWAP right there, then we will get out of Google as we wait for these imbalances to come through and the market really kicks it up, man. Google had a huge trade earlier on today. Nice move there to the upside. We talked about MSOS reporting there. Let's check out some of the other fast-moving names that can hit our scanner at any time. As I'm still waiting to get out here, 48 on IBIT. Hopefully that can fill. SMR, wow, like, okay. You know, that's the thing. Like, these things are hitting, and like, there it is on the scanner right there. And I have to, that's why sometimes I'm a little distracted looking around. Like, we do have, that was right there, and it must have came again somewhere else on here, but I don't know. Anyways, oh no, I guess it just hit right there. So yeah, there it is, hitting VWAP there. These scanners from eSignal, been using them for 25 years. 19, so there's a good bounce for SMR. So those of you that are looking at that name, you know, you might have had an indicated bouncing play there as well as what I had. So we'll see if that can work out. Okay, and here we go, man. Spin it. There's IBIT right there, cooking to the upside right here. So, you know, we did our Palantir, took a shot at that, but it's now IBIT starting to go back upside right here, giving us another green name on the board here. We don't have many green names today, but IBIT would be one of them as long as this holds. We'll get another piece out at 50. Did I just get that? Yes. So there it is. We get that 50. We're still waiting for 54s there today for me. So I'm going to go 2 for 4 today. We have Google up, IBIT up, futures down. So four trades today, 4 names today. That's a loser there. And then Palantir, we told you, although it's not looking that bad anymore, Palantir was a loser for me too. So lost on the futures, which is the TQs, lost on Palantir, made right here on IBIT, but not, I mean, it's still a good make. Wish we would have more time. And then Google's a good one. We'll see if we can get out right there at 75. So 2 minutes left, man. The imbalances are coming out.
They are, and someone just asked for the imbalances. Still, BMNR's grown, but we've told you how much we care about that one. ELME is like a $2 stock, I believe. Doesn't have an auction price. I'm pretty sure this is a really cheap one, so 4.5 million is not that big of a deal. Halliburton still a sell of 1.2. Pfizer, not much, 1 million. But in 90 seconds, that's all going to change. I can tell you with HAL, it broke the trend. At this point, already scalped. It's either we're going to stay at 1 million sell and move a little bit more to the downside, or I now have a break-even stop on this with only about 1 minute to go. And if you're wondering, any NASDAQ stock, you will not see the imbalances until that 1 minute comes up. So someone just asked about Palantir imbalance. Well, we'll have to wait. You're completely blind unless you're looking at New York stocks. Amex, you'll get an early, we get an early look. I shouldn't say you, we get one. You can always tell, like, there's broker and NYSE, but we'll see the Mag 7 names and all the bigger stocks come in with the NASDAQ imbalances that'll come out in just a little bit. Actually, XLF.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
I just saw 900,000 to sell on XLF. There's an ETF you don't usually even see on this list. Verizon in there. I don't know what comp is. Compass Inc.
Maybe.
It's up 3%. And they are a 1.7 million buy, but that stock's done 60 million. It's only $12. The bigger notional value. That's what matters. A heck of a lot more. So about 15 seconds to go, everybody. And then we will see if anything pops up out of nowhere. My guess is it'll be relatively quiet. When the futures aren't moving a ton, oftentimes the big names don't have massive imbalances, but you never know.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see if IBIT somehow manages to have one. I doubt it. It's actually going to the downside a little bit here. We'll clear out of some IBIT. AT&T, there's IBIT sell. So, of course, when I'm long, it has to come as a sell. No surprise there. Nvidia downside as well. AMCR IQ. I'm trying to look.
APL.
Oh, there's ONDS. They have a little small bid underneath of it as well. They're ONDS. So, yeah, that's what it looks like there. And then just to give you guys a quick little look, of course, IBIT comes a sell. Like, can't come a bid, right, when I'm long. But there it is. So we just cashed out some more. We get our 52 fill. We took another 50 fill there. So we got a bunch upside. But we'll have to let it settle down now, these imbalances. They should flip up around 355. I'm still going to use my out as the out. So if it does break down through VWAP, we'll do that, but we don't have too much time left as we have to be flat at the end of every day. And it doesn't look like we get our Google fill either. So why don't we just tap out of Google? We don't have very many shares left at all on Google, so we'll just offer 33s there and get them. And that concludes that trade. That was good, man. Basically all day trading Google today. And like I said, just 4 symbols for me, 2 for 4, but red on the day. And yeah, that's trading. I'm not here tomorrow. It's Obi here for me, so you'll be seeing Obi all day. What a treat for everybody. And then I'll be back, of course, on Monday where we will have our stock draft. So yeah, that's it for me, man. Red on the day as the markets bounce around.
And all that really matters at the end of the day is just try to keep your losses smaller. Like today, I'll end up like 3 for 8. I traded 4 symbols in the morning and then 4 different symbols in the afternoon. So it was kind of like very, very different. 1 for 4 and then 2 for 4. So it'll be red, but it'll be small. And that's the way I like to keep it. Someone asked me, Palantir, we told you we'd be able to give you the imbalances after 350 on the NASDAQ ones. You're not going to see it here because Palantir's imbalance is 97,000 to the sell side. I had to dig deep to be able to find that one. Nvidia is going to be 2, but Halliburton comes out as essentially nothing. So it was an early look at 1 million to the downside, but it ends up coming out at basically nothing, so it paired off. Sometimes that's what will happen. Like you have to consider they publish it early, so everybody, not everybody, lots of people can see that and start pairing it off before we even get to the last 10 minutes. So it's not like it's huge, but it is still working to the downside, so I'll probably just pop a bid here at 32. And Ari Pages, what has been your biggest red day, say, in the last 5 years?
There goes IBIT.
I'd have to go way back into, I actually posted it on X because it was a pre-market trade that happened to me. And it would take me a little bit to find him. No, but it was a crazy pre-market trade that went absolutely ham, where realistically the action was like me, like I got into position, and then pretty much nothing happened, and then my clock ran out, and then I punched out, causing the move in the pre-market. And then if you went back to 9:30, it just opened up exactly where it was before. So like it was a nasty hit. And then I had to come do the show just in a sour mood after watching that happen to myself. But it was kind of like a black swan type of deal. And at some point, if you remind me at a time when I can find you, it's a really hilarious chart to look at. I can look back on it and laugh. But that's just whatever. I tend not to get crazy emotional one way or another. I've been doing this long enough. That's just like my MO. But it was wild when it happened. Because realistically, how often can you say, I am the reason for the loss? Like I went short, no one really bought, and then the loss was literally just me punching out. Like if I don't punch out, it doesn't move, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading very illiquid stocks.
There was no liquidity in the pre-market. And that's something, and just to give you an idea, I would
not on a Microsoft or anything.
Yeah, like I wouldn't suggest people do that kind of thing on liquid stocks. However, over the course of like 20 years, I've just been very good at it. That's all. So like I've taken those shots before, and that time it was a pretty extreme event that caused it. If you're looking for an intraday, there was one time I did have a crazy keystroke error on one stock that was wild on Nvidia. And that was a pretty big hit as well. But it tends to be one-offs like that. Because outside of black swan events, I haven't had a month in 12 months where my biggest momentum loser on a month was bigger than my biggest momentum winner. I don't trade that way. So I always try to keep them as fractions. If it's going to be bigger than any winning day, then believe me, it's going to be because of some kind of a black swan, or like I forgot to stop, or I punched into the wrong amount, something along those lines. It's just the way I trade risk-wise.
All right, 5 minutes left. I mean, we're getting some more out here on IBIT. I mean, it came into 50s again, so we'll just hit that right now. So that goes IBIT. We'll see if there's any action there. And then our last out on Google was right here, so that's a pretty good trade. Let's check back in and see. So Palantir, 177.50. Tesla, let's have a check on what that's doing. A very, very popular stock around here. So there goes Tesla right now, nicely cooking there to the upside. And we said that this could be a good mover most afternoons. And I think today, the fact that it's going to go out near the highs is nice. And NASDAQ also It's not near the highs, but it's going to be of the sort of the intraday high there if you take away sort of that first move down. Now, okay, here we go for IBIT right now, starting to cook a little bit back to the upside right now. We'll take out some 53s. There it goes. We also got our 54s. So here goes IBIT, man. Yeah, buddy, the money is right there in IBIT. And just to show you, like, we've had all these symbols traded today, and there goes IBIT is now going to be PNL2, just to give you guys an idea there. I don't know what Joe and Obi, I think had some great trades today as well. So, but there goes IBIT cooking now, 51, 55, 51, 56, going higher and higher right now, but who knows, just playing around. Bitcoin has been kind of like a steady Eddie kind of a trade over the last little while. I mean, we're still at 91 and change. It hasn't been like on the daily chart. It hasn't been super aggressive every day. It trending. Like you get up or down, it seems like 3 or 4% on IBIT right there. But there's 95. We wait for 84. So yeah, it's pretty much stuck in a little bit of a range here. Very similar to the NASDAQ and S&P 500 and Dow, but they're all near the highs and bouncing around. This is trying to figure out a foothold down here on not on IBIT, on Bitcoin. So that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to see if anybody has Bitcoin selected as one of their plays. Obviously, Sharif will, because that's just what he's going to do. I'm almost sure of it. But everybody else, we'll see if they have Bitcoin. Obi knows it's 3 o'clock on Friday. On Monday, it'll be all of us. Adara will have her picks. Everybody, Fabian wants in on this thing. We'll see if we can convince Randy to stay late. And then we are thinking of ideas. I talked to Fabian earlier today about some ideas that we can have to get you guys involved. So we'll also have
we can do poll, because there's so much we can do with.
The polls won't work, but we could figure it out.
No, I was talking about the visualizer.
Yeah. We're gonna
a different name for that, because I always struggle for a visualizer.
Stock visualizer, yeah.
It's a little long-winded.
Something there. So we'll figure that all out. So guys, get involved on that Monday at this time, 3 p.m.
Hyperstagflation, where you got to wait till Monday. And for everyone that keeps saying, what's your pick here? What's your pick there? You got to tune in on Monday.
One of my picks is Marvell.
Well, the ones, like I said, people have already said.
I've already said. I'm not going to say any more.
I won't say anything that I haven't already said. It's that simple.
Yeah, I'm not going to say any more because we're only.
I have a question. So, are we calculating this from the start of the year, or are we doing? Because I think retroactive calculation.
But it's year.
Would maybe be easier, or are we doing it like as of the day after we talk?
We're doing it as of.
You got to do it as of.
Yeah. Like basically, we'll do it whatever the closing price is at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can also go short. Yeah. So I've just added that wrinkle in there as well. So sorry about me. Sorry, I'm just making up all these rules. We made up the draft. I made up that. We're doing it all right there, but I think it's going to be awesome. You can go short.
And the interesting is, you're then able to go short, but then you can do it free because you don't have to worry about any carrying costs. Interesting.
Yeah. You can go short if you have a pick for shorts, for sure. I mean, I think that's reasonable because a lot of you guys will want to.
Okay, you got to limit it to names that are easy to borrow, though. That's it's kind of nonsense to put in a short pick that almost nobody has access to without paying premium.
Yeah. I mean, no one's going to say short HKD or anything like that. These are going to have to be like sort of.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. If someone pick some stupid parabolic. It's 40.
No one will.
Short float.
Only Obi will do that. So.
That would be a good strategy, but it's not realistic. It's not realistic. That's all I'm getting at. Anyway, so
I think short is fine to do that. I mean, unless we decide not to. We don't want to get too complicated, man. Shorts or longs, we'll have the pick. It'll be easy to figure out, easy to calculate with only 30 seconds left. We are very.
Their pink sheets.
Yeah.
It's OTC.
If you're going to go short, I think we'll just put a rule like it's going to have to be an S&P 500 name. Exactly. We'll just do that. So something like that. Make it very, very simple. If you like a short, it's going to have to be in an S&P 500 name. So or NASDAQ 100, like something.
Oh yeah, as long as it's easy to borrow on a major index, it's good to go. Yeah.
Well, it's easy, like you were saying, like just to say, like if you want to short Micron, you could do that.
I just don't want it to be Mullins. Oh, the closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro by Globex, where you can short with 3 times leveraged ETFs. Those are perfectly fair. So ring it. Second last time this week. It's been a full trading week, psych, because the beginning of the year was on Friday, but we got one more day this week, and Tilray earnings. The beginning of earnings season started with a bang with APLD, and we also get Tilray tonight. Then it starts for real next week. Let's begin. It's the banks that really do the show. But more importantly, as we were just saying, on Monday, we're going to be doing our picks for the year, so make sure you tune in for that. wild day individually, but the ES, I have it at exactly flat on the S&P today. 0, 0, 0 on the ES. Let's go to Adair. We've got some news before we get out of here.
Yeah, just quickly, guys. Semaphore reporting that apparently top Warner Brothers executives have privately said they're willing to open a dialogue with Paramount again if Paramount raises its bid. So again, Semaphore reporting that if Paramount should raise its bid, looks like some top execs at WBD will be willing to have a conversation with PSKY. Back to you.
Like, they are just desperate. Like, play it a little bit cool. You're just desperate for them to raise the bid. Like, everybody is like, we get it. Yeah, fine. You'll engage if they raise it. You've been saying that for a while, but now you're just begging. It's like you're on your knees.
Yeah, I think it's going to go to 34, and then I think Netflix doesn't get it. So that's
they said that from the very beginning, though. Like, literally the day after the deal, or the day after the 30, immediately you saw it. Every single R place was like, yeah, 33 to 34, it gets done. And they've been saying this for a while. So put up or shut up so that Netflix can move on with their lives, because I think that stock is waiting for it.
All right, everybody. Thank you. It's been a great day. We've got Obi on board all tomorrow. Thank you, Adara, Fabian, Andre, Brendo, my guy over there, Joe, Neil, everybody. We haven't seen Ramin or Sia in a couple days, but they're fine. Yeah, they'll be here hopefully. And I guess we could even, I guess we could include Sia, but I don't know if she wants to be part of that. But we'll see if she's here tomorrow. Ask her and get some preparation for that. So Monday, I'm not here tomorrow, but you guys.
She said she's off tomorrow, so I don't think she'd be in tomorrow, from what I was told by her.
Okay.
I feel like I have the least amount of vacation days around here, but that's all good. Okay, I think it's because I haven't had a sick day in like 4 or 5 years, something like that. So that might be part of the reason why I feel this way. Feeling a little sick already right now. So maybe we need to get that figured out right there. And I don't know, like I just have crazy immune system. Look at this, man. There's Tilray right now, 950 right now. Nice move up to the upside goes TLRY. We're just playing around here. We hope that Sia and Adara, that's Adara, and Ramin start feeling better and start coming in ASAP. I don't even know where Ramin is.
I don't even have the numbers on Tilray.
All right, there goes Tilray, upside. We'll see everybody tomorrow. It was a good one. Have fun tonight.